In the city of 7 Hills, now just 4 teams remain. Today, the fight for the trophy continues. It's semi-final Saturday at the Blast Open Lisbon.
His spray magic starts to unload. Look at that. Zywoo AK out. Oh, he's got a double kill. Right into the face. Oh, ace out of the legend from MOUZ.CET. And well, yesterday we said goodbye to 2 teams. A bit of heartbreak has to be shown, but this man's gonna be delivering a lot of hype with me for another day. Oh, there's so much more to come, brother.
We have a few surprises for you, Lisbon. Welcome to another day. And everybody who's not from Portugal, welcome to the country as well. It's really hot outside. I know everybody wants to go to the beach. And that's why we're gonna watch Counter-Strike. We said goodbye to 2 teams, and actually a lot of people were telling me the other ones were gonna win. So let's see what happens today. More surprises?
More surprises, maybe. We've got some bangers of games coming your way. But yesterday, it was just a warm-up, right? Lisbon, you with me? I want this energy, but maybe 20, 30% more, and I want to see it grow every single time. Lisbon, let me hear you!
You want to get a feeling of the first match? Just a few?
Yeah, let's have
Okay, because I saw a lot of MOUZ shirts over there, and they won yesterday. They just clean and they swept. Tell me, who's here for MOUZ? That means...
Okay. What about, Eternal Fire?
I told you.
The Portuguese crowd going for Eternal Fire. There's some Turkish love in the house.
Now, I want to do the other test if possible. Yesterday, everybody booed Spirit. So that's why I'm going to ask, who's here for Vitality? Oh, you.
And I know you didn't give her much love yesterday. But what about Spirit? Okay, well, do you know what? We should probably get the show started.
Yes, indeed. An audience truly fit for a king, where 2 more teams today will be inching themselves ever closer to that crown. Joining myself, Freya Spears, up here on the desk for the antics of semi-final Saturday. I've got Maui, I've got Jacob. Gentlemen, what did you guys get up to this morning? Because we have a little later call time. We can get some sun. Where did you go out to?
I'm not gonna lie, with this weather, I was just spending as much time as I possibly could outside. I went for an omelette sandwich. I was enjoying the sun, got myself a soda wan, that's a Danish way of saying it, a soda, and just enjoying my time.
I got a bifana, but Freya, you know, I know how Portuguese people like to do it. I made dinner reservations for 11 p.m. That seems to be the way that everybody does stuff in Lisbon, I guess. So.
Although we've had a great time, we did have a little bit of heartbreak going down yesterday. It's game number 1, G2 really struggling to get their foot in the door versus MOUZ. It was practically only m0NESY that was showing up to the stage yesterday, whereas for MOUZ, they made another strong case as to why they could potentially be considered the 2nd best team in the world. In the same vein, in Game 2, however, Spirit also looked incredibly commanding in the arena. Both Donk and Shiro showed up in tip-top form, and Na'Vi simply could not handle the heat. Two very one-sided quarterfinals, as both MOUZ and Spirit will now be progressing onwards to the top 4 at the very least, as we can check in with what the playoff bracket is looking like today. Jacob, what was your biggest takeaway of what went down on day 1 here in Lisbon?
I mean, I think it's quite obvious for me. MOUZ playing so well against G2, that's one side of the story. The other one would be G2 struggling a lot. You know, I think G2 and the days of G2 showing up to the arena and the days where we could always anticipate that out of nowhere G2 would win a tournament, I think those days are over. I think when you look towards this G2 lineup, when you look at the loss of Nico, when you look at what's left to work with, I'm not feeling the same energy, I'm not feeling the same vibe. Even m0NESY went out publicly saying that yesterday was a deserved defeat. They were probably even lucky getting into the playoff. I tend to agree with that. I think the win against Mongols at the group stage was good for G2, but overall, I wouldn't say I've lost faith in G2, but I'm very close to.
I think I legitimately said right after they lost that game to MOUZ that it was a fluke that G2 got to the playoffs. So I'm glad that m0NESY had the exact same opinion there, because the way that they're playing throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs, like, this is a team that they are actually, if they're making it to the playoffs of, say, Austin, I feel like that's already goal accomplished. Championships, that is a long, long ways away for them.
Maui, are you also looking at the glass half empty coming out of yesterday?
Unfortunately, that is frequently how I perceive things, Freya. I just feel like when I've looked at Spirit, looked at Na'Vi clearly in an unenviable position. They are between figuring out what their bread and butter is and what their actual like flex maps that they can fall into are. They were so good at Mirage last year. They picked it over and over and over again whenever they could. This time around, they're picking maps like Dust. They tried to punish pick Spirit's Anubis, and it fell completely flat. Blade is spinning his wheels right now, trying to get a team that, to me, is falling behind an individual ability and trying some way, somehow, to elevate them tactically, but for me, nothing's working. It's got to come down to the players. People just really have to shoot a lot harder on this team.
This tournament was supposed to be a tournament that once again could give us faith in the Na'Vi project in terms of heading into the major, being a team that could contest for titles, maybe even contest to win another major. I think the more I watch Na'Vi right now, the more I guess watch the conversation around them as well. I listen to Blade interview. They have some issues in there, you know, whether that's mood issues, you know, individual level issues or whatever that may be. The results we're getting from Na'Vi right now and the vibe I'm getting from that camp is that they're getting further and further away from actually being a title contender.
It's painful to watch. At the very least, though, we are moving on to 2 incredibly exciting semi-finals, and fans have been arriving all morning long. That is because MOUZ, they secured themselves a place in the top 4 at the very least yesterday after absolutely dismantling G2. Not only cementing their place here thanks to some stellar calling from Brolin, but also aided by the deadly pair of Xerxan and Torzi. Speaking of duos, though, name me a more iconic duo than Eternal Fire and attending literally every single tournament in 2025 so far. It's not just that they've tasked themselves with this absolute marathon, it's the fact that they're making deep runs in pretty much every single one of them.
It's the consistency, you know, and a lot of teams right now would be looking towards EF, thinking to themselves, that kind of consistency at that level, that's worth its own weight. If you're EF, you came into the season with obviously the goal and the target to be part of the playoffs once in a while. We saw in 24 that they had it in them to occasionally go into a deep playoff one. We saw it at Pro League, we saw it a couple of times, but I don't think anyone expected them to be part of every single Tier 1 playoff so far during the season. Now, are they at a point where they can win those playoffs and win those titles? I have my doubts, but just the fact that they're in there consistently is a massive step in the right direction.
Oh, it's huge for a team that couldn't even contest in the previous major to then go on, led by Major, to make it to 5 consecutive playoffs to kick off this year. Eternal Fire, simply put, is an elite team. They are always making it. It's really just, can they go further? That's what we're wondering about Eternal Fire. Once they get to these playoffs, can they actually fight against these top 5 teams? Because we know in group stages, they have a funky way of playing. They know the exact method that they want to enact upon in order to get deep into tournaments. It's just about sealing the deal. Like, are you going to hoist a trophy this season? Because that's now the new question.
Exactly, and that's what they have there their eyes locked on, and that's where, for the loss at Katowice, MOUZ.CET had some words specifically about that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing we don't know yet about Eternal Fire, how they perceive and how they perform at the arena games. We only see them a couple of times. He even said it himself. We choked in front of the crowd. Those are big words, That was a game where EF came in as the favorites in the game. We expected them to at least be competitive, maybe even win that series and progress into a semi-final. So as much as I want to praise EF, because I think they fully deserve it, there's one question mark attached to this lineup, one question mark attached to Major probably as well. Can he get his players, can he get his team to perform inside the arena?
It's important to note that Major, even though he's had a long career with both the French and the Turkish scene, never really played in front of crowds. He didn't really get that far into those kinds of tournaments. His deepest run at an S-tier LAN before was a WESG. He's not playing at the Katowices, the Colognes. Only one time in 2017 was he playing in front of any real crowd in S-tier LAN. So it's not like he can instill that sort of confidence. It's not like if Kerrigan is leading a bunch of rookies, that he's next to you and he's going to call that great strategy. But I don't feel, unfortunately, that Major has that same kind of aura yet.
Yeah, let's catch up with MOUZ.CET about that exact topic, courtesy of James Banks.
Are you still noticing a difference, say, the last time you were on stage at Cluj, compared to what you wanted to see?
It was always better, step by step. So today I accept better. Let's see. But we never know, like good day of CS, bad day of CS, anything can happen. We're going to try to be focused. We have a game plan, and we're going to follow that, and we will see.
And whose job is it? Say if there's something noticeable that people are stressing too much, not communicating enough, is it Faber who's going to do a call and say, okay, let's go back to the plan, let's try and reset, let's mentally be there, even with the pressure of the stage?
I think I can't control my players, even myself. Like I can control myself, but not my players. So I don't know what will happen in TeamSpeak Extra. I just hope that we can show a good Eternal Fire face today. And if we do that, I think we will be able to win. It's simple math, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds simple, but easier said than done up on stage. But we do need to be seeing one person stepping up here. I know I sound like a broken record, but Xantares, we need to see him in tip-top shape for Eternal Fire to be, blazing out, all guns blazing.
I mean, he's a world-class Counter-Strike player. There's no doubt about it. I think he is the catalyst. He is the talisman within Eternal Fire. One thing I do want to give EF, though, is that they've been able to win games even when he's not playing up to his best. However, that depends on the opposition. That depends on the guys they're going up against. And what we saw from MOUZ yesterday, that was a team that played at an incredible high level. So I'm almost willing to say, Maui, that without Xantares having an incredible output today, winning the game without your superstar playing at your best in an arena where you have shown to be struggling a little bit before, that's going to be tough.
Just because of the arena aspect, I do expect that Xantares has to play well for them to be good. If this were a group stage game, I've seen them win by committee. I've seen everybody else step up in certain situations. However, I'm not really sure if the supporting cast, beyond maybe MOUZ.CET, for example, is going to be able to uplift a bunch of guys who are still fairly new to this kind of environment.
What's the story when we compare Xantares to Exertion then? Because yesterday in the quarterfinals, I mean, it was just a tale of Exertion cracking open every single opportunity and getting away with murder in a lot of them.
In my eyes, Exertion last year for MOUZ was one of the biggest reasons that they had consistency through group stages. He was so good in those kinds of environments. But then when MOUZ came to a screeching halt consistently in the playoffs, it was because Exertion wasn't good in arenas. That was a known fact. He tried to ignore it, but now he's acknowledged it, and now he's gotten better for it. He dismantled G2 yesterday. He's in a rarefied air when it comes to entry fraggers today. He is a guy that, by all measures, you might even just rate higher than Xantares because he's actually proven it on more stages at this point, despite the fact that he's had such a shortened career in comparison to the Turkish legend.
His role within MOUZ is so vital. The way he's constantly putting the pressure on himself, the way he's constantly involving himself in pretty much every single opening duel that is going down on all the specific maps he plays, it's real value. I think the performance he had yesterday, you said it dismantled G2. When you involve yourself in 13 opening duels and you win 10 of those in a game that only lasted for 21 rounds, you are the reason you're winning. He could also be the reason they're losing, and that's the pressure he's playing with. But consistently and more so and more often than not, he's the one making the difference for MOUZ.
Are there any other reasons why we're looking at MOUZ right right now and framing a conversation around them, saying, you know, they could be the second best team in the world. I think they open a solid case versus G2 yesterday. Obviously, they need to take down some other opponents to do that, but any other things that are kind of glaring out to you from a strength of MOUZ?
Where Vitality is the sole occupant of the S tier, I would say MOUZ and Spirit are right behind them. However, with MOUZ, they're a more balanced team than Spirit. With Spirit, it's all or nothing. It's donk or it's over. But we've seen every single person from this MOUZ lineup, from Brolin to Yimpat to Spinks, everybody can carry a game for them. It doesn't matter the situation. It's not all on one guy.
I can say it and I can frame it like this. I think right now when you look towards the MOUZ lineup, I think if you were to point out a player that is, I wouldn't call it the weakest link of the team, but one of the guys that you'd have to have that conversation, you look towards Jimfat. Jimfat just a couple of months ago were rumored to all the big teams. G2 wanted him, FaZe wanted him, I wanted him to leave as well. Everyone wanted a bit of Jimfat. He's a fantastic anchor player, a fantastic role player, but his beginning in 2025 hasn't been to the best. And what I want to say with that is that there's still untapped potential within MOUZ. If your weak link or if your guy that is supposed to be the fourth or the third guy on the scoreboard is Jimfat, you're so well-rounded as a squad that you can beat anyone. So I think when you want to make the case that MOUZ is the second best team in the world, they're perhaps the most well-rounded team in the world apart from Vitality.
Well, speaking of the devil himself, we do have Jimmy, courtesy of James Banks.
Now, I want to touch on your own personal performances because you're still good and you're still consistent, but it's maybe not as huge ratings as what we saw before from you. Is this just from the change of like Spinks coming in, the way Brolin's leading? Like, why do you think it is?
I think it's more about my just individual level at the moment. I think there is like not to blame or not to point any fingers anywhere, but I think just more that maybe I'm not the sharpest at myself at the point. Like current moment, I'm not the sharpest. But I think also it's fair and it's fine because we also have Spinks now, which gives a lot of firepower. And also with Brolin as an IGL, he's really like fragging a lot and doing like really good stuff and stuff like this. I think like the role balancing in the team is really well right now, even though I might not be fragging as much, but I feel like when the important round comes, I always try to be there and I try to take the important frags. And maybe it's some way as well like my role now, because I feel like everybody is just killing everyone right now in the team. I feel like everyone is really sharp, and of course I really try to be myself, but also like most of the time right now I feel like I don't actually even need to be sharp because I feel like people are just dying on the server, you know? And it's such a great feeling to have, but I still of course look to improve myself, but I said many times that as long as we win as a team, I don't care about my individual numbers. I think individual greatness will always come in hand with winning, of course, and that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, let's get some reactions in the chat for the map veto. Anywhere you think this is going, Jacob?
Well, we're not going to see Anubis, and that's not too big of a surprise, and I kind of like that, you know. No big surprise right here. No Ancient as well. Doesn't make a big surprise. We know MOUZ loves to play it, so far so good for Yif.
And MOUZ are going to slot into their tried and tested nuke, a map where they have such a wealth of plays, Eternal Fire. They usually been going for Inferno when they can't get that Anubis, but this time around they go for the Dust 2, so I suppose that they sense a little bit of weakness in that MOUZ defense.
It could be the case. No Inferno. MOUZ takes it out, which again makes sense. I think Mirage could be up for the taking. There we go. No Train as well. That makes, to me at least, the perfect third map decider between the two teams.
Yeah, Mirage was definitely going to be the handshake for me between these two. Don't see any other place that it could have gone. I'm a little surprised, I guess, at the end of that Eternal Fire went into Dust 2 instead of Inferno. I've liked their Inferno lately. I feel like the thing is that MOUZ are scary on that map, so I understand it. Maybe it's a little bit more of a punish to go for the Dust 2 there, but all in all, I mean, first pick there for MOUZ. This is just the map where Brolin has actually proved in such a short span of time that he is a significantly stronger mid-rounder than I would have expected.
But it's so important for MOUZ to be able to just remove Anubis from the map pool, right? Had that been in the mix, you know EF would pick it.
Yeah.
I think we'll label EF as perhaps the best team in the world on this specific map of Anubis. That's getting taken away from you, and I would argue EF's map pool is good, but the only world-class map they have, the only map where you can feel 100% guaranteed that they will show up and most likely beat your opponent is on Anubis, and that's not part of this video. So already by then, I feel MOUZ is in a good position.
Well, gentlemen, we've got the maps. We certainly have our crowd, but one thing still remains. That is to welcome the teams out on stage here in Lisbon. Our first semi-final going down. It's Eternal Fire versus MOUZ after a short break.
teams are waiting, and they are ready. But Lisbon, are you ready? Now I need them to do something special in order to make these teams come out here.
Oh, that's interesting, because I know the players are waiting. They're about to walk on stage. So they need to feel your hype. They need to feel what you can bring, Lisbon. Yesterday, we did a little bit of jumping. Shall we do a little bit of clapping today? We ready? Okay. I have a microphone, so this is gonna be hard. You have to follow my lead, okay? Because I can't do that at the same time. Hands to the side. Hands to the side. Come on.
Everyone, hands to the side.
Come on. If you want to stand up, just stand up. It's easier. Okay, hands to the side. And when I do it and I clap at the top, you say that who. Ready? Okay, let's do a test of who, okay? That's a good test. Now it's the real thing. Chat, follow us. Let's go. We warmed up.
Warmed up and ready to go. So, one final time. Are you ready?
Lisbon, let's lock it in. It's time for the first one, semi-final. It is MOUZ versus Eternal Flame.
Reaching the playoffs, I think, is a success. We have a lot of momentum right now. Everybody on this level doing mistakes, personally and also tactical-wise. You need to win early. It's about reading your opponent in the right timing.
On fire, eternal fire!
We changed a lot and we improved a lot.
Spinks on the warpath, using that corner smoke to just swang.
I really want to play in the arena. They're a good team, of course, but I think we can handle it. We will give everything for this event.
They are flying the flag for Turkey with tremendous pride in their hearts. But it has been on the stage that they've struggled to do their best work. With each playoff game, they're gaining more experience. It's time to put it all together today. This is Eternal Fire! their third consecutive grand final in 2025 and keep up the great form they've found since adding Spinks. The stage fright is not showing, and the quality and class is truly there. This is MOUZ!
It's been a season of stamina for Eternal Fire, but only securing silver so far. They're gunning for gold this weekend. That mission begins today versus MOUZ, a team who somehow, Jacob, they haven't faced since August last year.
No, it's going to be a new matchup. We haven't seen these two iterations of the lineup go toe-to-toe with each other. Obviously, the addition of Spinks changes a little bit. Brolan being the in-game leader. Psychro not behind MOUZ. Again, assistant coach in Sipnix. To those of you who didn't watch the game yesterday, that was also the case. So it is a new matchup, and a matchup that I'm very, very excited to watch.
And of course, on the Eternal Fire side, the addition of Jota in the stead of Calyx is going to change things up in their stance. I feel like this one could really go either way. Both of these teams have shown so much great form throughout the season. This is going to be a real fight to see who's up there with the big dogs.
What's your read on Wakadia when Eternal Fire do make it to these big stages? Because he was a prospect that we were always talking about last year. Does he always deliver when it comes to playoffs?
I feel like that's his one next step. That's what he's got to do for this team, because when he's in that high fidelity studio mode, Wykadia's decision making is fast. It's quick and it's on point. But you know, sometimes these big moments, it can get to these newer players. Wykadia's been on a couple stages at this point, but still really feeling out these kinds of moments. If he can think and rotate as quick as he did in the studio, then Eternal Fire do have a chance here.
And I think that's a fair point to raise, because he's had a fantastic tournament so far. As you saw in the lower third just before, one of the best tournaments from Wykadia in a very long time. You said to yourself, very assertive on the server. Santaris haven't had the best showing. He hasn't been up to his usual par, where he's the sole star player, of Eternal Fire. So fact of the matter is that when you have Wykadia then stepping up to this level, where he's been able to put up a 1.27 rating and almost 90 ADR on average, that's definitely covering for some of that absence of Santaris. However, as we said already, I am looking towards Santaris to be the main difference maker. If you want to take down MOUZ and the way they played yesterday, which was world-class Counter-Strike, you need your best project in Santaris to play and be on all cylinders.
And the thing is with Santaris, I mean, he's got to be the tip of the spear. He's got to be the first point of entry on these kinds of rounds. If he falls, all the dominoes will fall. On a map like Nuke especially, you lose that outside yard control that he's maintaining for the team, and I don't care how fast Wykadia rotates. I don't care how many nice little multi-frags MOUZ trade too efficiently, they execute too well, and they finish onto bomb sites with such ferocity that it doesn't matter if he can get one, he needs three, and that's not happening.
We had two very one-sided quarterfinals yesterday. Do you think this is going to deliver? Is this going to be a close one to kick off our first semi-final?
I think so. I think EF have done enough to convince me that they can remain competitive versus MOUZ, but I'm going to be completely honest, and I maybe be a bit biased as to what I saw yesterday. Every single member from MOUZ played good Counter-Strike. Brolan in particular, as an individual. On Inferno, fantastic output. As a caller, fantastic Nuke. Dismantling G2 as well. I think the way MOUZ played yesterday makes them the favorites for me in this matchup, but I do expect EF to put up a fight.
I want to see them put up a fight, because right now, it's a little bit scary if you're Eternal Fire. MOUZ, Spirit, Vitality, it feels like it's them three, and then everybody's just the rest. Eternal Fire have to show to the world that they aren't in that fourth spot, that they really do deserve a podium finish here in Lisbon.
Which is crazy, just considering just how much we were doubting Brolan coming into this new position, right? We're already having this conversation of, could they be in the top 3 teams in the world?
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think Brolan have done a lot to convince us, convince everyone out there that he is the real deal. Now, as I said yesterday, I'm not necessarily sure he's a great in-game leader yet. He can be. It's simply too soon. He has so much to learn, but I think he's surrounded by great teammates who are helping out a lot.
Well, it's time for a fresh duel in our first semi-final here in Lisbon. It's Eternal Fire taking on MOUZ.
And it's semi-final Saturday. I'm excited for this one. I am really excited. I'm intrigued. I'm curious. I'm not sure what to expect from this one.
It's like we haven't seen before, understandably so. All we know is MOUZ made G2 look like a bunch of bots yesterday. That was a matchup to be, well, not remembered if you're a G2 fan.
I'm down.
But we're going to talk about the elephant in the room. Eternal Fire in the hunt this year for an arena win. Not a trophy, just a win inside a house like this. You've got newer players, you've got an elite level team, but they are not a title contender yet. Today would be one way to prove it. MOUZ stand on the other side, looking for their 3rd consecutive grand final since the addition of Spinks.
Now that certainly sounds like a positive correlation. And so let's find out together, Lisbon. First map will be Nuke. EF starting on the defense, MOUZ on the attack. Rollins, bright start to leadership. Faces a silverware-hungry side in EF. Liggity split, smoke on main, angle for Zentares. Pokes away and actually straight down, sleeping with the fishes and straight down the vents. Oh, the bomb! Tail end of the assault nearly got clipped there by the dual Berettas. It's Madja that rotates in, looking to catch the headshot, can't do it. Spinks in the meantime getting busy. Jota puts him down, a headshot available for Madja. He partners up now with WOTC in pursuit of her retake. Doable. With the time available, it gets awkward now. Sertians looks like he's hitting every shot he takes. Can't stabilize. It's WOTC, baby! Quick clicks on the P2K. EF take it.
You want to talk about Eternal Fire, Zentares, he's the super soldier, but WOTC, he's the man who's done the best under the bright lights. You're going back years and years and years ago when he was in the MOUZ jersey. And this man we're going to keep our eyes on today.
Oh, that second onto Torji was absolutely beautiful. Knowing he's online early for his teammates, for his fans, that's a very, very good sign that we've got a game here.
Force buy in from MOUZ. They're going into a bit of a black box with their map choice against Eternal Fire. They have not played Nuke since EPL over 2 weeks ago. This is MOUZ's turf, though. These layers with these outside assaults, led by Exertion yesterday, brought home by Torji. That combination was absolutely deadly. Zentares main, WOTC patrolling yard with the scout in hand. Wait, no, that's an AWP.
Yeah, that's
the big
an
version.
AWP.
That's what you want in the second round.
All you need is 4 kills in the first.
All about the layers. How does he use this? Load open and caught. That's one way to put a leash on the opener.
Dream start. Xerxen, he was having his complete way with Yard in their game against G2, and immediately he's told that won't be happening today. Interesting forward position from Spinks, with Cardi also tending to door in a rather close quarters engagement. Will have to back away as the smoke does start to fade.
Yeah, it feels like the potency of this has petered out because the outside prong was unable to apply any pressure across to Secret. I don't know if I still have to be aware that there is the possibility for the slip. It's been tended to by Zentares, who's rotated down. Madja on the top side with Wakadia. WOTC to rotate up the ladder. Jota to potentially push through lobby. Top execute being lined up now. There's a smoke for main. A molly for top hut and flashes for the go.
Well timed on the incendiary. Drops off. Madja gets nothing done. Spinks with the entry into the site. Wakadia, they're asking questions of him.
Coming.
A lot of bodies. It's Jota that steps up, delivers a double, but there's Brawl and response in kind. Okay, 1v1. Zentares, as the bomb goes down, Torji just steps into the line of fire. Zentares caught sleeping. And a quick response. How have they rectified a 4v5 just like that?
The top defense getting nothing done there. Simple little execution. Madja needed to kill Wakadia as well. So the lack of damage. It's Jota, who's almost the hero of the moment, rotates in, gets them a nice little double, but that's that. A self-clear and a big find for WOTC.
He set himself up for an opener, and it's still not enough.
This is the problem, right? The fact that your top defenders get absolutely nothing between them, that's the problem. And EF could have really used that to stabilize themselves on the stage early. This is the mountain they've been unable to conquer. They are an elite level team. They play good Counter-Strike, and okay, well, WOTC dead at range to a Mach 10.
He was way back blue.
Yeah, he was silo. So that's a really long-range duel to be taken there for Spinks.
Wow. Buy your helmets, guys.
This force bite, he's going to fall flat quite quickly. Unless Jota and Zentares can find anything on their crawl, they're just one man towards lobby, and well, he's on the roof. You can see with X-Ray. Shouldn't be having to worry about the ladder slip. The lobby entrance push as everybody else will start sprawling into yard. Heaven and Hell control be extremely strong for the finish. Sector clear out all those nooks and crannies. It can be a late activation or just hold the line.
Nice shot. Xerxen finds Wakadia. Gorgie onto Zentares, and yeah, this side has fallen. This round has fallen into disarray. Nothing for Eternal Fire here other than misery. 5 still alive. That could change with Madja. You know, a little consolation prize. A headshot onto Roland. Something. Oh, avoids the nade. That would have been the end of him. It's unlikely he gets away with the Galil, but MOUZ will be taking this round and taking control. Maybe he can shoot it down?
And nade as well, Echoes. Just going to hold on to what he has. So something to work with into the next. But some positive signs that you're looking for EF is just a couple of kills in these early stages. We want to see them looking comfortable. At Katowice said they choked. They lost to Mongols. Cluj, at least they were able to pick up a map in the series loss. Now here in Lisbon, their third attempt at an arena early within 2025. And this is a team that is opting to attend everything that opens and shuts.
Does seem like it's a big ask, especially when deep runs seem quite consistent. This is that Spinks kill.
I think for EF, it's the long game.
Yeah.
But you're in the now right in this moment. So sure, every step, every piece of experience you can get in the journey to Austin, the last TV major coming up at the end of the season, that's great. That's what they're looking for too. But as much experience in an environment like this so they can peak at the right time, but you'd love to have a breakthrough moment. Set yourself up for a grand final after a dominant group stage. 2-0 against G2, 2-0 against Liquid, 2-0 against Na'Vi. That got them the auto berth to this semi-final. See them follow through with an eco. The choice to be made before the rifles are going to come out into the next, but a nice, steady start. MOUZ are very good at controlling the tempo on the T side of Nuke.
They don't feel rushed. They don't feel stressed. That was the main threat now. Neutralized Magic towards the secret stairs and well handled.
Everybody but Jimmy getting a little something there, but the rifle's about to come out. And if Exertion can put a performance like he did yesterday, it's no longer a question, where is he once they get to arena matches? From the Cluj Trophy, demolishing G2 yesterday, the breakthrough has been found.
I feel like
a real combination of players in that team who can hit hard.
It's kind of the expectation, isn't it? That transition into this arena. There's no doubt there's a change in environment.
There's a learning curve.
Donk perhaps the exception. Certain names have managed to kind of hit the ground running in these kind of places, but Exertion, more standard. Yeah, heavy lick of flame. Pressure already applied. They're going out yard quick. No break on the smoke. Exertion doesn't commit across.
Open runway, another clear, this time no AWP. Second wave of smoke. It's those layers MOUZ love to talk about. Couldn't be able to find anything there. We'll have to rotate down towards B. Some chip damage, a squeaking smoke. That will allow Xantares to make the rotation. Still with MP9 in hand. Two pairs of head armor in the play. Right now posturing, waiting for a CT response, MOUZ. Haven't applied pressure down secret. Rushing to main the drop.
Lovely layers to this, but it's actually Xantares that removes the lobby lurk. WOUZ.CET, audible. Spinks aggressing towards this hell position. WOUZ.CET seems prepared, stays quiet, and Spinks just crouches in! WOUZ.CET had a golden opportunity there, but squandered now. And so the 4v4. Spinks mantles up. Pivot towards B. Bomb site seems likely with Spinks, this late arrival.
30 seconds. Nobody's rotated down to B for a tunnel fire yet. They're waiting for a sound cue. A window to smash, a door to open, but it's going to be a tough retake considering the circumstances.
Especially if Spinks gets one more here. I mean, he shouldn't. He certainly shouldn't. Match is ready for him. Good crosshair placement. So here we go. 15 seconds. The sound cue makes it clear.
They'll get it down for free. Now it's about setting up the post plan. No defuse kit for this.
Have that numbers, but they don't have that kit. As outlined, it is going to come down to a speedy trade into the site, starting to aggress, but Prolan gets away with murder. And now Manta overlooking the angle. Torchy will connect as well. It's up to Jota. It's all up to Jota. After Exertion's handiwork finds Xantares. He's getting spanged out. He's in trouble. He's a dead man. Well handled by MOUZ. From a numbers disadvantage, they just keep clawing their way back in.
A couple of confidence breakers early. Losing the second round force. Let's put them in this poor position in this rifle round to get the opening kill. Here it is from Xantares' perspective. Flashed off the line, able to take out the squeaky lurk. It's WOUZ.CET who really should have killed Spinks.
Yeah, you're right.
But they still had nobody down towards the lower deck. Could have been operating with a 5v3 number advantage. Now into another partial. Cardia yet to get on the board, the highest flyer throughout the group stage for Eternal Fire. Yet to announce his presence. Exertion, pathing in front of their smoke, playing for a duel out towards Unbreakable.
He plays with such confidence these days. Tara's must as well.
A whole lot able to get down behind that, but two players lying in wait. A bit of a trap set up for MOUZ. Do they molly this?
Yes, they will.
Have to fight. Or back off.
Agreed. Okay, well, they still don't have info on numbers. They know the door was opened. They know Jota resides. Can he bait them in? Xertion's got a weird feeling. He doesn't like it. Pathing towards the single door. Instead, that will put pressure onto Jota, force him away. 50 seconds. No rush here for MOUZ. Now they start to make some steps. It was WOXIC with just that P2K. He'll confirm. Occupation of the vents. Xertion aggressing. Down now. Good angle. Torji removes the header Madja. God, they just seem so calm under this scrutiny. They piece together another round, MOUZ, making it a 5-1. This is T-side nuke we're talking about.
And this could be another blowout.
It's got makings of it. I think this is, you know, MR12, we talk about not losing that second round conversion. It's just haunted at EF for a while now.
Yeah, in a big way. They're going to get max loss bonus into the next, so we can see the full buy. WOXIC will be able to get back into the AWP, but really squandered their opportunity to a strong start.
Yeah, halfway through this half, you get your second door because of that 4K in the pistol. Bang. Oh, golden opportunity. Won't get many more of those. Yeah, Spinks. Sharper's attack gets his.
Might be a timeout from Faber called here as well. Just to screw your heads on. All right, boys, let's fire on. Let's get in this game. Has been called. Get 30 seconds just to try and find your footing. And this is unfamiliar territory for this team. Sure, it's their third playoff in an arena this year, but they're not able to find a victory in this environment just yet. So what's the secret to that success? Who needs to be the spark? Who's the talisman? Who's the driving force? What are they lacking? Are the comms a mess? Are they just nervous? Are they a bit jittery? You look out, you see thousands of people staring back at you. They're here to watch you perform. But right now, you're yet to get going. Not only that, you've got your thousands of fans back in Turkey. We know they're some of the loudest in the world of Counter-Strike. They want to see you succeed as well. It's a mental game, Counter-Strike. Your mechanics, your comms, your teamwork, it can all be on point. But if your head's not in the right place, you're going to have a tough time delivering. Now taken into the buy.
WOXIC to be tested. Zentara's left him a HE as well, so he'll have 2 HEs for the breaks.
Get any information he can.
Make it 3.
There's going to be a second wave. Another clear Exertion. Hasn't played ahead, been caught once, but that's it. Now looking to path forward. Timing could be good.
Or not. Different fight, different flavor. There's WOXIC. Finding Spinks and gets away from the response from Exertion. An opening kill. EF must convert this one. Macari's extended their advantage as well.
On the board as well. First kill.
There it is. Jimmy went looking. Finds a headshot from Zentares.
So MOUZ almost win some crazy rounds yesterday. Almost a 2v5 on Inferno against G2. And this is the 2 heavy hitters, so no reason to rule them out. I'm still on their side, about 40 seconds. And, yeah, maybe a reason to rule them out now. Madja up and over. Double kill for the in-game leader. And first gun round on the board.
He wasn't playing scared. Love to see a play like that on the big stage. Straight up the ladder, straight in the back of the head.
WOXIC finds his second opening kill, and this time it's converted upon. Oh, and that's a cheeky one there, isn't it? So you'll take that one every day of the week.
Here it is. Clean with it.
Zip not liking the way that one fell. He's immediately going to take a tactical timeout. Must have enjoyed the way the head coach yesterday felt when they picked up a huge victory. A walk in the park. Had the best seat in the house. Exertion praised him. Did some nice calls up against G2. Well, we'll see what the adjustment is. They've still got plenty of money for the buy. Even enough going into the next for a residual. They lose this rifle round, not end of the world for MOUZ. Still able to battle back in and try and get on top of the CT economy. Thing one important. Now we have the full util. AK's almost across the board. Just Joda working with the A4. Mort for MOUZ.CET. Couple of defuse kits. Everything they need to start being competitive now, Eternal Fire. Consecutive rounds compulsory. They want to have a shot here at Nuke.
Aggressive orb line, adopted by MOUZ.CET straight off of hut, into the line, deep lobby. Puts the pressure onto Xantares. He's actually shoulder baited there. Torji's orb spotted. Audible steps from Xerxen, but away from the spray. Wakadia unable to convert. Oh, that's a fight. That's a big fight from Spinks. He ain't playing scared, and Xerxen isn't either. On the reload, he's in trouble. Spinks farms up a double. And look at him talking. He knows exactly what he wants the rest of the pieces to do. Does he intend to ask questions of this MOUZ.CET AWP? Madja does intend to ask questions of the young Finn.
Yeah, he's the player in the most pressure position right now is Madja. They can ramp, they can come heaven, they can come main, they can be lobby.
Oh, this is such a good angle from Roland, though. You're so procedural, you're clearing it out, you're looking for Jimmy, and it's the Swede up top. And then Jimmy activates, you're looking for one, the other will find you. Beautifully put together from MOUZ. The re-aggressions from the CTs seal their fate.
2,900 into the next. If MOUZ.CET could have held on to that, it could have been a big boon. They can buy short. Xantares might have to drop that AWP or Madja if they want to get it back in the hands of MOUZ.CET. So the ability for the purchase, it's possible. And they will work it out. Two players getting caught off. MOUZ.CET, sorry, it was Wakadia, desperate to find a trade back after Xantares' death. Runs out of ammo, gets caught in a corner, simple kill. Spinks is not scared.
Hang on a second. This is a different flavor straight out of the gates.
Flash lined up.
Jota's going to be right in front
for the
of
break.
Turns it. Second one's too good. He's got a full white screen, but as vision's restored, he unloads his mag, gets nothing done. MOUZ.CET, however, can. A double kill from the Turkish sniper. Cardia rotates down, maintains information flow.
Starts to take stock. Exertion still alive. The outside presence, where is he? Xantares and Madja now clearing for him, making sure he isn't lurking. We can see. He's deep entrenched within lobby. Spinks coming back. Brolin still at ramp. 3v4 number disadvantage for MOUZ. Squeaky blocked 45 seconds. Brolin now going to apply some pressure. How skittish is the rotation? Do they bite hard on this? Well, maybe not now. Great kill for Wakadia and a huge flank from Madja. This man's been around the world and then some so far in Nuke.
Yeah, staying active. Couple of very successful double kills on the flank, but look at the timing. Just as he looks away, he's put in a grave by Madja's flank. Spinks is still the unknown. But a guarantee for a 3. EF making a game out of this. MOUZ.CET Sorp seems destined for the frag. 5 seconds for Spinks to either get out of spawn. Trying to take another one with him, we'll opt for the ladder.
Okay, well, a bit of damage done, 2 kills. Jota gets tested on ramp, but it's the rotation of MOUZ.CET the double. He's been responsible, or at least a driving force of all 3 rounds that they've been able to post so far. Catch it from his POV. Jota takes the bait, just a pixel to work with there. Great work, and this is the one that essentially wins the round from Wakadia. The guns can be dropped. Another timeout. Well, Zip just called one of these moments ago, and then they converted. So what's he calling this time? How many rounds do they want in this T-half? But they've been a little bit greedy. They'll have to walk away with the 9 that is still possible. 3 rounds left before we head into the halftime break. Fight now being shown from Eternal Fire. It's not too late. They can still tie things up 6-6. But they need to go 4 on the trot into the halftime break. Conscious choice for no Torji AWP in this T round. Is it something a little bit poppier, a bit more direct? Slow and steady.
Doesn't find what he was looking for.
3 opportunities. 2 left, and there's another nade. Doesn't quite find the mark. You can see the layering of the smokes.
Oh, that's a bit short, isn't it?
And he'll be across. Two players down. Lucadia, joined by Zentaras. As we can see, it's only one man, and he hasn't even committed.
There
has a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Rotation point is WOXIC up the ladder.
So much to do.
All comes down to the timing. When the MOUZ hit the go.
That's an opportunity for WOXIC. Now Mad just got so much to deliver on this site. Torji isolated. Can he adjust? It's good from Spinks. It's better from Brolan. The site is lost, and oh, snappy aim. Double from Exertion. What a well-structured round from MOUZ, manipulating the rotation and overcommitment towards the B site. And WOXIC's holding on to his AWP as best he can.
May as well hunt him. Why not? You got money to work with. Take this away. Remove the threat. Wow, Spinks is going to come from a unexpected angle, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, brother, might even flash him. You cheeky boy. Draws attention. Will Spinks get there in time?
Jimmy just spotted him.
And from behind, they strike. AWP gone. Awkward now. Very, very awkward. No consecutive rounds, Chad. You said compulsory.
It's the CT side, right? You're looking to get the lion's share. And you didn't get many opportunities in that round if you're WOXIC. There was the one, and you missed. Magic did well to get his one on the side, but I love this from Exertion. Right, he comes back out of Secret. He's playing an angle that is really difficult for them to have in a fight. He's not caught in no man's land. He knows what he has to focus on, and very, very well done from Exertion there. Looking at home on the stages now. Spinks with 12, Exertion with 10. Nobody in double digits for Eternal Fire just yet. Second tactical timeout called from the Turks, and they're just going to shove. They know they need rounds. Looks like Zip's had so much time to get involved within this half. Both teams burning 2 tactical timeouts within the first half of play. Map 1, first semi-final. Vitality versus Spirit coming up next.
The first time we've seen this head-to-head this year.
I think you have to go back as far as August of last year for the two organizations locking horns.
It's just crazy that can still happen. So much Counter-Strike, and yet these guys have just kind of ships in the night.
Exactly.
Ooh, WOXIC's going to try something a bit different here. Might have an angle over the first wave. Does. Oh, and delivers. WOXIC's definitely present on the stage.
He has been the opening kill force for Eternal Fire. That's going to be his 4th. He's been involved in 6.
I just don't doubt MOUZ in clawing these back, though.
It's so comfortable. So don't overstay your welcome.
Oh.
Good information, backs off. Mollied out of position regardless. Now they can retool. Lucadia are aware there could be a fight coming his way. MP9 in hand. This is still a brittle buy for EF. He plays ahead of this.
That's a ballsy call. Lucadia. Oh, he was overlooked and he can't get it. 98. Agonizing.
Struggling. Only 2 kills for him so far.
Okay. Magic goes once again looking for answers for the squad. It's a very all-in maneuver. Thinks twice about it.
I'm heading back to lobby. EF have just cleared this, so they're going to be thinking they're elsewhere. Might even force a heavy rotation down towards B. Madja, he pops his head in. Now, how far does he go? You would think they're already over towards single door, double door. You don't want to push too fast. He's going to play back at the site. Joda, audible. Yeah, they're not believing it. This rotation late is huge.
This is going to completely bamboozle them. 20 seconds, though. It could still go wrong.
Zentaras' moment in the sun.
Yeah, you're right. WOXIC and Zentaras.
It's not even looking the right way.
The pride of Turkey, and he is not considering this gap at all. Jota just left it, called it clear, and someone back his turns, and Tara's down. WOXIC, wake up! Good God! Positionally outplayed, outmaneuvered, and they're left looking foolish in front of those stage lights.
I'll talk about bad information. That's exactly what that was. They made an assumption off of seeing nothing. And then a moment later, they waltz into that space that you thought was all yours. Another round slips through the fingertips, and we might be having MOUZ in back-to-back days with absolute domination. It's always going to be, can EF show up in a stage environment? There's no question about the Counter-Strike they can play within the group stages.
Sure.
5th event, 5th playoffs.
Sure. But you're up against a MOUZ that the only team they can't seem to beat is Vitality. Spirit, no problem. EF, apparently the same. An 8-round T-Haul, and we ain't even finished yet.
It's looking very likely to be 9. Have to force in again with something that's extremely similar in the buy department. They're having a good time. Extremely comfortable working.
This is it.
So lobby's called clear. They're so worried about all the players down secret. They hear the sound cue. They waltz on out. You're not expecting anybody to come through lobby whatsoever. Woxie's worried about the ladder. See you later, Alligator. You've picked Dust 2 coming up next. Is that a punish, or do you now think that's one of your best maps in the pool? Not long now, and we get to find out.
Oh, the angle is so sly. He can't even be flashed off of the line. Jota does well to find Jimmy. Gets something out of his aggressions.
Imagine knowing he has to make a play, having to step up to the mark. Some of his pieces just not delivering so far. He's been doing this for the longest in the server, there's no doubt about that.
Oh, we definitely respect our elders in Counter-Strike.
Can they conjure up a miracle? Once he could find a couple of tags on that scout, but he's going to feel that he's pinned. A lot of time to work with. It feels like MOUZ have 3-minute round time somehow.
It does. And just now, like at 50 seconds, the wall's erected. Break present, trying to delay, but they won't be able to stop him again. Wox immediately starts to relocate.
Crazy push from Arcadia.
Yeah, but it's all about the timing. Covered, and at the same time, they drop in unison.
Gonna go A now.
The 2 W's down, and it's certainly looking like an L. Centaurez 1, needs to swing it to Brolan. It's a headshot, insufficient rotation from Mata, covered by Torji, and a 9-3 half T-side nuke. EF left wanting.
So this tournament, this was at Cologne, so this is our second major of the year. Seeing Cobble again feels good too. That was the pre-flash for upper B. Smoking so I can get on top of it if I wanted to. Playing underneath the smoke. And we were playing as Fnatic here, who were a top team. Yeah, I think I just like that 3rd kill. It's like that 2nd to 3rd kill was really nice. And honestly, it's just kind of like a nostalgic clip for me as well. Super long time ago, we were playing as Fnatic, who were a top team back then. I don't know, it was just like one of my first good memories from the majors. I don't know if Cobble would be good for CS2. What they did to it afterward kind of killed the map. Definitely didn't want to really play it after they made their changes to it. But I don't know if you would have the same feelings that it was a good map back then. Because even when we were playing it, it was kind of a B simulator where the best option was kind of just go B, and it was really hard for people to stop. But everyone has improved, so things might change. And I always try to think of it that way, where it could be good. I'd have to really play it to know. When Dust 2 came back for CS2, I remember I was so bored of it at the end of CSGO. And the fact that CS2 is a new game, new mechanics, it can make any map good that was previously not as good. Bam. Bam. Semi-final, you're doing this. You should have big balls. I think if I would be on the stage like a Weaver, I would scream crazy. Well, Zera got. So.
We had a force buy or half buy. It's a score 4-0, I guess. Here we just knew that Frozen will stay here, or I don't remember how we got this information, but I'm just raising my mates. There are juicy headshot, and here I just heard how he stepped under heaven, so I knew it will be K for a ramp. I picked this highlight because it was the final of the major, and just this round was very important. There wasn't some special thoughts about like how I will destroy them, or like I just was confident that we can win this round easily, and we did great, so we won.
We're back live from Lisbon, the Mayo Arena. And watching a rather one-sided affair in our first map. Chad, what do you make of that first half?
Another non-starter. All you can do is really praise MOUZ for how poised they look in all of these situations. Cool, calm, collected, everything covered. The game at their own pace, players hitting shots, making their opponents look like fools.
The pistol was so exciting.
Oh, well, Eternal Fire looked like they had that fire in the belly, and then you lose a force buy, and, well, there you go.
There it goes.
3 rounds, CT half, nuke, your opponent's map choice.
Oh, Centaurus playtime cancelled by Torji. There's an important response out of Jota, but pushing down the vent, we get the same approach, but there's no help. Wait, tell a lie now. WOUZ.CET gets himself down. Wakadia kept humble. Will be forced into that lobby smoke. Bomb goes lower. No one immediately responding. Brolan and Jimmy now tending to it. Exertion well aware that Wakadia may be lingering. In fact, Spinks as well is on the hunt as that bomb does go down. Wakadia should be dead. Comfortable. Maja, next one. Nice find. Dips down the vents. Brolan already takes a heavy blow. Goosh down to 19 HP, and WOUZ.CET will finish the job. Long-range Glock, not ideal. WOUZ.CET again. He had 4 kills in the previous. This time it's 2. Make it 3 if he can hunt him down. Gets the job done. Necessary if you want to have any sort of conversation about the second half.
It's a long way back up this mountain. Will we see the CT side force buy? That has to be the question that MOUZ are asking themselves in this moment. Now, because you have such a big lead, you don't have to. You give it over, and then you can start your rifle rounds. But it looks like they strongly believe they are without a doubt the better team in this one.
What?
With a force buy, just with the MP9s.
Interesting.
No U-tilt to block. So do they want to do something aggressive? Just run into lobby, use the crowd against EF.
That is aggression. That is a lobby crunch. And Maja's not looking. This would be a disaster to let it slip. Wakadia tries to save him. An important triple. Stems the bleed and gives them something to celebrate.
Well, it turns out Wakadia is in the server. That is the most important set of kills that he has had so far.
That round was just starting to slip away.
And you could see the exploitation. They're like, okay, guess what? We know you don't play in these environments. We know that ambient noise can be an issue. It's a new classic. It's almost as old as the map itself. In an environment where there's so much sound, you push in, you catch him off guard, and that's exactly what MOUZ did. Favor's got to be happy that Wakadia stepped up and it had this level of impact.
Really, really crucial third as well. Instant headshot onto Brolan.
That's a stunning trick. I understand that it is only with the Mac 10 against a force buy, but the level of importance of those kills and how poised he looked for all of them, massive work. It forces them onto an eco now. Waiting for that that breakthrough moment. Is that it? Has Wakadia now started to believe? Well, an opener and some aggression in towards A, that's sure a telling point.
From non-starter to Wakadia fire starter. Reminds himself that he's capable.
The information now that EF have is there was another player up ladder and Wakadia was low. He took some resistance on A. He dropped that smoke. Has forced MOUZ into a situation where, okay, they can go down the vent, but you're on an eco. You're on a light investment with just these pistols. You'd have to take a stack. You have to take a gamble. You're not going to rotate traditionally in these scenarios, so sticking to their guns, their initial gambit of 3 players towards ramp, and they're in towards A. So this is an easy finish now for Eternal Fire. Just need to get that bomb. No stress. Oh.
Bit of stress. Little bit of stress.
A moment of stress.
Cortisol returns to a baseline.
That's an AK available on yard that Brolan might be able to get his hands on. And you want to do damage right now if you're MOUZ anyway. You're buying into the next. Save the AK, yes. Try and get a couple more kills.
Ooh, a lovely T-side molly as well, a valuable asset to a defensive round.
Are you giving this one a look? Time is going to be the issue. Okay, just going to pull back. You also, right, if you can limit giving kills over to the MAC-10s to farm a little bit of extra cash, that's also a big old positive. That's not the AK. Ron's gone the safest route back towards CT spawn. Bodyguarded by his 2 players teaming out heaven, and, well, they are done. They are dusted.
It's a big bomb.
There you have 3 consecutive rounds out the gate. That is exactly what Eternal Fire were hoping for in the first half. But is it too late to get this party started? Orji will be given his AWP. Dropped across by Jimmy. Whew.
All we've seen is some stunning death POVs from Xantares.
Wakati has had his moment against the Force.
Yeah.
Now it's Xantares' turn to have his moment against the Rifles.
Yes.
Very important for your yard control player to be finding opening incisions or space. We'll take one or the other. Now which one Xantares wants, though. Sig just doing some utility donation. Top silo into the hands of Madja. Now what he's throwing could just be to displace players, could act as a fake. You've got Exertion in main, Spinks side, Brolin playing on the silos in the side. Jimmy ramp, Torji rotating between everything. Intuition as well as information. That's what your rotator needs. Here's the top pressure. It's all a ruse though. Well, he missed. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, Brolin gets to stick around. Oh, the angle's perfect. Xantares does deliver.
Space and a kill. Perfect work. Springing into action now.
Bit of an over-rotation here. Jimmy and Torji loud towards the lower side.
We can see exactly where that bomb is headed, so... duped right now. What's the finish? Tapping down on ramp, Jimmy up to bat.
Jimmy pokes his nose back out, but from both angles, and Wakati will find him. This is lovely play from Eternal
Going
Fire.
into the stack on lower, though.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Torji's AWP is here, but it's only going to be that first shot onto Madja before the penny drops. The info flows. Torji looking for more. Oh, he's got another. Xantares down! Torji racking him up, farming him up! Beautiful! Stunning from Torji's AWP!
Bit down hard on the rotation. Looked like the wrong call. Eternal Fire walks straight into that, and we know Torji has the hot hand.
So quick with it. Xantares looks like a complete fool. Throwing nades. Oh, and the finish. The cherry on top, the pièce de resistance.
That's the type of plays that'll make you a fan favorite on stage.
They want B, and he says nay.
And that's real tough for Eternal Fire after those first 2 shots. Xantares onto Exertion in main, Wakati onto Jimmy looking the wrong way at ramp.
I got excited, that's my mistake. Just when I thought EF might be, proving how T-sided CS2 is. They fumble that lovely 4v5 manufactured by Xantares.
That's a 5v3.
Okay. The war drum calls for MOUZ to take this scout.
Oh, I like this.
Yeah, if there's a flash as well, it'll be perfect, but he's just going to edge around the smoke. But good awareness from Xantares, back to back in the feed first. Exertion tumbles down the secret stairs. It's pressure onto Jimmy. The young gun.
Now smoke fading, Jimmy pivots back more passive. From this angle, he can take information and get away.
Oh, good flashes, yep. Ward him off. Molotov forced to be respected, so ramp is under their control.
Well, how do you rotate now? You know you've lost secret. You don't want to drop down the vent. So some real problems if MOUZ want to respond towards that B site.
There's a bit of a standoff for that control between Xantares and Spinks.
And if they can get past him, Torji, he's going to get down before this, so never mind, I take back what I said.
Yeah. Valuable.
That buffer means the rotation will be in the right place again.
No AWP for MOUZ.CET to take this head-on duel.
Walked above him.
Planting. Torji's position noted. Xantares is taking his sweet time with this. Spinks has actually ended up going looking for him.
He's still in A right now.
This is bizarre. The flash forces Torji back. Heard in the vents. Time ticking in EF's favor. Xantares' late arrival. This is such a crazy standoff. Spinks. Torji spotted by Wakadia. Nice headshot from another. They're going to take everything away here. A real golden opportunity to reset MOUZ, but Torji fighting his way out. Up the vent, the only avenue. Sticking around for more, sticking around for damage. Torji will take as many as he can with him. MOUZ.CET accepts his fate. But EF quickly return to their winning ways.
Biggest issue there is MOUZ don't retain that AWP. Torji can buy one. Drops are available as well to help out exertion, and Spinks has enough of his own money. Torji can easily operate with the rifle. Important fight there. It's like a late yard control. They drop that glaive smoke towards red on a second tempo and timing. Exertion trying to be cheeky with it, gets caught. Quick yard smoke's thrown out from Madja.
Oh, there's a clear intent off the rip. This is a call from the strap book. Smoke wall. Oh, big test. Big test for the top side defense here.
Exertion getting information towards Yard. He just poked up his head ever slightly. Didn't catch anything. Rolling on A. Support of Spinks. Torji can rotate up the ladder.
Here comes that second wave. Flashes seem good. Bronn loses vision. Still nothing out of the heart. Distracted now. Up the vent they come. Into the side comes Xantares. Can't get them done. Wakadia will trade. Looking for him is Torji. Big from Wakadia. 2 versus 2. All to play for. All to play for. Jimmy up the ladder from heaven does deliver. Wakadia last seen on site. Low HP 1v2. This is a very hard clutch for Wakadia to piece together. Single misplaced bullet. Throws out the Molotov, makes it awkward for Spinks. He's burning down to 12, finishes the job. Where's the trade? It's Jimmy's sneaking through. Bomb still on the floor. Wakadia! That is what it's all about! Monumental in the clutch. Doesn't panic. Doesn't let the clock get in his head. He holds his nerve, holds his line, nails his headshot.
All right, there is some fight in EF after all. Wakadia with another massive round. He was absolutely silent within the first half of play. But his presence is being felt. In that moment right there, when he's taking the duel with Spinks, he looks to ladder. Jimmy doesn't swing ladder, that's where he was. He pieces it together. He's got to be coming from main. And that right there is going to break the finances of MOUZ. A lighter buy. Some MP9s, a P250, a couple of smokes. Wakadia is going to brave this. Starting to look like the Wakadia we had in the group stage now. He's towards the top of the scoreboard alongside of MOUZ.CET, the most impactful piece so far. And here he is again. Opening kills keep coming in the favor of EF. Xantares, now Wakadia.
Roland gets cheeky with it, does what Wakadia couldn't around that smoke in that first half, equalizing with his MP9. Just this half investment, this would be real. A trip over the shoelaces if EF can't piece this back together.
The fact they've already got this heaven controller will in a moment as soon as Xantares clears this. It's such a power position for them to be able to finish with. More bodies could join him up the ladder. They can play from the higher elevation power position against the SMGs.
Oh, he silently did it. That's beautiful. Movement tech from Xantares. He's unnoted. This is an angle Spinks seems prepared for somehow, but there's the frag. Seals the deal. Jota onto Jimmy. Brolin comes out. Another one from him. The Swedish MP9! Ooh, MOUZ.CET. Not an easy shot to hit by any stretch of the imagination, but a necessary one. Brolin looked like he was about to do everything there. Spotted. Oh! Headshot delivered. AK scavenged, avoids the nade. Torji's cooking up trouble now. And don't forget, they are low, but time. With no kit available, he'll take the upgrade. And he'll get out of there.
Can Madja get an upgrade? He's got a Mac 10 right now. We'll be able to get his hands on an AK. MOUZ.CET, you better run for the hills to hold on to that AWP. But we now have a one-round game. 3 rounds, nothing consecutive in the first half. They're in this to win this, EF. And that was just the partial.
Needed that.
Yeah.
Crazy shot.
Because of the close nature, the last few, EF haven't been able to build much of a bank on this T side. That is going to put them in a tough spot if they are to lose 1 round. We're talking bottom of the barrel loss bonus. Both teams have expended all timeouts. Faber aware of the financial situation. Zipex the same on the other side. This is the first time with Zipex behind them they felt any pressure whatsoever. Yesterday was a walk in the park. The first half of this was looking like the continuation of exactly that. Now, if you lose this one or you lose a site early, you can save, you can keep by, you can stay threatening on the CT side down the stretch. But you've been losing a lot of opening kills towards Yard. So do you want to put a leash on Exertion? You want him to just start Secret straight away, play a little bit more passive, maybe get Red Pole side of Warehouse. Not taking that heads-up duel with Zentares. Exertion's been quieter in that department today.
Yeah, he's been kept humble. Stark contrast to yesterday. Oh, that is aggression! Oh dear! Well, you talked about them potentially saving to extend their longevity. That's if they allow them. 2 frags in favor of EF in the opening 5 seconds.
Yeah, this is MOUZ choosing to shove, choosing to go aggressive, take the fight to EF, not allow them to set up with their intricate moves. Ready to play heads-up Counter-Strike. The 2 young guns, Joda and Wakadia, both deliver important kills. Now it's about connecting and finishing the round together, not giving away a free kill back, not lining up for multis. Time to work with. Zentara is already across towards Secret. Exertion wants to join Brolin to see if they can find an isolated fight towards Yard. Well, he'll be smoked off for now.
Oh, God. He has his bell rung.
He has to get away. As that smoke starts to fade, there's more problems.
And he's missed another. Still lucky to be alive. 3rd time's the charm. Exertion removed. And his team sees the opportunity, the distraction. Thrust themselves into ramp room. MOUZ.CET still holding for a re-aggress. Couple of missed shots here from MOUZ.CET.
Safety first, couple of smokes, bomb goes down, 40 seconds on the clock, and now looking for that save, but looking for the AWP as a possibility. MOUZ.CET's looking the wrong way.
Yeah, this could be the loss of the AWP, a treat for Torji in the next.
Turned the right way in a second.
Oh, wow, the awareness. He's gone away with murder that round.
All right, and all 5 staying alive. Just as I was discussing the financial woes, they've been able to pick up 7 rounds now on the T-Hall of their opponent's map pick, and they might lose everything. Wakadia and Zentara is starting to hunt Jimmy.
This is crazy. Utter madness. They know what it means as well to take everything away. They will. Tied up 10-10. Money up for debate. Forced a 5-man rebuy. Cheers.
And are afforded a couple of liberties to this partial investment. Spinks able to get himself out an M4, so we'll see if he can find some heroics with that. MP9's 5-7, couple of smokes. These are some of the tougher rounds to win. Cap in the smoke wall, or no, just no first smoke. So they cross looking for the jewel. And a change this time, not just 1 player, not 2, 4 players to take this Yard control.
He has that smoke though. Should be able to delay them. Gets it down. Spinks well positioned.
Oh, blocking each other. Slight fumble. Will it cost them?
Heads on swivels, working their way through Yard. Common position, but will it be overlooked this time? Yep, Zentares caught sleeping.
Just live now.
Opening kill from Spinks, 45 seconds.
That avenue's very treacherous. They're going to have to change the plan.
Oh, Spinks another. The only M4 in the mix. It's getting very uncomfortable, getting toasty. Wicardia, WOC.CET need to work a way in, but the back is turned, the bomb is lost. Spinks delivers for MOUZ in a large capacity. Torji another, and that's 11. That's how they find it. Outrageous. 4 kills out of Spinks. He grabs the AWP as well for his compatriot Torji. Rough.
This is the comfort of having such a massive lead in the first half of play and being on the CT side. Loss bonus will be playing in your favor down the stretch, and you only need a handful of rounds. So when you're able to get a hero M4, think about it, round after round, Eternal Fire are always going up against something.
He's played that so well.
And just that barb, he was here, there, everywhere. $1,400 loss bonus, it stings. Look at Exertion, how aggressive Yardi is. Look at all this early info. This is massive. He might get Magic for free.
He certainly might. Oh, spots you throwing nades. Back of the head, doesn't choose to engage. That's a big one, though, from Madja. Torji in heaven. That flank is coming. Torji does pick off one. Held at bay by the smoke. Nade will chip at Jota, but WOC.CET's found the flank. A massive foot delivery. Releases the pressure. Does EF look to rectify?
We just have to save again. Might get a kill here. Now it's a 3v3. There's a chance to go for this still. Bomb not halfway gone just yet.
Talking about it. Conservative approach seems likely here as he's backing away.
Everybody else so passive. Torji was the only one really in an actionable position. Jimmy tucked in towards the CT box. You're going to play down secret as well. And that push, it looked masterful. Gave them all the information. It was actually WOC.CET on the roof that was throwing the nades. It was Madja. No, I'll go in. I'll find the entry. In-game leader breaks open the site.
Yeah, Exertion's regretting not pulling the trigger on that jumping balaclava.
Oh, Madja goes down with the bomb there. Might actually impact whether he goes into an AK or a Galil right now.
Oof.
2 drops are going to be necessary for his teammates. Multiple bodies staying alive on the CT side. They can drop it again, stay threatening. So here it is, the util just being piped through. Madja just coming in.
No!
Oh, that's dirty.
Fully blind. And that's the frag. Exertion, yeah, visible frustration. It's been a while now. It's been a while.
This could be fast.
It is. Okay, testing straight into the top side. Not ready for Spinks. Down he goes. Roland and Jimmy holding fire, holding their nerve, and holding their sight. Jota does respond. Nice wallbang smoke spam. Onto Exertion. And things will slow down. Crazy. Pedal to the metal into the top side. Roland and Jimmy unfazed.
Orbs responded to ramp here in time.
There's one flash available, and they're not going to use it. Madja just crouch peeks into the AWP. Bomb lost. Round soon to follow. Should be theirs. Unless Jota can do one better than Wicardia clutch. And 1 versus 2 already for EF. Now Jota asked to find 3.
Surely Jimmy's won the round with this push.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Unless he has that 6th sense like WOC.CET did in the previous, but it's not looking good for him. From behind, Jimmy will strike. 12 first for MOUZ. The final round of regulation. We've got this far after a non-starter in the first half.
The final round money is just the problem. Madja's actually going to buy in an AK and drop that so that they can focus on firepower. Because the Madja, the best he can buy is a P250. Maybe even just rock the Glock so he can get an extra nade. He's been given a P250, gets a flash. The utility right now is so limited. We're talking 3 smokes, a flash, 2 mollies, and a HE.
Everyone's going to be singing from the same hymn sheet here. Any mistake, minor. Oh, like that! He has fumbled his movement and will lose ramp as a product of it. That's really awkward for Torji, but not the end of the world or the round. Jimmy feeling a lot of pressure towards hell, throws out the flames.
Important poise from Zentares in that moment. They got all this space so early. Quite truly a ramp rush. Aggressive into the AWP. They get that information. They force Jimmy back. Zentares, if he really wanted to make that duel, he could have pushed through, looked for the fight. It would have fallen on deaf ears. Giving away an opening kill. Now they can regather and work within this mid-round.
He gave him that AK. His captain called upon him to deliver. Just a P250 for Maja. No Kev. Setting up Centaurus to deliver. What can they get done? No stress for Jimmy. Stress now. Wicardia does deliver. Solid hold though from the CTs. They rack them up, sending them down. Looking good. MOUZ.CET changes the dial. Oh no! A blade and no scope required. They finish it. MOUZ take their map pick in this semi-final.
They were pushed, they were tested. Eternal Fire showed they're here to fight, but MOUZ, they get across the line.
Aussie, how dare you seal the map like that? Eternal Fire, they applied the pressure, but MOUZ withstand it, almost crumbling under the force of their T side. But man, that was the most competitive map we've had so far here in the playoffs, and I love it.
Yeah, it finally delivers inside the arena right here. MOUZ obviously off to a great start, playing good Counter-Strike. Impressive comeback coming in from Eternal Fire, applying some real pressure. At a point, you may even thought to yourself, hey, they're going to win this map. They're going to steal it away from MOUZ. And then once again, we see that individual brilliance, that individual class coming in. I love the pacing coming out from Eternal Fire in these last couple of rounds. They're not afraid to apply pressure. They're not afraid to play fast Counter-Strike, but MOUZ, they were ready and waiting for it.
But the rotations, exactly. They were ready for it, Pimp. The way Torzy's ready down there, that is so ridiculous. Like, I haven't seen people do stuff like that. Like Brokey, Simple, Torzy. Am I adding his name to that kind of list now? Because he's doing things that are just making other teams squirm.
I mean, he had some incredible individual moments throughout the duration of this map. It's been a name that we've been talking about time and time again for MOUZ. I love that he withstands the biggest test that MOUZ have seen so far here.
I very much agree, and I think that's the whole conversation we can have about the entirety of the MOUZ lineup. I think every single member in this game were pressured at certain aspects in the game. We had Exertion getting off to a good start, then he slowed down. We have Torzy coming in with a lot of impact later stages. Roland could be said the same. Good start to the game, then he falls out of it. So it felt like all the MOUZ players were feeling the pressure coming in from EF.
No doubt, and EF tried to keep applying that pressure. The A hits, the way that Madger goes for one full A rush, so close in that one. MOUZ barely withstand it, and the final A hit on top of that. I just got to give credit to MOUZ in how they kind of worked around those mid-late round situations because they were so aware of what EF wanted to do. I think Spinks in general was also just phenomenal. The way that he was able to just pick them apart one by one by one. It was like that A1S silencer, it actually had an impact because they didn't even know where they're getting shot from.
I feel like we need to, you know, take a breather, let our heart rate decrease a little bit and go back to the beginning of this map because Eternal Fire, they kick things off with a great pistol moment. How do MOUZ immediately answer back?
Well, they win the second round, and that was the one thing they could not allow to happen. I think one of the win conditions for me for EF coming into the game was getting off to a good start, getting some of those nerves that we spoke about in the arena days shot off. MOUZ.CET even finds the first kill. MOUZ stays in it. They play the time. A little bit unlucky right here for Madger. Probably should have had a kill against Spinks with the hero AK. Gets the job done, and he's leaving Wicardia all by himself right here, getting shot down. Again, Jota coming in with a nice trade sequence, then Brolin with a sick Take 9 round. It gets down to a 1v1, but at this point, it's already out of control for EF.
Unfortunately, it is, and I think Wicardia probably is the one guy there who really needed his kill. Madger too from the hut, but he was mollied off of his position. I think Wicardia, he came into this one, he had some good moments, but the beginning for him was very slow to start.
And the problem was the MOUZ won this round, and then they converted the following 3 or 4 rounds, getting off to a 5-1 lead on that T side on Nuke. So had EF not done this, had they gotten off to a good start, one can only imagine what would happen.
And then we switch on over to the second half, and you know, Eternal Fire start to bolster some firepower. They start to get some rounds on the board. And in round 16, they have the man advantage. I think it was Alex or Chad said, but Torzy, look at him. He's in the perfect position, and he completely makes this one magical.
A classic Torzy moment. You know, again, in a 5v3 at this point, he plays it to perfection. Opens the door, gets the first kill, plays a little bit balanced right here, plays a bit passive, forces a reaction out from MOUZ.CET, and then he's just going in for it. That second shot right there in window is stellar. The third one right here as well from Torzy, it's world-class Counter-Strike open.
The kill that he gets on the guy that's in the valley right there, this last shot, man, that is precision on stage. The flick shot to hit the head right there. I love the peek after the molly throw. Knows that Xantares is vulnerable for that little millisecond there as he's pulling his gun back out. Yeah, Torzy, good rotations in the right position. That's really what we've been saying about him for such a long time on MOUZ. He's really become a huge package for them.
No, obviously the story was kind of complicated for the side of Eternal Fire, particularly in that first half. Wicardia off to a slow start, but in that second half, ultimately this moment was in vain, but he really came into his his own in an impressive clutch in round 18.
I mean, we were ready to tell the story that Wycadia couldn't stand the pressure in the arena once more. Didn't have any impact in the first half, couldn't get anything done. You see the kill distribution below me right here. First half, not looking great for Wycadia. Round 14, he comes alive, and then round 18 is where he explodes onto the server, where we got a feeling that maybe, just maybe, Eternal Fire can win this map. Again, you see Brolan under a lot of pressure on the inner bomb side right here. I love the explosiveness coming out from EF. Again, Wycadia left in a very tough position. He's finding kills left, right, and center, and then he shows that he can clutch as well.
What's crazy is he's one of the entry players on top of that, but this shot that he gets onto Yimpat after dispatching the Spinx right there, knows Yimpat's going to be coming from Garage, but look at this. His HP, he's at 8 HP. He has to hit the headshot, so doing that in a big pressure moment like that, got to give him some props, even though, of course, he had the slow start.
And trust me, it's not easy to bounce back like that. When you're having a first half where you are part of the reason as to why your team is not even in the game, then coming into the second one, he's the one exploding. Round 14, a quad kill. Round 18, he kept EF alive.
And one of the main reasons why Eternal Fire were able to eventually equalize the scoreline, the score sits at 10-10. Then what happens in round 21, Jake?
I mean, I feel like that's the death punch. I feel that's where MOUZ are coming in and saying, listen, we're going to come back, we're going to win this round. Unfortunately for EF, they couldn't really withstand the, I guess, the response coming in from MOUZ. Spinx with the M4A1S. You said it yourself, Maui, they have no idea what hit him right here. He wins the first duel, he stays alive, he plays it to perfection, and I think a little bit of indecisiveness from EF as well. Not sure if they want to contest him, and then you can see right here, it's just falling apart. They're getting picked apart by Spinx, one after another, and the trade fire coming in from Torsi in a second with the MP9 seals the deal.
Really, I mean, this round feels like it was all Spinx. Just good angle awareness, just making sure that he's able to isolate these fights really well. I feel like he was the win condition in this round. It was kind of a scrappy buy for the rest of MOUZ, and if not for him, this could have been EF. So great on Spinx to really come through in this kind of moment, because he has been a difference maker on this MOUZ. He has really brought the firepower for them, and in my eyes, he's also brought some stability. He's not always having these kind of 4K rounds. It's usually 1 kill here, 2 kills there.
It's kind of the first time that we've brought his name up really in a highlight moment so far. Obviously, didn't really require him in the quarterfinals just yesterday. They dispatched of G2 pretty handedly. But the fact that he shows up in these high pressure situations, that's what we want to see from Spinx.
It's that arena experience, and I think Spinx even said it himself. He wants to bring that experience in towards the MOUZ camp. He's well aware that he's been there many, many times with Vitality. He's well aware that some of the conversations that has been surrounding MOUZ is that arena inexperience. So for him to address that himself, for him to bring a certain calmness, and I guess for him to show the rest of the team that you can trust me. In these moments, trust me, I will get the job done, and so far he's been doing well.
I'm not even sure necessarily if it's that Spinx is instilling people like Exertion with more confidence, or they're growing on their own. I have to think it's both at this point. When you're playing with a guy that's so much more seasoned, a major winner, like let's not forget that Spinx really does have a good cabinet of trophies behind him, then you're going to gain a little bit of faith in that. So all in all, this MOUZ project, once again, getting the job done with a map victory here on their pick. Didn't really even think that EF was going to come back in that sort of fashion, but still able to hold on.
Yeah, it took the full 24 rounds, but MOUZ just about get their map pick over the line. And I'm curious as to how Xyp9x is feeling after map 1.
Xyp, it looks very good on your map pick to start off with, but they start to fight back. They were managing to barrage their way through your CT side. You were obviously talking a lot during those timeouts as well, so tell me what you were trying to say to the guys, what you're trying to change up, because it took some heroic rounds in order to win this one.
Honestly, I think we had the right reads. We knew where they were. We just didn't win the duels. That's it. For me, our T side was fantastic. Yeah. So something positive. But I think we need to close it out. Like I think we need to have a better CT side. That's it.
What were you saying to them during the timeouts? Can you give me some insight?
I mean, that we were doing the right things. That's one thing. But obviously also, what should we expect from them? And I think we most of the time knew what they were doing, or at least had a good setup for it. They are crazy good aimers. Respect to that. That's it.
Are you expecting now a kind of similar tough battle when it comes to Dust 2, where the aimers are really going to shine, and what are you going to say to the boys in between?
Yeah, I mean, the explosive team on Dust 2. I won't reveal too much, but we have a good game plan.
Yeah, obviously one of the more stressful maps that MOUZ have had to get over the line here. It's kind of nice that we get that comparison from just yesterday when James was checking in with him mid-series. You could see he's a bit more tempered, you know, he's having a bit less of a giggle. Understandably so, because that was a high-pressure one.
I think in the context of the tournament as well, for those of you who perhaps didn't watch the group stage or wasn't aware, when they played Vitality, they were having the same issues, right, where they couldn't close out these close games. When MOUZ were winning, it was looking good. They're closing out the games. Everything feels nice. Against Vitality, they had 2 maps where arguably they should have won both match, but they couldn't close them out. So I think from a mental point of view, for them to feel that, listen, we can withstand the pressure, we can apply pressure towards our opponents, and they can apply it back, but at the end of the day, we can close out the games. I think mentally, that could be a big victory for MOUZ.
I think, like, mentally that Xyp9x has had to flip a switch too, because yesterday it feels like they just ran over G2. This time he's still a competitor at the end of the day. You know, as an assistant coach, even then, now standing in as the head coach, he's trying to think out, how do I eke out that extra 5% from these players? So you can see the stress on his face. From yesterday, he was like, yeah, I'm having fun. Today, it's like, we have a really good game plan, and I don't want to reveal it. It's like totally different.
Where does that leave Eternal Fire for your money after this one being so close to pulling off an incredible comeback? Some incredible individuals showing up, but it just not being enough to steal away the pick from MOUZ.
I'm glad it was MOUZ's map pick, because I think they can find comfort in that, knowing we're going into Dust 2, a map they obviously prepared well coming into the series, as they knew they were going to pick it. However, it must give them a bit of a feeling that, listen, this arena doubt that is crippling into their mind, the fact that we can't perform inside the arena, maybe it's starting to grow within them. I will say the quality of Counter-Strike they played on Nuke, I know it's hard to believe that yourself when you just lost the map, but it was good from EF, and if they can just, you know, find 5-10 extra % on their own map pick, I think they can remain competitive. But at the end of the day, they gotta win a map.
Totally agree. I feel like this could easily go 3-8. With the quality that they played on Nuke, they didn't show up for, I would say, the first 8-9 rounds of that map, and then they still brought it to 13-11. That's got to instill a lot of faith, and also doing it on the T side of Nuke, usually the harder side there. Dust 2, I think Madger has a lot of ideas of how they want to play this one. I feel like they're going to feel a lot more comfortable moving into this. And like you said, I mean, it's thankfully MOUZ's pick, so they can at least live with the fact that we made it extremely competitive on what I would say is MOUZ's best map.
Yeah, close but no cigar for the side of Eternal Fire, but hope does lay on the horizon. Their map pick of Dust 2 awaits on the other side of this break. Dust2, the pick of Eternal Fire into the semi-final series. For MOUZ, it was a case of wiping some sweat off their brow after just about getting their map pick of Nuke over the line. They'll be starting on the CT side of Dust2, which Zipnik said, we've got a plan. I'm not sharing it with you, but we've got a plan. We know how to handle Eternal Fire.
Here's something for you. We had the conversation around Dust2 and MOUZ's Dust2 in particular after the Pro League final. It didn't look great. You know, GymFed were not having a great time on that B-bomb side, and MOUZ were not looking good in that game. Then fast forward, when they played Vitality, they should have won that map. They should have beaten Vitality and Dust2, and I think everyone agrees right now that Vitality is the best team in the world in Dust2. So if you're MOUZ right now, I think you're coming into this game with an awful lot of confidence. If Dust2 is the worst you can bring up against us, if you're EF, I think if you're MOUZ, you're happy about that. I think the performance they had against Vitality in the group stage was at a very high level. They struggled closing out the game, but in the core essence, they played good Counter-Strike.
And that's something where I feel like for closing out in a series like this, you're going to have the edge if you're MOUZ. You're the more seasoned team in terms of stage experience, but I also am still very curious about that Zipnik's game plan, because Eternal Fire are one of the rare teams where I see them go out long late a lot. Like, they really like coming out long A, regardless of if they get the spawn or not. So I want to see, does MOUZ keep two defenders in that position late in the round, or do they just get aggressive with it? Do they try to get disruptive?
What do you think is going to be the best solution to what Eternal Fire are inevitably going to throw at MOUZ in that area?
Just keep a couple guys there. I want to see Brolin there. I want to see maybe even Exertion moving over there sometimes. Just keep Torzi on the line as well. I just want to see more bodies in that side of the map, because worst case scenario, you just push it. You just push long to try to flank them if they're trying to go for a mid to B or something later.
One of the biggest strengths of EF's T side though on Dust2 is Santaris, and when he's being gifted space in the mid portion of the map. Whenever they're doing a B split, whenever he gets to walk out middle, he has the aim, he has the ability to make the difference. I would love to see Torsi shut him down. I would love to see MOUZ contest towards middle. You don't have to push lower, you don't have to push middle, but make sure that you don't give Santaris too much space in order to execute those B splits, because they do that to a high level.
We do call Dust2 an Orpus Paradise, though. We know Toolsy's already showed up on map number 1. What's the situation with MOUZ.CET coming into this?
Freya, I'll raise you a third. What about Wycadia? Wycadia was actually a great secondary offer for them when they played against Na'Vi to get through the seeding game, to get the semifinals berth. It was not something I expected to see, because MOUZ.CET, you know, he's the usual suspect. He's great at Dust2 opping, no doubt about it. But Wycadia on that mid to B op, just another factor, another guy that you're going to have to worry about if you're MOUZ. So in some ways, I feel like MOUZ have to get a lot of their work done on that CT side here.
Let's just get the game on.
Yeah? Are we ready?
I'm ready.
I think we're ready to do it. This is Dust2. This is the map pick of Eternal Fire to see if they can keep their life in the semi-finals.
Perpetually in pursuit of that trophy, and it does feel a little too far away here in Lisbon after that performance on Nuke. Sure, they clawed it back in that second half. We thought it was just going to be a whitewash like yesterday, but they did show some tenacity. Perhaps there is ground for a conversation about a third, or is it all said and done?
If we just look at the numbers, 5 straight losses on this map for MOUZ, 5 straight wins for Eternal Fire. So if we just want to take that into the consideration, maybe, just maybe, they can push us to Mirage. But it's still this stage experience, the victory, the series win, not just a map.
Yeah.
Wycadia started to look comfortable in that second half, but Torji shut him down. Can they bring that fire? And they topple MOUZ.
There's only one way to find out. Lisbon, let me hear you! Dust2! Is it the last map we see from EF? Can they force us to a third? They'll have to break the MOUZ defense. You were just remarking to me off air about the nades, and look at Madja fully equipped again.
Yeah, he's always throwing them. Just in the gun rounds, donate to the boss man. He'll get you sorted. Something to note very early within the piece is the position of Spinks. It's not going to cost them anything, unless Exertion comes over and has a Piron in and gets a kill. But Spinks has been boosted towards CT immediately. This is prep for a mid to B. He'll be able to play over this smoke if they run towards window. Okay, maybe a few more threats. That's the man with the util down to 15 points of health.
Suboptimal.
They're up cat, Spinks off the boost. Heading to A alongside Torji and Brolin. They've given up long completely.
Block smoke's tough, and the nade could do a lot of damage if they time this right. Has the flash ready.
Big nade.
Elects for the HE, and that's the end of matchup. Strong case for an opening pistol here.
And look where Exertion's gotten off to. Huge push. A real way back.
Yeah, you're boxed in here. And actually, a little bit of friction. He falls back.
Zentaro's just trying to chase him down. Trying to give them some space. 30 seconds. Time's going to be an issue. Eternal Fire, you got to pick a side.
They have just decided to hit this A side, but there's 3 players here. They're so ready, and Rollins still has that flashbang. They're going to be doing the flashbang dance, and Spinks, he's got the aim to back it up. Here it goes. Nice from Wakadia. Bomb's dead. Awkward now, despite his kills. Still hitting shots from Wakadia on long.
They're going to
pick up the bomb. I don't think they can. I don't think they can get the bomb in time. There's just no time for this. Oh, it's a nightmare. An absolute waking nightmare. I don't think he got it. I don't think he got it. MOUZ will take the pistol.
Oh.
Brutal.
That's tough. Some nice kills coming out late long there. Help get them in towards the side, but you need that package. A knife's edge, we get delayed by that smoke, and that nade comes in, bang. Magic goes down. Wakadi does a great job here. The goosh on the Spinks and the follow-up. He also gets the goosh onto Brolin at range, but it's just not enough time to get that bomb punched in.
And the pistols was one of the few things going for them.
Yeah, exactly. Both in their favor on Nuke. Same can't be said now for Dust too, as Exertion, he's just feeling confident, isn't he? Jota, unfortunately for him, because he went down after time. Operating with limited cash going forward. So they are taking the eco. They will buy into the next. They'd love to be able to get a plant or a couple of kills to try and help out Jota a little bit. There's a kill.
That's something. You force Session to back. Spinks is going to aggress as an MP9 falls into enemy hands. Should have been the end of Jota there. Nah, Jimmy, he sees to it.
And Brolin's pushed long as well, so Zentaro's about to cop bullets to the back of the head. And there you have it. Comfortable start, 2-0. Now into the guns. Well, but the kill actually helps out Jota a decent amount. Galil now with head armor and util to go with it, so could have been much worse. He's actually gone Mac 10. What's the call going to be first rifle round? Decent long spawns for Zentaro's Jota to work with, but they're just going to call into a standard approach. Manja takes the Mac 10 from Jota, so he'll be working with the SMG. Rolling the Exertion, starting too long. Torji to help set them up with flashes. There's 3 players in the tunnels. Zentaro's in through lower, Wakadia, Jota, and now the rotation of Manja coming back over. This is looking like they want to test this B site quite early. Brolin very close long doors. Now he was bringing up these late long pops from EF. That's a good position to negate them. Exertion cheating over to help mid to B, and Torji playing the ramp. So should at least be 2 players over towards B to deny this execute, which is being lined up now.
Jimmy typically handles himself with poise here. Spots them. What's his reaction? Cycling through his nades. Gets out on Incendiary. They get flashed off as well. Spinks delivered. Pushes through for a second. The headshots on the FAMAS. Sure, Jimmy wounded. Zentares, he's locked in a box, and Xerxen slams it shut. Nothing here for EF. Woxic changes the dialogue, but Xerxen's there. For MOUZ, winning victorious with 3 alive in the first gun.
It's going to feel very good for the B defensive Spinks and Jimmy there to be able to deny them. They've tested your sight on the first rifle round. You've made sure there's absolutely no way in. Another little theme that I want to keep track of as well is how eager Brolin is going to be on the long pushes. Is it because of the SMG that he had that he went for the push in this round? He also did against the eco. But Spinks' impact is being felt in this MOUZ jersey. There's no doubt about that since the debut. 2 grand finals, look for their 3rd. They might get in there damn fast. There's just a quick little tech has already been sorted, so we'll be getting things straight underway. No issues. Will have to be a partial investment. Max loss bonus into the next for EF. Going into round 4, you've already got 3 AKs in the AWP and residual cash and a couple of your members. So sitting pretty. Looking to break that streak of... Whoa! Whew. Okay, well, that's a B defender down.
That's a gift.
He's got a bit more to go alongside of this. It wasn't just the scout. You've got a Galil's, Tech 9s, Mac 10. This is a very winnable round now.
Yeah, especially if Wakadi could do it once more. Tough tip of the head spotted. Torji unable to punish that. He will potentially be scrutinized on that mid doors by the Tech 9s. He doesn't even break it. Bit of misplay. Flustered.
That's a B defender you've taken down, so are they just going to tool up for a mid to B split? Spinks likely over that side of the map. Torji was. Do you want to apply cap pressure first? Well, it's tough. Your utility is quite limited. It has to be a group up and go. Mid to B smoke lines up now. It looks like everybody's going to pipe their way out.
Oh, this is uncomfortable now for Torji. AK falls into enemy hands, but too comfortable. Torji activates, Spinks down. He can win this round.
Oscar's the AWP.
Yeah, he's poised to collect onto Brolan once that smoke does fade. Zershin coming in from short side. Will he opt for tons? Will he group up with Brolan? WOXIC considering both options. Brolan playing the waiting game. Does not want to run into this AWP, and WOXIC just dismounts.
Hits for this.
They'll start to crawl.
Retake's on.
Yeah, 100%. It's on like Donkey Kong. Oh, a leg shot through the doors. But Zershin low on notice. Wakadia, he plays an active angle. He's ready to fight. He's ready to brawl. A massive round from Wakadia. Quad kill to put them on the board.
Okay, he woke up in the second half of Nuke, and he's here to play on Dust 2. Highest rated player for EF on this very map. He will be instrumental, especially on this T side.
See that again.
Oh, that's a thing of absolute beauty right there. Just catches the noggin, flick of the wrist. Jimmy sat on his ass. Do you start using a HE or a smoke now to be concerned with those crosses?
Wow. Turkey's got talent.
4 players starting long to lock this down.
Oh, this could be the wrong time to be calling what they have. They're just going for an acceleration into long. Zershin unloads his mag, traded out by Jota. Brolan there to pick up the pieces, maintain that man advantage.
They've done their homework, MOUZ. Cardi the man to grab the space off the back of this.
The analysts talked about their penchant for long.
Yeah, and the fact that you start 4 there, you're hanging around, you're ready with the type of angles that they approach. Good trade work. Torji's still here alongside of Brolan.
Torji. Dispatches of Madge up. Hope they'd relocated, fallen away. WOXIC even reveals his location with the AWP shot on the flash. The unknown entity. Wakadia versus Spinks. He's done very well.
Giving them something to work with. Could turn their attention over towards B. WOXIC could rotate all the way back. There's still a minute on the clock. Maybe not. Jimmy, assertive, has pushed in towards the upper tunnels. He's going to take some space away from them. So looking to regather with Wakadia. 2 players posted on short. Not fighting for that mid control, just ready to react to information that could be offered up by some sound cues. And they might be forcing into the fight. Big kill for Brolan.
What a headshot.
You still don't know where WOXIC is. You know where he was. Oh, and the sound cues now.
Now they do.
Gonna go through this. Crazy.
He's going for a crazy play. Torji seems aware. So ready for that. Beautiful start to the round for MOUZ. They immediately put EF back in their place.
The fact that they did win the lighter buy to get on the board does put them in a situation where they can still stay threatening. Distinguishes their exertion playing for exactly that. You have a few options. Right? You want to be in anti-flash or positions where you can tuck into angles. Wakadia jumping into his demise. He was trying to buy them a way out. Zentares and Magi yet to get activated with a kill on this T side. See what the buy has left them with. The WOXIC AWP, MAC-10, AKs, and a Deagle, but limited utility. At the long control now, they pivot back.
Right for Spinks. Can he win it out this time? A head-to-head with Wakadia. They're both limping. They'll fall back into the safety of the B-bomb site, but how safe for how long?
They're reading the B split. Exertion left A, heading towards CT spawn to help this out. Brolan leaving long, coming to support Torji. Can't be dry, surely.
Yeah, Madge has got flashes. No, he does. Yep, just enough. Forces him off the line. Heavy damage, puts him onto notice.
Falls 2 pieces of utility. They flash, they molly. There's also a HE, so 2 players close to defending short. There'll be no long pressure available for EF as they erect a smoke wall on A. Now they walk out the mid to B.
He hasn't nailed that smoke. Pressure onto Spinks and Jimmy. Don't forget about the low HP.
I don't think there's no molly for this.
There is a HE. Jimmy up close. Good angle for this on top of the car. Spinks waiting, biding his time, starts to activate just the one. Long range MAC-10 out of Madge. Needed that from WOXIC. Gives them the man advantage. Bomb goes down B, and Torji doesn't even look like he's going to give it a look.
Okay, nice little back and forth to start off, Dust2. This is what you want to see. A competitive affair starting to take shape. 4-2 to be locked in about 30 seconds time. Orlan just wanting to get himself an upgrade. Comes into AK. Take you that one. Thank you very much. How much can you hold on to on the EF side? They can dip on out. Really, that AWP is the main point you want to be holding on to here, but Magic get himself into something better than an MP9. Doesn't look likely, so, well, no, there you go. An AK in upper tunnels. That one saved. Still nothing consecutive to boast for EF.
So first it was Wakadia's quad kill. This time a team effort. Yeah, nice shot.
Low on HP, but still a necessary adjustment. The SMG at range, well, forced by in behind the saved guns. Two Famuses and an MP9 greet the saved AK and AWP. Woxic down to Suicide to take the duel, and ooh, heavy start with players mid. They're going to push.
Oh, he's taken the head off of Madja. Torji opens up the account for MOUZ. Pursuit of a 5th on this CT side. Zertian getting active. Centaurus to receive him. MP9 up close. He's not looking. What a shot!
Big adjustment.
Straight adjustment to the face.
Torji's already repositioned for the next duel.
Yeah. Back away from the flame.
Mid-door smoke didn't land perfectly.
Oh, the break. They break the skull of Centaurus off the back of it.
Jota's
Good shot.
undetected. Nade's out.
He's got a timing. They're not looking. They're not looking. Composes himself. Oh, Torji gets away. Spinks asleep at the wheel. No adjustment. Didn't tuck. And Jota dunks on Torji to finish. It's a Jota round. World class from Jota. How often do you see a tier 1 team get that bamboozled, that caught off?
Yeah, so focused on middle. Oh, that was even with the opening kill from the Torji AWP into Suicide. Drill this into just a 1-round game, but that's a bit of a statement piece there from Jota, one of his better rounds yet in the series. A lot of room to work with. Spink's just not aware that he was open for that, so the comms falling apart as Jota. A nice round.
Smiles on the faces.
He's one of the players that gets fired up the absolute most in this team, so if he can start bringing some of that energy. Yeah, so on the jump spot. Wow. Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big kill to make.
So he gets this, spots Spinks, tags up Torji, decides he's got the HE to finish the job. Look how far away he was.
They've broken the money. Has to be the eco now for MOUZ. Think about how tough it was when they were on the T side of Nuke, coming back, and just the loss bonus, the save guns, the ability to buy Hero M4, and then Spinks breaks your heart. Well, now you've got them down to just pistols. You need to be converting around like this and as cleanly as possible. But right now, MOUZ have gambled correctly. All 5 pieces in the right place. No flash, no upgrades. They're out long. They do have the weapon and utility advantage. It's hard to see this one going wrong for EF.
Yeah, the only advantage is their positioning. Isolates one. A lot more where that came from. Great work from Spinks. How's he found that double ding? Centaurus could spam away from short side. They just get boxed in. Just the 1 casualty for EF.
You'll take that. Nice little mop and bucket round.
An oldie, but a goldie.
You know what that sound means. Tactical timeout called by MOUZ. You and I have the perfect position to look straight into that booth, catch all 5 players and the body language of Zip as he unloads. The 30 seconds of adjustments necessary. This is a map where MOUZ have lost 5 on the trot. EF have won 5 on the trot, and right now they are competitive. We're all tied up. MOUZ opting to start on the CT side. Well, the pistol, it's a great way to kick off their campaign. Now they've been broken, now we're into the thick of the rifles. Long spawns, extremely limited right now. Don't expect to see them go out off the first timings. Mission of the Torji AWP. Statement piece of their nuke will be lacking on the CT side.
What is this from Zantares? Straight down, straight up the guts. He's ready there, jumps up. Chance squandered. Doesn't choose to engage. Oh, and he's punished. Spinks with a dunk. Commitment to the spam with Cardia gone. The 5v3 early doors. Oh, Jota, he's gone very brave there. Straight through the smoke. Claws one back.
Spinks, the B defenders.
He's here early.
Protected. MOUZ.CET catches the jump spot. Rolling long push.
This is massive. They're not looking. It's Jota's turn to have his back turned. MOUZ.CET spins on a dime. Awareness at an all-time high.
Well, Jimmy and Spinks B defenders both still alive. Torji A AWPer.
Can't see over that. Maybe he can if he elevates. Just under the smoke.
This round can still go wrong. Madja has the bomb and he's in upper tunnels.
They've got 45 seconds. They need to piece this together soon.
Yeah, but the duels are all going to feel like 1v1s.
Yeah. Madja's taking his sweet time. This is getting uncomfortable. They're trying to make a play for A. Molly the CT push, 30 seconds. Trying to keep the boots planted.
They're not seeing anything. Madja's going to come back.
He can't now. Jimmy's coming from behind. MOUZ.CET, how aware are you? Are you ready for this? Yes, he is, but Jimmy hits the shot. Down goes Jota, wide open on B. This was all a bait. They set him up to come up clutch. Can Madja deliver? He's called himself into a clutch on the B bomb site. It's to isolate Jules. 3 players advancing to his position. Jimmy from the tons. Madja, timing is everything on his engagement. Pre-aim. Spots a barrel, isolates the Jewel, can't finish off Torji. Molly available, using every tool in his arsenal. Aggressing now, they're going to triple swing him. How can he isolate these Jewels? He simply can't. Spinks will wrap it up. That was avant-garde, that was unusual, that is hard to explain.
That's tough. I don't think that that's what they wanted to call. It was just so risky to be going back for Madja in that situation because, yeah, they had the short control. They weren't connected there. This is the initial exchange. Opening kills keep going against EF. They've only been able to find 2 opening incisions so far.
The round could have been different had MOUZ.CET found Jimmy on the flank. Could have opened up some avenues for pivots. So good shooting from Jimmy. Active on that B anchor roll. Timeout called.
Oh, they get their all back in their hands on this CT side. So they can start 4 long to deal with these late long pops. Take a look again. What are the spawns? Well,
they're pretty good, Chad.
There's a couple available, but so far we haven't seen them take them out the gates. It would be Zantares alongside a Wakadia. And the way that they're currently postured doesn't look like that's going to be the case at all. So just going to play out another standard round. And when they went all in on Nuke with the top rushes late, it did come back to bite them. So a heads-up Counter-Strike is something MOUZ can definitely deal with. Back into another default standard round of play.
Here's Lisbon giving them the wave goodbye. Or is it hello to Mirage? Standard opening. Smoke erected on doors. Covers the count progression. Tara's progressing. Steps heard by Xerxin. He knows short now occupied. He's hoping to catch something on the fade of his smoke. MOUZ.CET actually holding for anything he can get over the top. In the NOA. Crisscross implies mid. Fights.
Torji now rotating back to A to support this.
He'll be there in time. Xerxin does want to aggress doors at some point. Getting a bit time sensitive now. A smokes. Torji, will he have the chance of the shot? They're ahead of the smokes. Jota down. Orb connects. Wakadia's patience does prevail. Onto Xerxin far flank. Jimmy onto Wakadia back. Bomb should go down. Zantara's staring at the floor. Does not want to get picked off by that Torji orb. Clock extended.
Couple of mollies. You need some space. You can't just play from sight. They need to take this short control. Spinks and Jimmy are going to come on through. Late long will be Brolin and Torji in this retake setup.
How do they fight this? WOUZ.CET going to be tempted to peek over those flames. It's held by Jimmy. Pressure. Zentara's looking the wrong way at the same time. WOUZ.CET does dispatch of one. Gets away. Spink's position noted. There's Brolan. There's Madja back. Takes down the Swede. Torji from long. Spink's on short. This is the fight. He gets it done. Solid work for the 5th round. The EFT side is cooking. Torji gets away with his AWP. A consolation prize, but a job well done.
They got the absolute most out of those Molotovs towards short. Really stalled the retake. Ricardia getting traded by Jimmy and mid. I felt like that was enough to make that possible, but the fact they opted for short as well as long. Nobody coming up through CT. They were constricted. No smoke, no flashes. Easy as you like for Torji, but it's AWPs finding impact on either side of the server. So save an AWP. You can drop a rifle. Lost bonus into the next 2,400. Yeah, there you go. So rifle's been bought in. Not a full force. And they've given it to Spinks. He was the hero last time round.
Yeah, the heartbreaking round for EF. Double smoke start, Molly short.
Big push early from Torji. Brave stuff, but huge information. Exertion now playing close short with... Spinks to jump up with that M4.
Oh, they weren't ready for Xerxes. He's done very well to get one, but Spinks empty-handed. That's big. Ricardia finds the frag necessary. Just Brolan's dig on the site. Times it well, but instant headshot from Zentara's. Just his fourth frag. In a whole half of play.
Now 40 seconds on the clock to save, and you'll be noted immediately. So they spring to life to hunt you. 2,400 into the next. How badly do you want it?
Pretty damn bad as Ricardia heads spawn. I don't know, man. He's so far away. Just Ricardia that gets the green light to go looking, but already hitting that walk here. Looks like Torji will be bringing it through into the final round of this second map's first half.
Late to this. Let's return the AWP. Chance going into the halftime break for Eternal Fire to find 7. Forward frags. That's the most high intensity moment of the round right there. First kill going against them, but they do batter their way through. And Zentara's is going to be instrumental once they get over to the CT side, the A-rotating rifler. A big job on his hands. Oh, they missed the smoke.
Flashes out, Jota out, and about. Zentara's unable to lend a hand. He has to extinguish just to be there. Jota doesn't play scared. Molly Carr, the CTs respond with this smoke. Do you play ahead of it? You boost over it. All flashed off the line. Crouch key hit. Missed shot from the AWPer. Oh, sitting duck for him, but it's only a tag. WOUZ.CET put on notice. Brolan the same.
Exertion has to do with this cat pusher with Ricardia.
Interesting to see this head-to-head again. Oh, what? Xerxes pulls the trigger first, but Ricardia, an amazing adjustment. Need to break. Brolan is low. Zentara's right in front of him in the smoke, touching distance, can practically smell him. Gets across. Mantles up. Torji's AWP on the edge of that smoke. Zentara's is looking for him, looking for a window of opportunity. There is a flank on its way. Good catch from Jota into the site. Brolan's gone. Finishes what Zentara started, and a missed shot from the AWP will be punished. It spins his flank faster than he anticipated. WOUZ.CET will fall. Zentara's down as well. Hang on, are they piecing this together? Not the 2v5. Okay. All good in the hood to make it a 7-5 half. It's only Spink's position noted. They're not giving this one away. Ricardia is going to seal the deal from behind as well. Base the shots, trying to get across. MOUZ.CET secures it. EF trying as hard as they might to secure a third map in this semi-final.
He's one shot, he's one shot. How are we losing that? 1v4. How? Ah! Ah! Where are my bullets going? Ah!
Well, well, well. Looks like another victim of a crappy chair. If you're like this guy, performance isn't your problem. Your chair is.
How are you in my...
Shh. See, here at Blacklight, we know what the key to victory is. It's comfort. And you're looking at it. Dynamic, adjustable lumbar support, specifically designed to benefit users of all heights. Loosen up, we've got you back. With just the right amount of support. Racing-inspired Embrace design. Feel the grip of pure victory embracing your body, keeping you at the apex of the action. The magnetic head pillow, because why should you ever have to fumble with straps? Dual roller PU silent wheels. Stay both silent and deadly in and out of the server. Integrated, condensed foam technology for that floating on a cloud experience. It's superior comfort for extended seating.
I'm gonna rank up.
You win. Come on!
My chair's just better.
And that is the power of the Kraken. Let us carry you while you carry your team.
Terms and conditions apply. Sitting required. Chair will not function properly if you refuse to sit. No rage quits. Chair is not responsible for damage caused by flipping, throwing, or aggressive reclining. May increase gaming skills, or at least make you feel like a pro. No refunds if you still lose. Zero gravity not included. Chair may feel like a spaceship, but won't actually fly. Cup holders not included. Your energy drink is your own responsibilities. Bills are on you. Literally. Assembly required. Allen key provided. Sanity not. Comfort levels may vary, especially if used as a cat throne. Do not attempt 360 spins unless prepared for consequences. Nausea, dizziness, or unexpected skill boosts. Warranty void if used as a ladder, weapon, or dance partner. Game on responsibly. Chair does not guarantee wins, but it does guarantee style.
Second half does too. The Mayo Arena loud. Whether or not they see 3 in their first semi-final, that we're about to find out. Solid haul from EF. Every round of regulation, map 1.
A stack on the pistol round for EF. You can see the call starting to take shape from Brolin and co. Here's the molly destined for back plat. These flashes. Lurk smoke lands. It's going to give them the buffer to get the molly nice and deep if they'd like. Adja also cheating over. There's going to be all 5 players of Eternal Fire to respond to this.
Joel Barretta's seem well suited to the task, but masked by the first. Ricardia drops off, does deliver onto Spinks. Nice from Zentares onto Exertion, and again the pistols are flowing nicely for Eternal Fire. Jimmy down. Comfortable, convincing counter-strike.
3 out of the 4 pistols in this series so far going in the favor of EF, but that one there is booked. You read them. You had the great rotation. You started with 4 over towards B. Madja senses nothing long. Nobody up cat. I'll rotate over, and he'll even get himself a kill in this one. No bomb going down means the force by threat is much more limited, and Wakadia basket in the glory of that one, finding themselves 8-5 in the lead. Just this scout they have to worry about. So you note if you go through, you look at the rifle rounds for EF, they very rarely are playing into lower tunnels. Just a sprinkle of rounds over there. Must for Rays on this very Dust 2. And just starting with just a P250 in this one. It's going to try and facilitate the AWP pretty early if possible.
Boxer can farm some cash for his own. Ooh, damn. Headshot found by Xertion. Fair play.
Oh, dinking away, and they're going to rotate back and caught. Nice one there from Torji.
Bit of team play. Some synergy there, and now that AWP falls into another man's hands. Found MOUZ, spots 2. Ricardia, he's not playing scared. He welcomes these duels and takes them comfortably, competently.
And that right there just highlighted the CT setup to expect. Jota and Wakadia over towards the B side. Jota is the anchor, Wakadia is the contributing factor. You heard from Maui praising secondary AWPing. MOUZ.CET, the primary AWP, traditionally going to be starting over towards A, setting up Madja and Zentares to fight for the early long control. And then Zentares, with a lot on his play, is the A rotating rifler. Now, AWP afforded. It's going to be a scout again for Torji. Starting 4 towards long. So wanting to negate this option early, even the safety smoke. For interesting, that would bridge with the T corner smoke, get you the safe haven and pit. So long secure. But Jota, I just said, B defender, currently anchoring long. And we'll have to rotate a player back to help Wakadia on B. But right now, MOUZ up short with Brolin and Exertion, Torji the tail end, Spinks in tunnels, and Jimmy also joining them. Oh, the spam. Far off the mark.
Oh, Madja gets his duel, spots out Brolin, flash available from MOUZ.CET. They layer them. No one committing.
Madja just wanting to make sure with certainty they weren't out short there. Grenade in, very light chip damage, nothing really to boast. If it is mid to B, it's all on Wakadia.
Zentares decides he wants to be involved, and it costs him his life. Another opening death for Zentares.
Jota's pushing long.
Awkward.
How far does he go? And what's the timing on this? Block towards short for now.
MOUZ.CET flirting with aggression. Oh, Jota punishes Brolin, going looking for answers on long.
Does that force you into a B play?
Oh, easy opportunity, but he isn't able to hit the headshot with Cardia. You can't go down. Stay stalwart on B as this test continues.
Here it is.
Into A. MOUZ.CET has a flash. Who's he throw it for? Jota draws fire. Flash will pop. MOUZ.CET swings. Nothing.
Needed one.
Magic can find something. He does. Finishes off what MOUZ.CET started. Does he keep to force the issue? Ahead of the util. Spinks and Xertion pull the trigger. Remove the leader. Audible from Wakadia, spots him out, sprays him down. Good from Spinks, and it's not looking good for Jota.
Okay,
last seen top mid.
Got the AK, likely just to hold on to this. A little bit disconnected there, Eternal Fire, in some of those duels. MOUZ.CET definitely needed one frag, but a lot of pressure. Jota trying to contribute from mid-long with an MP9, not the weapon for the job.
Holy caramba. Crazy commit. It's away with his life.
15 kills for Jota right now. Next round's only going to be 1,400 loss bonus. Important they hold on to this AK-47. Wakadia will be able to by himself. Jota will be able to drop one. MOUZ.CET can facilitate with a scout, and then Magic can work on, well, maybe a 5-7. But they do want to buy. There is grounds for it. You can understand the stubbornness of Zentares wanting to play ahead as well, because they knew they just had one defender over towards the B-bomb site. Doesn't want to give them the mid to B for free. Does end up giving away the opening death and the initial incision. Now, they will drop the guns across.
Yeah, 0-3.
The AK.
Zentares yet to provide an opening. Conceded 3. Oh, wow!
Scout on scout action.
Yeah, Torji just completely best MOUZ.CET in that opener. Let's see that again. Bang! MOUZ.CET with a drive-by. Death. Not much he can do about that.
It's on Zentares or an M4. There's 2 in the mix, mind you. With an A4. A1 for Wakadia. So there's still 3 rifles to try and get the job done, but one of them needs to be a hero with a multi.
Cardia could flash them around this corner. He's going to go for it. Oh, he baits him with the barrel. Nothing from Madja. HE, little bit of damage. Better from the spray of Zentares. Hang on, he's having a moment. Delivers a double, keeps this round interesting.
Thinks he's lurking B.
Yeah, Jota's just had his attention drawn away as well. Will he poke his nose back out? Jota looks distracted. A free frag ready. Perfect pre-aim. Spinks delivers. Pulls them away. Zentares catches a glimpse of Torji, but backs in. Pressure applied onto that B site. Jimmy will be getting that bomb down, no problem. No questions asked. With no kit and no teammates, Zentares is miles away, so it's just Wakadia giving it a look. Gets one, back in the platoon, missed fumble from Spinks. It's now a 1v1, essentially. Torji's miles away, if only he could find the headshot. USP could do it. Looking for an upgrade, can't do it, trying to pick up the weapon. Ends up on the bomb. Spinks goes down, Wakadia the solo round.
He's on his own.
He's on his own completely. Now he knows Torchi's closing the gap. He can do this. The Wicardia, essentially a 1v3. His teammates doing nothing. Zentaris is just there for moral support. Wicardia down, no time now, and he had the kit this whole time. Wicardia trying everything he can. That's crazy.
Even under the frustrations of trying to pick up the other gun, you keep faking the bomb by accident. Spinks, the hero, gets them in, but fumbles the kill. You see right there, whiffs the shot. This is such an awkward duel. In fact, Wicardia gets the reload in. Zentara is still worried about that Torji, who showed his presence. Cat, he did so much there, but it was not enough. 2-round game, that was the forced buy. They should be down to an eco now with this saved AK. That was a chance at double digits. MOUZ take the tactical timeout to steady themselves. Only one player staying alive. Just want to talk through the options going forward. We're trying to calm them. In a position to draw this 1 round closer. A multi-kill from Zentaras in that round. It stopped them towards short, but really highlights about Wicardia's heroics. What can they get done with 1 rifle? Starting short. Zentaras is going to peek his nose out. Go out long very quickly.
Yeah, what's WOUZ.CET supposed to do in this round? What's he supposed to contribute? At least he avoids that spray. Wicardia getting cheeky with it. Hoping to catch someone mantling up that Xbox. Not taking any chances here, MOUZ.
The problem for this is, with the execution available, that you have to get the perfect timing, as Zentaris not even a flash to help you. How are you meant to find impact? Oh,
he
smoke missed.
That. Yeah, not bad. You have to hurry across now, or just take the duels as they come. Zentaris has got an opportunity. 1, not enough, need more. Forced away by the flame.
Look at Torji, this is so cheeky. You're not getting out of here with your lives.
You can certainly try. WOUZ.CET the bait, Zentaris the switch.
Another upgrade taken.
You'll take it, and you'll get away.
2,400 loss bonus into the next. Zentaris will be able to drop an AWP. So get WOUZ.CET going on that. Still in touching distance in the early stages, so it will now become a 1 round gap. They scrap for that. The most out of a bad situation.
Three consecutive 1 round game.
Both teams with CT side pistols and conversions. You have time to talk things through. Or can be dropped. Taras has enough money to do so. I suppose it's more about what does the opening move look like in this situation. Let's go for a standard round. As I touched upon, they don't really push into lower tunnels that often. And CT rounds, internal fire. Spinks was something to say, addressing the team down the line directly. Once it gets his AWP, Joda has the best long spawn, but as a B defender, unless they're going to play 4 long, unlikely to see him starting there.
He said he's trying to block it. I didn't know.
No, I said he blocked it.
Yeah, I heard he's trying to block it as well. It's okay. We won the round. It was a bit weird, but we won the round.
Oh, well, miscomms in the stage environment.
It will happen.
Joda is going to be starting over towards long to just completely deny this. Going to activate with the default with the late control. On through the motions, Xbox smoke, lower tunnels, Molly clearing things out. Next to be applying pressure towards short.
Missed a smoke break.
There's a short execute. You'd love to have WOUZ.CET go over towards car. But has been able to lock down long and now rotate the long way back over to support Wicardia on B. Safely able to retreat to a key position for the AWP. Enough utility for a standard execute. Smokes flashes, Molly's available for this. Is this the full commit?
Could be a good nade onto Xertion.
They're going.
Chunky. Incendiary.
Drop.
Spots the drop. Finished off. Find the AWP. Good work from MOUZ.CET to start. Starting to flood into that site. Another body down. Brollan pulling the sideline. Molly distracts. Brollan delivers. MOUZ.CET AWP noted on long. A flash could book him. How about a flank? How about a flank? Jimmy a double in the backside. Job done. Round 1, 9-9.
Massive impact from Jimmy there. Moments start going wrong. The second player dropping down to spawn catches Zentares off the trade. Not possible. MOUZ.CET doesn't want to peer out. Doesn't know how far they've scaled towards Gandalf. And then Jimmy just deletes 2 of them. Says, thank you very much. We'll be tying things up. The same buffer EF as what MOUZ did after their first half of play on Nuke. So, sure, the loss bonus is building. They need to save these 2 guns. 2,900 into the next. They can drop some rifles. They can make the buy work. They're all tied up, and neither team at double digits just yet. MOUZ looking for their 3rd consecutive grand final. This is the 2nd in an arena. They won Cluj. Blown out of the water. EPL by Vitality. Now back again in full force. Oh. Just caught a jump scare moment from Zip there, tripping over his cable. And Zentares has such limited options, right? The molly, the way that the palming opens up the angles, and a beautiful little double there from Jimmy. Activates when they needed him to. Torji boosted with the AWP. Catch them pushing in towards lower tunnels. Zentares starting aggressive short. As MOUZ.CET, they can go for the boost.
Ooh, it's timed well. Xertion thinks twice about it. Jump spots instead. Oh, just dismounts. Out of sync. Can't overstay your welcome. You're worried about a walk-up.
And MOUZ so good at controlling the tempo on the T sides. Through the map control on a 2nd tempo. More tunnels, mid control, now pressuring short. It's a B smoke locked down. Zentares has choices to make. Last round they took short, they just exploded out A. This time, they're hinting at the mid to B as a possibility. And just starting to take some room long. So removing that linchpin piece of Jimmy coming out late. Information, but here's where you likely draw the line. A push would be very risky.
It's just too much pressure for these two. Zentares and MOUZ.CET are going to have to pass this test.
They're even going to come their way, or are they just going to make this look like a fake? There's still time to put pressure to make it look like the short execute and then pivot back to the mid to B into Wakadia and Jota. Crisscross smokes down, Brollan taking space. He can weave through those and go through CT spawn.
Oh, that would be so sly with 30 seconds, though it is coming to the culmination. Who seizes double digits first? MOUZ.CET AWP in the feed to start. Xertion cut down out of the round. Brollan is in CT, but Wakadia makes it so. Jimmy jumps down to trade. An important one, but how's this for a flank? Damage inflicted, Zentares. They must hit double. It's EF into 10 first.
Yeah, right there, just staying on Zentares. He was hightailing it to get that AWP for MOUZ.CET. It wouldn't have been available into this round otherwise, and he got the opening incision onto Xertion right there. So they boxed them in. A really important kill found from Wakadia coming through spawn, but flanks on flanks, and they locked them out.
Last one for Zip on the mic, unless Faber offers the opportunity.
I just love the way that these have been responded. Okay, we lose a round, we still have money for a buy, let's take a timeout. Let's talk about it. Let's give us this 30 seconds. Let's actually take this time to maximize, because if we lose this, well, we're down the bottom of the barrel as far as the loss bonus is concerned. We just had 4 straight. We lost our first. Money's now touch and go. We can buy short. Torji can get an AWP, but we lose this. It's only 1,900. So it is important to go tit for tat down the stretch. There's that opener from MOUZ.CET. There's the find from Wakadia, and then Zentares from the site. He's definitely delivering now. He has such an important role on this CT side defense. Up to 14 kills. This is where the game can get away from you, MOUZ. You need to respond with a round of your own.
It looks like they're asking Xertion to try and do what he does best. Crack open a bomb site.
It's a late long pop trying to isolate Madja. Wakadia's here.
Flashes are good. Both of them blind. He starts to accelerate, turning the flashes as he progresses, but the break of the smoke, he lights them up. Knocked down one.
That's information. That's a B defender on long. Spinks can't really force the lurk on his own. Nobody else can react off the information he gets. Jota now coming down to deal with mid, so staying active. You're likely to get the likes of Zentaris, WOX.CET, Jota in some form of a combination playing together as that long door smoke's just been thrown out to block that choke point, but Brolin out towards the blue bin. Oh, okay, that's not a long door smoke at all. Just trying to slow the progression up long, and they're going to have to gamble, and they have. Take a look at the radar. Zentaris throws his smoke, cheats away, joins Jota on B. WOX.CET staying as a jarring presence in middle. It's just Madja on this A side.
They've just given him smokes to keep that blocked.
So how far does Brolin go? Does he test the water? Does he get some information for his team? Well, right now he's going to make this look like a fake. Smoke to land at the crossover. Does Madja believe this?
I mean, that's his intuition.
They just head through lower tunnels.
Yeah, they're going back.
So how are they going to poke their head up short? If they do, there's a way in. It's really just Madja.
Yeah, WOX.CET's going to try.
Rotation's coming now. The race is on.
Oh, but Torgy catches rotations. He goes looking for WOX.CET. Down they go. Madja 1. Shut down by Jimmy. WOX.CET forced back by the flame. 20 seconds and advancing. Jimmy responsible for this bomb plant. Will get it down. A 2 versus 2 with such epic ramifications. Nade looks good for damage. Chips away at WOX.CET. Retake on. Orp poised for that quick scope. Spots out by Jimmy. Tara smoked for now. Has the kit. Jimmy and Spinks are holding for it. He's not ready. He is not ready. Unprepared.
No kit. How do you win this?
You don't. You just don't.
You got to get out of here. You got to save this AWP. You got to carry something going forward. They might just jump down, try and find the fight. The steps are heard. Jimmy jumps. He wants the kill.
Holding on to his ult valiantly is WOX.CET. One more to go. Oh, no. Spinks, too precise. Zip knows what that means. We go 10 and 10.
They were perfectly so they were heading towards the stack. It looked like the gamble was bang on. WOX.CET was mid. Zentaris has joined the B defense. Madja blocking A.
He got his. This was a great catch from Torgy on their rotation back, but Zentaris just not ready. And a good shot from Spinks to remove that AWP. Damn. 10-10, inseparable. Deep into Dust 2. This looks longy.
Yeah, they're going to stretch their legs right now because of the financial situation. Has to only be this partial. So it's a scout, some upgraded pistols, and long control taken out the gates. So MOUZ looking likely to get themselves up to 11 with ease. They had one rifle round in the second half go in the favor of Eternal Fire, and that was the previous. Otherwise, it was the pistol conversion. All their hard work was done within that first half of play as Madja.
It's a gift for the CTs now. Gives WOX.CET something to peek around, jump spotting. MOUZ just replenish. Replace. Oh, ouch! Torgy's scout finds Zentaris. Walking through, Madja's gonna try and get cheeky with a smoke, but good spacing here. Jimmy's gonna cover it fine. Madja does try and catch a timing, covered nicely. Flank, empty-handed.
The moments where that one could have really gone wrong.
Certainly some moments.
MOUZ always seemed prepared as a unit. All these tricky little plays. Will be getting themselves up to 11 rounds. Sure, some tags, some damage.
Look how low they all are.
It would go a long way. Connect a few more of those, but can't. Torgy seems to be getting the better as far as the scout head-to-head is concerned. 6 out of the last 7 in the favor of MOUZ. They've found some confidence. They're flowing with this now. It's blocked a couple of times.
Off your head, son. Wow. Torgy's hit a couple of bangers on the scout.
Well, there goes the final tactical timeout for Eternal Fire. And the map could be going that way as well. Sure, max loss bonus. That's going to be in play. That's going to be in their favor. You lose this, you don't save anything. You're not working with anything going into what could very well be the final round. MOUZ came from the group of death. Losing to Vitality 2-0 in that seeding game.
A man can dream.
And no shame in that, and no shame in that loss. That put them in the quarterfinal yesterday against G2, where they absolutely owned them. Eternal Fire They topped their group. They took down Na'Vi for the first time ever, and Jota. An opening kill exertion in tunnels with Spinks just spamming away. They connect, and now in a tailspin, Eternal Fire.
Who can step up? Who can make up for that discrepancy?
It's hard to dictate anything on the CT side.
Feels like so much pressure on the shoulders of Madja looking at the setup now. He's going to have his work cut out for him. WOUZ.CET responsible for long. We know Jimmy likes to go late. Wicardia feeling the pressure from that lurk smoke.
This is a dream if you're MOUZ. You're getting mid-control every time. No one's jarring in lower dark. You're not getting stalled out at short. You're now able to execute however you want. Let's put pressure mid to B. Let's pressure short. Let's do late long pops. They're able to go through the motions, go through the prac that gets you to this point, and now they just need to find the finish. Santara has gambled correctly again, but this is such a tough hold. You're bound to be in the vice.
Drops his nades onto the floor there. Incendiary and smoke gifted over to the Bianca. A lot of responsibility onto Zantares as they look to work out mid. No crisscross, but there could be a flash. CT smoke lands. Zantares readies himself for war. Spots the side. Whoa! Straight headshot out of Xertion. Straight gas charging in. Nothing from Wicardia on the B hole. Jobs are good and 12 is as good as theirs. Torgy just spamming smokes, having fun. Puts MOUZ just one away from that 2-0, one away from another grand final.
We're going into the unknown today. No head-to-head against Eternal Fire in 2025. This new look MOUZ roster
looks good.
And securing yet another grand final. They are running with the momentum in the early stage of this season. Taking down Spirit in back-to-back series. That gives you the #2 spot in the world.
Hard to argue with that in the form we're seeing as well. Often admired for their style of play, but criticized for coming up short when it really matters in those arenas, when the pyrotechnics are blazing. They seem to have overcome that. And Brollan stepping into leadership and doing so gracefully.
And the old narrative, it's going to be done and dusted now.
Yeah.
Studio Merchants no more. MOUZ can do it everywhere with the brightest of lights.
MP5 means EF win this one.
Okay, well, let's see how that pans out because we're headed to a biff at long. Zantares, WOUZ.CET, Madja to defend. Late pop, here it comes. They missed the molly, they're just going to go.
Oh God, he's going to just punish straight away. Trapped on the blue bin, Madja's got to bail out his teammate, got to bail out his superstar. Zantares gets forced out. This is looking disastrous. 2 down. Jota pushes B, begging for another round of play. Finding Spinks, sure. WOUZ.CET, that orb has to do some damage, has to be able to fight these fights on long. Smoke from Wicardia, throws a spam into the mix.
Jota again up to bat, they're rotating out of long doors.
Can he hold his nerve here? He pushes into the fight, does deliver the headshot. No immediate trade, Jimmy is there. Backing away, wants to hold that advantage. Oh, he gets fast in the open, drops off Xbox trap though. Jimmy, can you handle it? Yes, he can. The double kill from Jimmy. And then pivot back to long. You pulled the attention of WOUZ.CET and Wicardia.
Oh, now they could have gone everywhere. They're going back to B. No, they're just going to work under the guise of Torgy's AWP. WOUZ.CET prepared for this, scoped up. Smokes for the cross. Do they go dry?
Looks like Brollan's going to throw it out. WOUZ.CET poised, ready, doesn't pull the trigger, they're pushing up, this is getting awkward, WOUZ.CET's in trouble, hits the shot, panicked, adjustment, removes the Swede, and it's a 1v2 to extend play. Wicardia, he's done it once, can he possibly do it again? Can he save Eternal Fire? It looks helpless, one single bullet to his face and it's all over. It's all done! Brollan leads his team to another grand final. MOUZ, the first grand finalist of Blast Open Lisbon.
Third consecutive, this team is heat. They are bringing it and they are punching. They've got players who once struggled on the stages now performing out of their skin. And another 2-0. Hard fought.
MOUZ bend, but they do not break. A trophy in Cluj, second in Stockholm, and now a third grand final in a row here in Lisbon.
If anyone were in any doubt whether or not MOUZ is the real deal, I think I've said this before, there can be no question attached to that anymore. They're playing beautiful Counter-Strike, they're playing good Counter-Strike, and I want to argue, Maui, today they didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike, yet they still win the game 2-0 and progress into the final. If that's not a sign of class, I don't know what is.
I see your point, Pimp. I do feel like the MOUZ that we got today maybe wasn't as comprehensively destructive as we got in some of the other games that we've seen with this roster. Some of the games that they won at Cluj, for example, just smoking their opponents out of their server. But the disruption from Eternal Fire made MOUZ uncomfortable in some of the rounds. People like Joda really did push MOUZ in some of these circumstances. But all in all, I mean, the thing is, when it comes to MOUZ, like, everybody's just doing their job to such a high level. Exertion is finding the openers. Torzy is hitting all the shots that he's supposed to after rotating into spot. And all in all, I feel like Xyp9x talked about that game plan before, and it was executed at a very high level here too.
Well, speak of Torzy, he is down on the stage for a winner's interview with James Banks.
We see it and we believe it. The comeback was real. And MOUZ are your first team through to the grand finals. And Torzy, you had one hell of a performance, especially on that nuke, what we saw there. But I got to ask you, this was a tough game, right? What did it take to go through all of this?
Yeah, it was a tough game, but I'm really happy we managed to close down Dust2 because we have been losing to it versus Spirit and Vitality, and they are probably the best Dust2 team at the moment. So it's a nice confidence going into the grand final because both of them playing semis. Yeah. And we know we have to prepare Dust2, so it gives us a lot of confidence already for the grand final.
Nice, a good booster before you go into the grand final, but I'm going to bring you back to this nuke. It was looking like you had it in your hands. Then on your CT side, that's where you were having difficulties. What was going on?
Yeah, to be honest, I think they played pretty smart, but I feel like we couldn't really read them in the beginning. Like, actually, they were playing with us a little bit, and we couldn't figure it out. We have to give it to them, you know, but in the end, I think we figured out how they play and what do we need to do, how to move around, and we managed to close it out because I think Sertion did a really good job taking a lot of information. Even maybe he didn't have the best individual map on nuke, he gave us a lot of information and he helped us a lot, so yeah.
Now, you're talking about what happened here on nuke, right? Obviously, you guys are able to fight back on it, but then on Dust2, obviously you're down 7-5. You talked about how happy you are with that Dust2, but was it something that maybe they changed up that you were not prepared for on this?
No, I wouldn't say they changed up. Also, we expected to pick Dust2, but that was not the first idea in our head that they will pick, you know. We thought they would pick Inferno. Yeah. So we had some preparation for Dust2, but not too much, you know. And we just wanted to play our game, and it turned out to be successful, so yeah.
And lastly, third consecutive grand final with this new team. How good does that feel for you guys?
Feels amazing. I mean, we are getting exhausted for the long travels and a lot of playing, but it's always nice to get a step closer to the trophy, you know, and I'm sure tomorrow we are gonna live this one.
Oh, I love that confidence. Let's see if the crowd agrees. Do you think no matter who MOUZ face, will they lift this trophy? And you're winning the crowd over as well. Anything you want to say to all the fans out there?
Yeah, thank you for the cheering. It's amazing crowd, amazing arena. It's really nice to be here. So thank you guys for showing up and cheering for us.
One final time, guys. Give it up for MOUZ.CET and Torzy.
And truly an amazing showing coming out of the entirety of the MOUZ squad in this particular semi-final. And I feel like we got to see kind of two sides of MOUZ so far here in Lisbon. Yesterday, it was super easy, right? They absolutely dismantled G2, but this was truly a test versus Eternal Fire, and they passed with flying colors.
It was a back and forth game for them. Torzy himself admitted they have to find some adaptations there in that second half. I thought that T-side was going to be pretty hard for them, and I think the late rounding for them, again, it just shows how much quality they have in terms of reading defenses, finding the gap, finding where they need to convert in the round. I feel like this team has shown so much more composure. And I can't throw Shuhei under the bus or anything like that, but something about them in terms of just the way that they're communicating, and maybe it's something that Spinks brought to the team. It could be so many different factors, but these guys have just leveled up in terms of how they are relaying information to each other, because they're so much more fluid in the latter stages of games, of rounds, than almost all of their opponents so far.
It's also a sign of class, you know, at least to me, that when you see a team like MOUZ, who had a couple of games where you felt like they should have closed it out versus Vitality, they should have won at least one map, maybe even both against them, then the first time they get under that same pressure, even in an arena, which has been the big conversation around MOUZ, that sometimes during the arena games, blah, 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 they don't perform as well anymore. I think that conversation has been put to bed. But the first time they get to showcase us that they can fight their way back into games, like on Dust 2 on that T side, like we saw a bit on Nuke when they were losing grasp of the game, they're showing a mental resilience that this roster and this iteration of MOUZ haven't shown us yet. So it's like every time we're watching them, we're learning something new. And I very much agree with you. This MOUZ is miles ahead of the best version of MOUZ that Shuhei ever put together. Now, has that anything to do with Shuhei? Has that anything to do with the rest of the players buying more into this project, or is it all just coming together now because of what Shuhei did, you know, and the way he laid the foundation? It's impossible to tell. One thing I can say, though, that the way they're playing right now, I respect and I understand why Torsi can stand on the stage and say, I think we're going to lift that trophy tomorrow, because they're playing beautiful Counter-Strike.
Just a side note as well, on both of the winners interviews we've got with MOUZ, they've brought up Vitality, haven't they? Version up here was like, you know what, we're gunning for them, we want to be facing them, we don't feel like it's a win until we take them down. Torsi mentioning on stage, Dust 2, obviously that's Vitality's playground. We should have closed it out last time around. I mean, they're probably going to be crossing their fingers in a weird way that they do face Vitality tomorrow.
I think they want the rematch. I think that they realize that they got blown out of the water the last time around, but if they really believe in themselves, it shouldn't come down to player quality. It probably came down to game planning in their heads. Now, whether the reality of that is what they think it is a different story. Like, I do think that the quality of players on Vitality probably have MOUZ, but I think that Torsi, Brolin, Exertion, none of them want to believe that. They want to think that they're the best entry fragger, the best sniper in the server, regardless of who they're up against.
It's a win-win for MOUZ. If they face Spirit in the grand final tomorrow, they beat them twice in a row. They're coming in with a lot of confidence. One may even argue that they would be the favorites in that matchup. And if they get Vitality, we get to see that rematch. We get to see them getting tested versus the best team in the world once more. So I think if you're MOUZ right now, honestly speaking, you probably hoped. You probably hope.
The Glaive jersey, the Glaive jersey, Zipnik signing a Glaive jersey. I kind of love it.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I kind of cool.
What world we find ourselves in.
Also, by the way, test your pens before you get to these events. Okay, like this happens so often to us when we're like, people are just shaking the pen like crazy. Like, just get a Sharpie.
It's
like,
so unreliable.
I know.
One time they work, another they don't. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, aside from getting tilted over goddamn marker pens, Maui, let's talk about exactly how MOUZ managed to close this one out. I think we have to give some flowers to Exertion for really powering up and having a couple of show-stopping moments in the final stages of this map.
Totally. On the long A takes, the mid to Bs, Exertion was finding opening kills into both the B and the long A spots. Like, he is in one of the, I think he's in the top 5 entry fraggers pretty easily.
100%.
It's just kind of where does he stack up there now that he's doing it on stages. Last year, he was definitely in that conversation, but then you had arena Exertion, and then you're taking him out of the conversation. This time, he's firmly in it.
He's gunning for top 3. If he's not already in top 3, he's definitely in the conversation. And I think with the way he's playing, the way he's developing, the way that he's taking so much initiative, the way that he's exploring, more so being not only an entry fragger, but a hyper-aggressive entry fragger. A guy that, as I referred to a couple of times already, can involve himself in 13 opening duels in a map that only lasted for 21 rounds. If you have that ability and you're successful with it, you're instantly in the conversation to be one of the best at it.
Let's run round 22 just to give an example for the viewers at home, because this is a case of Exertion, you know, being put under so much pressure and just flourishing here.
And it's a game-winning round, maybe a little bit lucky with the spray through the smoke, and then he's coming into full fruition right here, taking down Santaris. Instant headshot versus one of the best aimers in the world. Wycadia doesn't stand a chance. A good flasher coming in from Torsi, of course, helping him out, but that's the whole thing. Look how good he is. Look how sharp he is. And to do that at 11-10, at a very crucial moment in a game, we didn't see this too much in 2024. That wasn't the Exertion that would step up when he was needed the most. He's doing that now.
And the thing is that he's doing it in just supported moments and moments where he's taking a dry fight, and he's doing it in defaults. Like, it's the full package of space taking. Some people think like the term entry fragger is dead because people aren't just running strats, but it's like, it's the essence of what he's doing. It's the fact that every single fight, he wants to be the first point of contact, and he's winning such a high frequency of the duels, and it doesn't need to be in the 5v5 state. He'll do it in the 4v4, the 3v3. He's just the guy that wants to go in first, and he is doing it at such a good level.
Just take a sidestep rather to one of his teammates, because you were putting JimFat under the microscope coming into this series. Did he deliver in terms of what you'd wished for?
I think so, in particular in Dust 2. I think he had an awful lot of impact. He was a difference maker in a couple of rounds. Can't remember the exact number, but when he came out long and got a double kill at a moment where EF were looking to win the round, looking to make the comeback, it was JimFat stepping up. He was getting a lot of crucial kills, and he kept his nerve. And that's my whole point about him. We know JimFat is a quality player. We know he can arguably contest to be one of the best anchors in the world. Right now, he's maybe not in the best shape of his life, and as I said, coming into the game as well, there's only so many frags. You know, if my teammates are running around and killing everyone, maybe I have to take a step back. But if he can develop and become even better, then this whole MOUZ prospect, this whole MOUZ team right now, it's hella exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think we had one tweet about Yimpat that Rabu, one of the Finnish casters that really loves him, has brought up. Just the fact that that MOUZ with Yimpat have made 18 out of 22 playoffs since he's joined. Wow. One of the first ones that they didn't make it was of just his rookie entrance to the team. But either way, I think Yimpat, what's impressive about him this year for me versus last is that last year I saw multi-frags in anchor positions that nobody was pulling off. This year, I'm seeing him unlock that lurking potential for himself, that he's going out at the right timing, that he's holding on to that lobby on nuke space. All of that is making him a more complete player, whereas before, I would say he was good on the defensive side, but once you have to switch to the offense, he left a little bit to be desired. 2025, I'd say he's got it all.
I mean, it would be stating the obvious to say on the flip side of things, Eternal Fire, just a disappointing performance once more inside an arena, not netting a series win. It's also a rarity to see them actually even take a map in an arena. The fact that I say it's disappointing is because it felt like it was so close. It was right there in their grasp.
It's going to feel disappointing for them, but I think when you zoom out a little bit, and us not being attached to any of these teams, I think if you're Eternal Fire and you told them, listen, you can be part of the semi-final and you can be a couple of rounds away from maybe even winning a map or maybe even winning both and going into the final, they probably would grasp it. People need to realize that Eternal Fire coming into 2025, no one expected them to be part of a team of field, you know, where they could be in the semi-final, let alone getting into all the playoffs throughout the year. So I think, again, you know, zoom out, respect them for what they are, but also look at the player material they have to work with. I don't consider EF a team that is supposed to be top 4, top 5 in the world. I want FaZe in there, I want Liquid in there. I would even argue that Astralis, you know, on paper should be better than they are, but yet it's EF consistently getting in there. No, but that's the whole point of it. Astralis have 3 times, 4 times the budget, yet they're nowhere close to EF. So that in itself is a statement to how well they're doing.
This is just Pimp's wish list. Like, you're just going
just
super subjective.
In a way, it's a compliment, because EF are out battling, out dueling, and out working every single one of those teams, and they're not supposed to.
I would just say that Eternal Fire are teetering on the line between elite and championship contender. They're elite for me. They just haven't really gotten over the hump and actually made themselves firmly in the conversation of who's going to be lifting the title. I know they're going to be in the top 6 or top 8 of every tournament. I just have yet to see the depth of the run.
Jacob, please never give me a compliment if it's rap like that. I don't know whether this is a tricky question, but do you think Eternal Fire are benefiting from attending every single tournament? Because we look forward to their calendar. They're still hella stacked. Obviously, you know, Maj has said this is where he wants to get the legwork in. He wants to be attending and playing as many matches as possible. Is it benefiting them, though?
What goes up must come down at some point. And to be completely honest, I think it's going to bite them in the ass at some point. Again, it depends, you know, because I think for EF, it's also around, you know, make the most out of it. Again, as I said, I don't expect EF to be a top 3 or top 4 team, you know, at the end of the year. I think there's too many powerhouses out there. I think there's too many organizations who can attract better talent, more talent. Again, it's also a domestic team. It's a Turkish-only lineup, which I respect a lot, you know, given the circumstances of the scene right now. So it's not easy for them. So yes, I want them to attend every single tournament, but at some point it's going to bite them in the ass, and it's going to be incredibly tough to keep on this level.
This might feel a little bit insulting to Turkish fans out there, but I'm not trying to be. I think that Eternal Fire right now are almost waiting to be lucky, because luck is about just being prepared and then the right moment arriving for themselves.
Sure.
I think of Vitality of last year, and they only missed a single playoff last year, but they won Cologne. because they were always ready. They just had to, the right circumstance had to arrive where everybody was playing in tip-top form. And it just kind of feels like Eternal Fire are in that sort of position, that they're right there. They just need one good tournament run, because if you're knocking at the door of every single playoffs, if you're knocking at the door of semifinals, finishes, you're going to make the leap eventually. Sometimes it's lucky. Sometimes it's because you don't face MOUZ. Sometimes Vitality and Spirit take each other out on the other side of the bracket. And there's a chance they could have played G2 today, for example. If they got G2, I think Eternal Fire win that. And if they got like a Spirit where Donk isn't showing up, yeah, you have to be a little bit lucky sometimes. But Eternal Fire are putting themselves in the conversation every single time for deep runs.
You got to be in it to win it. That's how the saying goes. They're in literally everything, by the way. We got Bucharest, we got Yala Compass, we got Melbourne, we got Astana, and then Dallas. They're actually trying to attempt to do that run.
Yeah, it's too much.
It's pretty crazy.
They better have their frequent flyer miles sorted out, okay? You need some benefits.
Maybe
at that
that's
point.
it. Maybe that's it. You know, the secret, the diamond status.
They want 1K status. Yeah, exactly.
Did we learn anything about Wakadia on stage today? I think that's kind of the final topic I want to end on. Was there a little bit of hope, a bit of improvement rather from him?
I think so. The mental resilience, he was not off to a good start. His first half on Nuke was abysmal, to be completely honest. It was nowhere to be found. Then he was the reason they fought their way back into Nuke. Had a couple of great moments, showed resilience, showed that he could keep his composure. So yeah, I think I learned today that Eternal Fire played good Counter-Strike. And I agree with you, Mau. We're not trying to be disrespectful to Eternal Fire, but right now I see 3 teams in the world that play Counter-Strike at a world-class level. Obviously, 2 of them we're going to see in a moment, in Vitality and Spirit, and I think MOUZ will be that 3rd team. Then there's a little bit of the gap down to number 4 and 5, but EF is in that conversation. And I got that confirmed today. They pushed MOUZ on 2 out of 2 maps. Yeah. They didn't win any of them, and they weren't even close winning the series. Anyhow, they're still playing good, proper Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for the Wakadia conversation, I would just say that he played 3 great halves of CS. 1 really bad one. That one that he played badly, the CT side of Nuke, he's going to look back at that one, wonder how he's going to fix up things for himself, for Eternal Fire, because in some ways it did cost him. But the other 3 maps, to battle back in that fashion for a young player like this, he's had some events on stage at this point, and it's nice to see that he's finally arrived, because I'd say that those 3 halves showed me everything that I wanted to see. I got the Wakadia from the group stage there, making good decisions, almost winning a clutch that Xantares kind of fumbled for him. So there was definitely some moments where I feel like Wakadia was doing what he could to get his team into it. It's just that everybody else didn't arrive.
Considering, you know, they hadn't faced MOUZ for, what has it been, like 7, 8 months? It was August last year. I can't do maths off the top of my head, clearly. How much does that make the MOUZ side of the conversation, them being the 2nd best team in the world, how much does this give them a bump, considering the caliber of Eternal Fire?
I think it's just confirmed that MOUZ right now is in that conversation. I think we need to see it in the grand final, whether that's going to be versus Vitality or Spirit. I mean, against Spirit, that will be the battle between the 2 second-place contenders, so to speak. So that will give you the answer you're seeking. I think MOUZ right now is just playing good Counter-Strike. And as I said before, I feel we haven't seen the best of MOUZ yet. You know, it's still early in the process, still early with Jimfed getting back into the groove, still early with Spinks being integrated, still early with Broland. There's so many different ways you could look at MOUZ and think they can get better. So I am very excited to see how they fare in the future.
Well, we do indeed have to find them a grand final opponent in our 2nd semi-final this evening. That is going to be Spirit taking on Vitality, but not before we head things to a quick break. And when we come back, we've got a very special guest to be talking a lot more about coaches.
Wait, no.
You're so smart.
Okay, you gotta pick the ones with the very Portuguese-sounding name. Okay, I'm not really sure. Just took a guess.
What language is spoken in Lisbon throughout Portugal?
Portuguese.
Damn, you're so good.
Spanish. Portuguese. Go for it. Portuguese.
Portuguese. You're so smart.
Thank you.
What famous mode of transport is commonly seen in Lisbon?
There's not multiple choice yet. Then you can, yeah, because he just takes his arms off. I know the answer.
A bus, taxi, train, or tram?
Tram.
A bus. Tram?
Tram. Okay, I'm not really sure, but I think it's a tram.
Yeah, with 25% and I got it right. Who was the first Portuguese player to play in a CSGO major?
Wait, no. It's this guy.
Fox. I think I know him, but...
I think I know him as well, but I think I'm wrong. Fox.
Mutir.
You remember this opera, was it called Fox? Was he Portuguese?
No.
Fox? I'm saying Fox.
What is the name of the traditional Portuguese art form of hand-painted ceramic tiles? Azuleo, porcelain, ceramica, marble.
Marble. Marble. Ceramica. My guess would be porcelain.
Okay, you gotta pick the ones with the very Portuguese sounding name.
Porcelain? Azuleo.
Azuleo?
The first one, Azuleo.
Wow. Have you done it?
Yeah, bro, I do it every day. Which Portuguese esports organization has been active in Counter-Strike the longest? GTC Bolt? No, it's your turn.
CS, I've never heard that name in CS.
Yo, we didn't play in Tier 3?
My guess would be Saw.
The MOUZ.CET is not Portuguese, right? That's Spanish.
Yeah, and like Giants is Spanish, I think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Saw.
No hints.
I have no idea.
Kick, esports.
Yeah.
Good job, good job. I think that's probably you.
Kick. Oh, Kick, I remember them.
Oh, Kick, yeah.
What genre of music is considered a symbol of Portuguese culture? Jazz, funk, fado, or country?
I got no idea.
Is it jazz?
What was the answer again? I feel like funk would be my best guess. Yeah, I'll go the third one. What's the third one? I'll do that one. Sounds like something. Is that it? Fado?
Fado.
Has to be Fado, huh?
I just took a guess.
That was the only one that was not English.
If you're getting a little bit of FOMO missing out here in Lisbon, then of course you can head on over to Blast.tv and join us for Blast Open London going down in September. Pre-sale is live now, so make sure you get your tickets fast before they sell out. But speaking of winners, we've got a winner joining us up here on the desk. Simnik, such a pleasure to have you. First of all, congratulations on winning that semi-final.
100% win rate.
Yeah, no, for real, right? What's the experience like for you actually having to stand behind the guys in these moments?
Honestly, yesterday it was really difficult, just because it was the first time. I didn't know what to expect. For me, it was actually more nervous than playing, because when you're playing, you're like in your zone, you know what you do. But here, I had to take on another role. I didn't know what to do exactly, but today was much better, much more calmer, and I knew what to do. So, yeah.
So, do you think you were able to contribute well with the timeouts this time?
Yeah.
No,
I mean, I also think I did well yesterday, yeah. But today was much more calmer, and I could feel that I was more calm myself, so it was more like a self-perception.
I kind of want to open that whole conversation because there's a reason we brought you up here, Sibnix, and that is to discuss the role as a coach, you know, and how valuable it is to certain teams and, you know, certain areas where it may be overrated, underrated. Now, you've been a player, you've been an assistant coach, and now you've been a coach as well. So give me a first-hand impression, your first experience as a coach yesterday and today. Do you feel you have impact in the game? Do you feel that you can make a difference with these timeouts, or is it very fluffy, so to speak?
I mean, I wouldn't consider myself as a coach. I haven't been a coach.
Yeah.
I'm just a stand-in. So
for now.
But I have to respect the coaches by standing up all game and not sitting down. That's one thing. I also have to respect and admire the work they put in all time. And I think some coaches are getting a lot of flack online, which I don't necessarily think is real. I think, for example, the timeouts, Blast cannot show strategic parts, and of course they'll show like the scoreboards, whatever.
Yeah.
And for me, it's like overblown. The clip with Sonic, I think also is overblown.
Yeah, why don't we talk about the Zonic one a little bit? Because obviously you played under him for so many years. How does an average Zonic timeout go for you?
Not like that, at least. So
okay.
I think there is a lot of power on showing stuff like this, but I just want the people to know that, of course, Sonic is like, at that moment after he fought, he's coming up with something.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's gonna like say nothing.
So because on these broadcasts they don't want to reveal tactics though, how in like an average Zonic timeout, say group stage of some tournament, doesn't really matter, what percentage of that timeout is moral leader Zonic, and what percentage is here's a tactic we need to execute on?
So obviously I haven't been a part of how he developed, but for me back then, he was really a good moral support, and I think that is his strongest suit. In terms of tactical input, always like good tactical input. I don't know exactly how it goes now with the tactical.
I want to pick your brain a little bit more, because you said, one thing is obviously coaching on the stage, taking timeouts, but you also said that a lot of coaches deserve credit for the work they do leading up to a game. Would you say that it's fair to say that the coach's value is more so shown in the preparation into a game than in the timeouts and during the game itself, or is it still a 50-50 split?
I think when you prepare, there is way more you can prepare the players for. You can offload the players a lot during the pre-game. And for me, it's like I've been a player myself, so I know how I was maybe the more prep-heavy player, so I watched a lot myself. But giving the burden or taking the burden away from the players and just look, here is the game plan. This is what we're going to do. You should expect this. It's really nice as a player, and I know for some of these younger guys, they don't really know what's anti-strat. Like they haven't had the experience, so there is a lot of late nights, especially for me as a assistant coach, to actually get the details right. In terms of coach timeout, I would say you can have a lot of impact, but it's also depending on what you agreed beforehand. Are you sticking to that? Maybe you saw what Eternal Fire is bringing to the table this time, and maybe you want to adapt because they adapted. So it's like you have quite a lot of...
I like that you bring out the anti-stratting element, because you talked about to James before you went into Dust 2, you have a good game plan. You're going to trust it. We have one round where I feel like there were a few examples of you keeping a bunch of people at long, because Eternal Fire just love going long. Like early, late, doesn't matter if it's through a smoke or not. This one, round 5, you just had all these people here. And even beyond this one, like, Torzy just waits. Usually, if a team loses the initial long fight, they're going to go cat. They're going to try to scale away. But he just stayed there. Is that part of the prep?
No.
He just stayed there.
No, like, that's individual, like, brilliance. Like, he knows, okay, they're still pressuring long. It's also this point where Eternal Fire is thinking, okay, we think that they're going to go short, so maybe just try long. Like, it's a mind game at that point, right?
So now that we have you here as well, I think one of the bigger conversations around your lineup has been Roland, integrating him into an in-game leader as well. You played with a lot of great in-game leaders, Glaive being one of them, and obviously also others. Your initial impression of Roland and how much he's developing as an in-game leader, are you surprised that he's doing so well? And is he doing well, or is it just the other guys killing? Or what's going on there?
I was kind of surprised when Dennis told me that we were considering Roland as IGL. Not that I didn't think he had the qualities, but more that I wouldn't see him in that role. But he has been developing so fast, and I think one of his biggest strengths is that he's unselfish. Like, it doesn't matter what strat we run, drop me the Tech 9. Like, I'll run first, that's it. Like, I think he's, even though he has Tech 9, stuff like this, he does so much impact. Like, I don't know how many kills he made with the Tech 9 this tournament. A lot. Or like MP9 or something like this. So yeah, I'm really enjoying to work with him. Also, he's open for input, feedback, all the time improving. Also a hard worker. He needs to de-stress after this tournament. So yeah, really impressed by him.
And is that something you're helping him with? You play with Glaive, you have experience yourself. Like, are you giving him certain advice, or Glaive used to do this, or this guy used to do that, or is it more him developing in his own style?
I mean, it's not only me. We have Dennis, of course, at the wedding right now, enjoying some wine. Shout out to Dennis. But no, of course, like, we try to develop him into what we want him to be, but we cannot force him to be something that we just want to be. We have to hear out what he wants to do, what is his calling style, and we define together with him what is your calling style, because new in-game leaders don't really know that yet. So, yeah.
I feel like one thing that was it Exertion? It was one of the players that's not Spinks, but not Brolin either. I think it was Exertion. Just talking about the differences between Shuhei and Brolin. Somebody talked about individual freedom a little bit more, and it feels like we're hearing also that people are all chiming in. So even though Brolin's the in-game leader, just to give some insight on what everybody's providing, because I think that's always a little bit shrouded. What would you say of like other contributors on the team?
So they all have defined roles in the team. I think what Dorian brings is a lot of tactical input, a lot of mid-rounding. Like his entry, his mid-round, like this guy has so many qualities. I'm really impressed by this guy. Before I joined the team, I was like, this guy needs to slow down a little bit, like with ecos and stuff like this. I think he's getting there, but sometimes I need to like, Dory, come on. For a guy like Adam, I think what he brings is obviously the hype, something that we may be lacking on this team sometimes. But yeah, I mean, they're all experienced players by now, I would say, and they bring each their quality. So.
Well, Zip, it's been fantastic to get the opportunity to be picking your brain. Thoroughly looking forward to seeing you guys competing in the grand final. But we do need to find you an opponent. That is going to be going down in our second semi-final, and this is going to be a clash of two titans. We've got Donk versus ZywOo, Spirit versus Vitality going down after this.
CSGO.
That's not easy. That's not easy.
I can't recall this right now.
So base lane already for Liquid.
So hard, but I might remember.
CZ. Oh shit, that was a nice shot.
He played from 2017, 16 to 19.
Honestly, I can't remember facing them other than the Berlin Major, but we didn't play that map in the Berlin Major.
19, 18, or 2020, maybe 21. I don't know, E-League Boston?
The Major in Germany. No, I'm gonna say the Berlin Major, but it's not that one. I don't think so.
For me, it's in 18. I don't know why I feel it's in 18. We say Face-It London?
London, oh my god. I actually have zero memory of that game.
Avant-Garde, 2018 as well, 2019 maybe.
Zayo maybe.
He's insane, he's just as always, old as two. I have no idea which major's been playing in that year, to be honest.
I think it's StarLadder or Stockholm Major. I'll pick StarLadder Major. This is a Berlin Major then, in the quarterfinal.
It's StarLadder 2019.
I could recognize instantly. When it was Dust 2, B-Rush, Pistol Round, I remember that one against Avant-Garde. Third map, quarterfinal, StarLadder, Berlin Major.
Again, global offensive. I was like 5.
I've seen this clip. I think it's like 1 year ago or 2 years ago, maybe.
Already Nico playing for G2. Okay. Oh, is it? It's... No, I don't know. Is it the same tournament of Arcadian? No, it's Major.
I think it's a new Major. Maybe I am real. Maybe it's PGL Stockholm 2021.
Stockholm, Major, 2021.
Stockholm, I remember it was a semi there. They played in semi against each other. It was a really close game. The G2 won it, and I remember like if it was an highlight, I remember that highlight on the rush.
Okay, clean skins.
FaZe against Navi.
This is Rain.
I know that. I know. I've seen this highlight.
Could be the Paris Major.
It's gotta be 2020, I will say.
This has gotta be Antwerp for sure.
Antwerp, 2022.
Antwerp, oh my god.
Antwerp. 2022. That was shit.
Pretty easy.
Our second semi-final teed up as night falls here in Lisbon, where the Hive have arrived and look to continue their absolute reign of terror. Vitality seemingly unstoppable since the addition of Rops. Currently on a 14-series win streak, and no reason to doubt that they will continue it here tonight. But it comes down to Spirit to be the challenger, coming off a decisive victory versus Na'Vi in their quarterfinal just yesterday. But looking at their last head-to-head versus Vitality, Jacob, back at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, a best-of-5 grand final, I think it's fair to say they got absolutely bodied.
Completely. That wasn't pretty from Spirit. They even went into the grand final where I think most people would have had them as the favorites. That was when Vitality, for the first time, showed us how good they were, I guess, going to be. I think Spirit has had a difficult tournament so far in the sense that the loss to MOUZ was another blip on the radar where we're like, are they not back yet? Are they not at the Shanghai major level? Or what's up with Spirit? And then ever since, they haven't lost a map. They've looked very, very convincing. They looked very great in the quarterfinal yesterday. East through the lower bracket into the playoff as well. So I'm having a hard time figuring out how good is Spirit right now and what kind of Spirit is showing up versus Vitality today, because we need to see the best version.
We absolutely need to, because Spirit, with the recent losses to MOUZ, just feels like they're firmly third. In a power rankings, that's where I would have them. Yeah. Vitality 1, MOUZ number 2. So we need to see a different face from Spirit today. Unfortunately, it doesn't feel like we're getting too many new facets to their game. Maybe some slightly just altered tactics, but it's the same recipe as it's always been. Donk number 1, Shiro number 2.
I feel like that's the face that we saw from Shiro yesterday. There was a clutch factor coming into things. We talk about the kind of antithesis of these style of players, with Donk being hyper-aggressive. Shiro normally back of the pack, but really reliable in terms of closing out some of those rounds.
I think the individual display by Spirit yesterday was great. I think Shiro, as you said, had a great game again, and he's having a fantastic tournament. When you dive into his numbers, when you dive into his performance versus Na'Vi yesterday, that was obviously great, but overall he's just been very, very consistently showing up as that second star within Team Spirit. And to me, that's a step in the right direction. We had the conversation. Is it Sontic, sometimes Magic, sometimes Shiro? I think consistently throughout this tournament so far, both in Copenhagen during the group stage and now at the playoff in Lisbon, he's been the second best player within Spirit by quite some margin.
Shiro is just hyper consistent. This guy just doesn't miss shots that he's supposed to. The clutch factor is unbelievable. The fact that he can fake out JL and Bit in a 1v2, just make them scramble and realize, oh, we're at the wrong bomb site. He's incredibly intelligent and creative on top of that. He does everything you want a player to do, and yet some people want more. Some people want him to be more aggressive. Some people want him to get into the faces of his opponents a little bit more. But when you have a guy like Donk, and they're so complementary, I feel like Shiro, if he were just in a different rating system made by a different person, he might be the statistically highest rated player on this team.
Are you one of those people, Pimp? Are you one of those that want Shiro to be getting more aggressive?
I always want players to improve and become more than what they are. So in an essence, yeah, but I think Shiro has found a great balance to that. And I think Maui is correct when he's saying he's fitting well into the system. I also do think that Shiro has been the player he is now for quite some time. So expecting him to change all of a sudden, it's not going to happen.
Well, the yin to the yang, obviously, we have to be talking about Donk coming into this series as well. We might always sound like a broken record when we talk about him, but the fact that he shows up so damn consistently yesterday versus Na'Vi, no exception now.
Once again, the full arsenal of Donk moves is on display every time you see this guy load up into the server. I feel like he is using the crouch button in ways that people don't even understand still to this day. His mechanics are on another level, and Spirit set him up for success. Yes, we talk about him as the entry fragger. Yes, he's the space taker. Sometimes, though, the resources are given to him. He is put in a position to succeed. So Donk overall, the one thing, though, Jacob, is that it can be a little bit tough for him when he's against a loaded lineup like Vitality.
It can be. You know, we had that statistic yesterday where his average rating versus Na'Vi was 134, I believe, every time he played Na'Vi. Now, look at that versus Vitality. Yes, it's only been 10 maps, and I know a lot of them have been recent, but 107 rating on average for Donk. That's not at a Donk level, so maybe there's a bit of a counter going on in towards Donk, or maybe that even Fire has up more because he now wants to show that. That's been just a couple of unlucky games, and I can do much, much better.
Well, let's check in with Donk ahead of this semi-final series, courtesy of James Banks.
Last time you faced Vitality, it was back in Katowice, and it was 3-0 to them. Are you excited for this challenge again?
Yes, yes.
What makes you excited about going up against Vitality? Because obviously it's a very scary team right now.
I know it's always great to play against the best team in the world, and it's always interesting, and we just want to see what we can do against them, and can we win?
That's what we'll discover today. Now, I know obviously the preparation that Hallie does is huge for you guys. So what have you been able to learn about Vitality? Because there's a lot more games you can look at now. Do you feel better prepared for them?
Maybe yes, maybe not. Like we know more than previous time, definitely. But like in general, their playstyle we know it well. So like it's kind of the same, but you know there is a little bit more information about them, like a new roster, but still it's like some details, not the overall game.
And as Donk aptly alludes to, there's a reason why this matchup, why this clash is extra spicy indeed, because we've got two of the best players in the world, Pimp, going head-to-head.
Just look at those ratings, you know, 145, 145. You can argue a little bit more impact on the Donk side. ZywOo obviously playing the AWP, where Donk is the pure rifler, but you have two of the absolute best players in the world right now. Maybe it's a little bit forgotten that ZywOo is playing at an incredible high level. He's been Mr. Consistent in 2025 so far. He hasn't really had any bad games, any bad tournaments, you know, per se. I don't know. I don't know where to put him right now. I just love the fact that we have the best player in the world versus a guy who used to be the best player in the world and the best team in the world.
It's 1A, 1B for me right now. And I'm not mad if you have them in any order, okay? Donk, ZywOo, I feel like this is going to take the entire year to decipher, to figure out who's the guy that's on top. Maybe we can find out in the short term who's looking better in terms of form, but ZywOo, what more to say about him? A combination of just prescience, perfect mechanics, beautiful gameplay, also has that same clutch factor that Shiro does too. It's all wrapped up into a single package, and it's the most really differential player I've ever seen. He's just a soldier, as Apex has called him in the past. Doesn't even have to call his own number, just plays through the flow of the game, and everything seems to always come to him.
Here's the thing that picks ZywOo apart from everyone else, you know. Whenever someone speaks about ZywOo, whether it's current teammates, ex-teammates, people from the outside, or even us on the desk, try imagine you saying anything negative about him. Can you find one negative aspect?
Cultural impact, that's it.
That's it, you know, well, there you go. You try to invent something, Maui, and you did a good job, you know, but let's be honest, right? You cannot pinpoint anything he's doing negatively. He's not a bad teammate. He's arguably the perfect teammate, whereas, let's be honest, Donk is still young. He's still developing, and we've seen some mental, I wouldn't say mental issues, but we've seen some mental capitulation sometimes where Donk is losing his shit in the middle of a game. So there is a difference between the two. ZywOo is reliable 24/7. Donk is 24/7 as well in terms of the defraging department, but he's not the perfect team.
You know the one thing that I do want from ZywOo? I want potentially an honest response when we talk about, do you care about being the best player in the world? Because the race was so exciting at the tail end of last year. It came down to the Shanghai Major to decide it, right?
For sure. I feel like, I mean, if any MOUZ.CET, Donk, ZywOo would have captured that MVP right there, they would have been the front runner in that sort of conversation. HLTV might have broke down the numbers one way or another, but the thing is that when ZywOo's now on a team that is surrounding him with talent, where he doesn't actually have to be the super giga hard carry for them, it's almost assured in a value system that ranks deep tournament finishes, winning trophies, MVP medals, ZywOo is the front runner in this year.
I 100% agree. You know, you said he's surrounded by great teammates. I think we may have to open the conversation around Robs, the fact that he was joining Vitality. He's been a perfect signing so far. Fact of the matter is that I want to give context to Robs, you know, for people at home as well, because if you only watch Counter-Strike for 2025, or if you have a short-minded, you know, look at things, it's almost unforgettable to say in a sense, but Robs had a very strugglesome 24, at least the last 6 months. He was good at the Shanghai Major, stepped up for FaZe, and he left a good impression, which meant that coming into Vitality, it was going to look great, but he had 3 or 4 months where there was conversation around Robs maybe getting benched, maybe getting kicked, couldn't find his form, couldn't find his footing. Look at him now. He's playing at his absolute best, and he's helping Vitality to be the best team in the world.
Let's put a pin in the Robs conversation for a moment, though. We do have to cycle back to ZywOo, because James Banks caught up with them ahead of the semi-final.
ZywOo, you were coming into the semi-finals as the highest rated player of the tournament so far. Would you say that this is maybe the most confident you've felt in your career so far?
Yeah, I would say yes. For the beginning of the year, I would say that I feel really confident. And it's not because I feel good individually, it's also like the team I have around me. Like I think everyone could bring so much into the server. So yeah, I think having this team behind me can bring me so much confidence individually as well.
And we're seeing that on the server again and again. Now, Robs has been obviously very positive for you guys, and you've all spoken about the mood being better, but I want to ask, can you explain to me what he's done to help make that mood better? Like, can you put it into words?
I just think, like, just being himself, like, he did nothing else, you know, like,
being safe is just, I think, the environment we are in the team, I think it was easy to bring him into the team. So he just joined the team with just being himself. Like, it's easy to say, but he did nothing to change. We didn't change at all. I think we are like a good 5 player now.
So it's just the right fit at the right time and it's working out. But then when it comes to the in-game side, I know you spoke about how much he likes to grind, you know, how much he likes to work on things. Is that what you put some of this success down to?
Yes, because now you can tell outside of the server, I mean, you don't see, but we are working even harder. Like, everyone is watching demos, everyone is working really hard, even harder than before, because we want to achieve like something better than 2023. So we are putting the effort, and I think Robs is putting like the work ethic. He's usually do the lead phase, and he's playing in Vitality now. So I think everyone is enjoying to see that, and we enjoy to play with him.
And we can see that you're enjoying it for sure. Now, has Robs done anything to maybe help you become a better player? Because we talk about you being the very best, right? But it must be nice to have someone like him come in.
I would say his experience, like he's bringing, because this guy he won like everything already, and he wants to win even more. So I think his experience is like the way he plays, really calm in every situation. So I think this like can bring a lot of confidence like into a player. So obviously with seeing that, it brings me a lot of confidence. Like, doesn't care that much about the player behind me. I know he's gonna do the job, so that's helping me, of course.
Yeah, you can have some extra confidence knowing that you got some backup like that as well. But it seems like the whole team can do the backup. Now, I know you don't care about MVPs, you don't care about ratings, but the battle between you and Donk, right? Do you get some maybe, I don't know, more fired up, more focused? I know you're humble, but do you know, like, okay, it's Spirit, it's Donk. Does that come into your mind at all about, today I'm going to deliver?
Like you said, not really. I mean, obviously we did anti-strat, but we don't do anti-strat against Donk. We did anti-strat against Spirit, so that's also my mindset before joining this game. Because if you are focused about only killing Donk, it put like yourself into like dangerous thing. Yeah. So I'm not putting myself in this area. I'm just focused on my game. That's it.
Okay, there's a lot to unpick from that interview. I'm going to cycle back to one of the earlier questions that Banks posed to ZywOo, saying, has Rops helped you change anything? ZywOo said, yeah, kind of, you know, the motivation level. He didn't give us anything too specific. Have you seen any change in ZywOo with this iteration of Vitality? His playstyle, maybe his confidence, anything notable?
In all honesty, I think all ZywOo needs is someone he can trust besides him. I think when he feels that he doesn't have to go above and beyond in order to win games, I think that helps him out tremendously. Sometimes you see star players, whether that being MOUZ.CET, Donk for that matter as well, they almost feel forced to do decisions they wouldn't have made had they had more trust in their teammates. So I think if you're ZywOo right now, you're looking to your right, you're looking to your left. I think his trust in Messi is at an all-time high. I think his trust in Robs is at an all-time high. Obviously his, I guess, relationship with Apex has always been great, but if you're ZywOo right now, you're playing your brand of Counter-Strike. You're not forced to do anything extraordinary unless you have to, because you can trust the people around him. And in that essence, I think Robs is making him better.
I love that point because you could see in Vitality last year, sometimes they came across flustered, especially in playoffs. Sometimes the going gets tough, they're struggling for answers. Spinks makes a bad push on the CT side, everybody's trying to recover it, they're scrambling. Romps, less prone to those kinds of errors. Even though you could argue in some ways like firepower, Spinks might have really sick aim or something like that. It's just that Rops is so much more of a pillar on that side of the map. So ZywOo getting to play his brand of CS where it's just it's basically punishing opponents' mistakes. When ZywOo has to go outside of his comfort zone, it's when he has to look for a bunch of openers in a round. He doesn't want to do that necessarily as much. He wants to just let the game come to him, read what the opponent's doing, and Rops funnels opponents into where ZywOo wants them to go. He's going to block, he's going to stop them at his bomb site, he's going to be a pest on those lurks and maintain map control, and so ZywOo doesn't ever have to feel like he needs to go above and beyond. He just needs to execute the game plan as flawlessly as he always has.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Vitality have only lost one series with Robs ever since he joined the team. That was versus Eternal Fire back at the Bounty tournament. Apart from that, they've been winning and winning and winning and winning and winning. So in terms of this whole honeymoon period, in terms of integrating him to the lineup, in terms of getting Robs back to his best, you look at his statistics right here. Look at how well he's playing, back to a 1.21 rating on average. He's doing everything you want from him and more. I think when Vitality signed Robs, I think they thought that, listen, we're going to give him a little bit of time. We're going to need to integrate him. They also bought the prospect of maybe hoping he would return to form, and that's something people have to keep in their mind. Sometimes when you sign a star player, you don't always get what you sign. You don't always get what you think you sign. Robs have given more than I think Vitality at any point expected already by now, and that in itself makes it a fantastic signing.
We have a slight technical issue, so there will be a small delay on the match, but I don't think we have a better team to really be truly diving into. Let's circle back on the ROPS discussion about just the individual form and go back to the end of the tenure on FaZe, because as you were aptly pointing out, Jacob, some people were calling for his head. We look at his stats from the beginning of CS2 into the end of his CS2 run in FaZe. There was a disparate difference, right?
I feel like people are just forgetting this whole time that ROPS had, like 5 months, where everybody's like, sell the Porsche, sell the Porsche. Like, you can't keep that car. It's cursed you. And now all of a sudden, people are retconning, they're rewriting history. They're saying, oh, this was always going to be an upgrade. This was always good. It's like, you can't have both, guys. Like, I know what the memes were before, and I see what the reality is today. And so, yeah, for me, when they brought ROPS along, there's two things. There's one is that I felt like it was going to be a much more stable defensive force. He was always, in my eyes, a better anchor player than Spinks, and Spinks wasn't really an anchor. He was kind of playing connector positions, so there was a little bit of a role swap, but we got to see also Flames move into positions that he was more comfortable in. Yes. That's something that I really liked about the addition of ROPS, that he would take over anchor on Anubis, for example. Let Flames play more of the connector spots in general. Let him be a little bit more active, because when Flames was brought onto this roster, that's what he was known for on OG. So in a lot of ways, this allowed other people on the team to just fall into their natural habits.
And I love that you bring up that point, because I think that's something that goes vastly missing when we're discussing ROPS, when we're discussing Vitality. The man on the screen right here, together with flamez for that matter as well, they have also elevated themselves. And it's always hard to quantify. Is it ROPS coming in, giving more space, or giving new roles towards flamez? Is it Messi feeling more comfortable in his new, situation where he has to be a bigger second voice within the team as well? I don't really know, but all I see is that Vitality and all the members right now are coming together now. Is that a direct consequence of ROPS coming in and relieving some of the pressure? Or is it some of those players around him becoming better? I don't know.
I don't think anybody wants to admit this, but I think this is the reality. It is a bit of a honeymoon. I don't think it's so criminal to say that. I know everybody wants the honeymoon to last ad infinitum for eternity, but in reality, ROPS worked harder when he first joined FaZe. Yep. He was finding smokes that nobody was finding. I remember he had a pixel lineup using the console to try to get this perfect way to smoke Xbox on Dust 2. I don't think he was coming up with that in year 3 with FaZe. I just don't think he was doing that. And so now that he's back on Vitality, he's got that same feeling again. He's hungry for trophies. He's 1 win away from the Grand Slam, actually. He has a chance to win another major with this roster. He's playing next to the best player in the world. He's playing next to the arguably best in-game leader in the world. Of course you're going to work a little bit harder. So I think it's a little bit of reaching to say, yeah, we're always going to play like this. We're not in a honeymoon. Let's see how it goes in 9 months from now. But that's a conversation for another day.
Well, we do have the luxury of time, MOUZ.CET, so I did want to play devil's advocate with this one as well, because that's the thing. When we look at Vitality, I think it would be unfair to say that they're not an emotional team. Apex is probably one of the most emotional in-game leaders we have in the space.
Say that.
So potentially, when we have these points where maybe ROPS, is getting a little bit tired, he may not be putting the same amount of energy, the same amount of resources into the preparations. Is that going to be where we're going to see the Vitality maybe in a little bit of a flux?
But is that any different from any other team or any other situation? I think that question can be applied to everyone, basically. I agree with you. I think your point is valid, and nothing lasts forever. I think we're all guilty of that, especially the fans, the community. Whenever you're seeing something unfold in front of you, everyone thinks that he's going to be the best forever. It's like watching Messi play football, or Cristiano Ronaldo play football. At some point, they're going to grow old. Someone else will be the best players in the world. Same could be said for Vitality. Is it going to take 6 months, 9 months, 3 years? Yeah. Nobody knows, but nothing lasts forever.
But that's why the conversation's fun with Vitality, because it feels like, based off of the quality of CS, the fact we know the actual levels of these players over the long term, that there is era potential. So that's the conversation that we hope to start to write when it comes to this team. If they can win the Grand Slam, win the major, win Open Lisbon itself, all of that will feed into the greater picture of how long was that honeymoon able to last? Are there going to be dips? How are they going to bounce back from it? It's all the trials and tribulations that make these players' narratives so fun to watch.
Just think back 3 months, 4 months, the whole story for Vitality the second half of 24 was that they could get into the quarterfinal, they'd lose. They'd get into the semifinal, they'd lose. They won 1 trophy last year. Yep. Only 1 trophy. And you made an excellent point. When ROPS came into Vitality, I think it was fair to argue that, is it more of an upgrade or is it more as a sidestep? Spinks is a fantastic player. It's a different player that you bring in terms of ROPS. And maybe that has unleashed, Saibu a bit more, unleashed Messi a little bit more, unleashed flamez, Apex, whatever, done something to the motivation. But fact of the matter is, we just have to go back 3 or 4 months, and the whole conversation around Vitality is that they're washed up. They're never going to win a trophy again. They bring in ROPS, and all of a sudden we're talking about them as being the best team in the world for the next 5 years.
I
Just
know,
keep yourself in check with that one. As you said, keep yourself in check with that one. You can have both, but right now, as a matter of fact, heading into this game, they're the heavy favorites because they've given us no other reason to believe that they can win today. Is that going to be the same thing in 3 months? God knows.
And right now, we're going to switch the conversation to one with Apex as he caught up with James Banks before the semi-final.
Apex, we've spoke a lot about the grind and work you guys are putting in, but you had a few extra days here in Lisbon, so how did Vitality spend it?
Well, it was a mix between getting some rest and playing, because we are at the end of a long month, to be honest. Yeah. It's been tough for us right now, but we will use this extra energy for the tournament. But yeah, we both practiced and both took a bit of a day off.
A long month, you growing that beard out, or is it coming off at the end of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward, but with the trophy. But first, semi-final, so let's see how it goes.
Now, for you guys, you've had a lot of rematches so far in 2025 against MOUZ, now against Spirit. How hard is it for you and Xtaz to be redefining things and changing things up in games like this?
Well, at least we didn't play Spirit for a bit longer, a bit more than a month, so it's going to be a good game for both of the teams. When you play MOUZ 3 times in 10 days, I don't think it's that good. But that's the way it is, we accept it. But now, yeah, being able to play against those guys for the second time in the year will be nice, and I think it's going to be a good game.
But how hard is it for you and Xtaz to work new plans and new strategies and change things when you are playing games like this?
Well, as I said, I think it's okay when you play against a team that you played only once in the year. When you play a team more, it's really tough because you're overthinking. You're like, maybe they know this, maybe they know this. We've done that, so how can we counter that? And blah, blah. So it's like a really mind-blowing way to prepare games. So I just think that against Spirit, it's just a normal game and against a really good opponent.
Do you expect a stronger Spirit coming into the series than the one you faced in Katowice?
Yeah, I think what happened in Katowice won't happen that many times. I think it's going to be tougher for sure. They played some solid games except against MOUZ where they struggle a bit more. But other than that, they played a really good quarter yesterday. So yeah, I expect a good game and for sure closer and tougher than in Katowice final.
Now, I'm going to ask you this question because I know Zywu is too humble to ask it. When he's facing a player like Donk, can you see that he wants to put a better performance up than normal, he wants to fight more, or is it real that he just doesn't care?
I think, of course, he wants to show that he's the best of them, but he's not showing it. It's really personal, it's really in his head. It doesn't say anything, he's not different than usual. He just, wants to kick asses on the server, so it's not about showing up, it's just about showing up in the right timing and not talking to his teammates or whatever.
I feel like when we scope out and look at Apex's career as a whole, it's matured like a fine wine, right? Because we have to remember the fact that he started off as an entry frag, right? He was so damn aggressive. We had the luxury of having MBK join us for the group stage back on the desk last week, and we kind of posed the question, did you ever see Apex moving into this in-game leader role? He said he's an incredibly hard worker, but just looking off his play style, no, he didn't actually see that happening.
I mean, Danish Counter-Strike, I was growing up with Apex, playing against him, playing with him. We played a couple of tournaments together as well, and I always thought that he was a little bit, I guess, stupid as a player in a sense. You know, he would always over-peak, he would always overdo it, he would always do something that you thought to yourself.
You're an honest man always, Jacob. No, we can't fault you for that.
But that was the reality. I think a lot of people back then were thinking Apex, he's a bit of a hothead in that sense, you know. He's a guy that would always be hyper-aggressive. He would always be looking at Apex thinking, yeah, you did something well, and now you found a way to mess it up. That was his playstyle. That was how he was approaching the game. Over the years, he learned to control himself. He learned to find a balance. He also became less of a fragger, less of an in-game, less of an entry fragger that had less of an impact, almost had the same career trajectory as a Dupree, who started off being insanely good in Astralis and then slowly but surely tapered off. And then he transitioned into an in-game leader. Some players, when their careers go from being, I'm a hardcore entry fragger, I'm a fragger now, into I don't know what to do anymore, into I retire. Apex found a way to keep his career alive, relive it, and now one would argue that he's mostly remembered for being an in-game leader. He's mostly going to go down in history as one of the greatest in-game leaders the game has to offer. So keep that in mind again. You know, some of these players reinvent themselves, and some of them, you never hear of them ever again.
It's not by luck that Apex, along with Kerrigan, are two of the longest-standing players that we have in this space. It's the ability to reinvent yourself in order to just modernize what it is that you're doing. And I'm going to say, like, when he first started in-game leading, it looked a little clunky for Vitality. Sometimes it just felt like it was step 1 of the round, attempt to do step 2 of the round, and they'd get caught all the time by better teams in what's going on in between that. Now it's so much more of a fluid system. The mid-rounding's way better. In terms of his own individual ability, he knows how to actually make the most space for his team. And it also, I feel like this needs to be talked about too, that if you're going to try to downplay Apex's in-game leading ability, why are they first picking Nuke all the time? And why are they one of the best T-side Nuke teams in the world for the last 3 years? It's not just ZywOo. It's not just people like Spinks when he was on the roster. There were good calls, there were good adjustments, they had a wealth of plays that they could run through, and I feel like some people were holding on for way too long to the vestiges of what you said, that he might have been a little bit one note in terms of how he was as a player, and I feel like that people have really needed to switch their tone in terms of how much he has developed.
I hope you don't mind me bringing this up on the desk, Maui, but you were one of the panelists for the HLTV Awards, right, in terms of voting towards who will be taking AWPer of the Year and Game Leader of the Year, etc., etc. And we kind of had this conversation about, you know, should Apex be up higher on that list? Sure, they only had 1 trophy in 2024, but just because the supporting cast doesn't really have that traditional secondary cooler around him, particularly last year.
Last year, I voted Apex as the 2nd best in-game leader. That's with only the Cologne trophy in a lot of people, I think, were voting for people like Alexi B, of course. He got my #1 vote. Chopper got a lot of people's vote because he won the other major. And I just felt like Apex had the least in terms of vocal pieces or ones that were as obvious to use, because ZywOo does not still, to this day, call his own number as much as other people. He's not really the most one-note player, whereas if I have a player like Donk, I know what to do with him every single round. Like, I just gonna send him on a mission, he's gonna get 2 kills, and then my mid-rounding job's easy. And I'm not saying Chopper's a bad in-game leader, but I feel like the reality is also, like, last year, when you had Flame, Spinks, Mezzy also beside you, I'm not sure how much people are actually conjuring up ideas and solutions in a game. Like, yes, ZywOo can fix a round sometimes for you, but it's just that the entire way it progressed, I felt like I saw the most live adaptations from Apex over other in-game leaders, and because I also don't know how much Xtaz was contributing to that.
There's 2 things I want to dive into right here. First and foremost, you're mentioning the whole support cast around Apex last year. People conveniently seem to forget that there was rumors that Spinks wanted to leave during the summer break.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel as an in-game leader, knowing that the guy to your right wants to leave the team? Are you going to give yourself 100% into a project knowing that one of the players really wants to leave? If you're Messi, are you going to give yourself 100%? Are you going to die? Are you going to go into every single duel knowing that the guy next to you wants to leave the team? People at home think, yeah, well, they're paid professional players, they should be doing that, they should be doing that. Yeah, but you should also be working out 3 hours a day. You should also be eating healthy all the time. But we don't do that all the time. We're humans after all, so that takes away the top, which is why I think Apex was struggling, especially in the second part of 24, because Spinks wanted to leave. That was a known fact, yet people seem to forget it. Second of all, you said something beautifully right there, Maui. Apex is the in-game leader. He's the leader, he's the moral support guy. He is everything within Vitality. Yeah. I had the chance to catch up with him during the group stage, and we had this whole theme of in-game leaders where you hear so many conversations around, well, he's the in-game leader on the CT side, and Brolan is on the T side, and Nico is leading the CT side, Cook's on T side. Apex is everything within Vitality. Yeah. When it comes to preparation before the games, when it comes to in-game leading on the CT side, when it comes to in-game leading on the T side, when it comes to yelling at his teammates, getting them to get their act together, he does it all within Vitality. He's one of the few pure in-game leaders we have left, because everyone else seems to be giving out responsibilities to someone else, you know. Yes. I don't want to be the CT side caller. I'm going to stand over here, BFs, jump 24/7, do nothing, because I can't do anything else with my individual skill, which is another point I want to bring up. Apex as an individual have also shown that he can step up. Yeah. He's still a decent player. Is he a fracking in-game leader per se? Not really. Is anyone at this time? Not really, but he's doing a good job.
Okay, if we were to categorize the kind of fragging in-game leaders, if you will, who would be up there as one of the kind of most impactful, maybe the most apt for that role?
Well, Twist was, but not anymore.
I feel like you have to reach a bare minimum level of calling to be in this conversation for fragging in-game leaders.
Then who is?
I think, well, we had a lower third there from Blast that said Big Uzera, Blitz, and Apex are paving the way right now for fragging in-game leaders. I suppose you'd actually have to throw Brolan's name into the conversation as of the last 2-3 months, but traditionally, it's obviously been pretty difficult for these guys who are looking at the radar for 40% of the round to also be good with their crosshair for 100% of it. So that's why we've had the rarities over time, like Fallen, probably the best and only example of a guy that actually fragged at a top 5 player level while calling good strategies. But that's just how far and away they were when they were on that roster. Nowadays, I'd say Apex has got to be top 3 fragging in-game leaders. I mean, the calls are fantastic, and in terms of individual fragging ability, like, he smurfs on teams that are out of the top 10. That's what's most impressive to me, is that Chopper can be good sometimes if everything's going well and they're winning 13-4. I've seen Apex be a driving factor where he's just getting 6 entries in a game, and he's farming pain gaming. That's why I wouldn't put Bigu Zera over Apex, because Apex is just always going to humble Bigu.
And I think that's a fair comparison to make. When you take Apex and you put him up against who is the competition in terms of in-game leaders, you look at a guy like Alexi B. I would rather have Apex output on a server than Alexi B, especially as of late. You can do the same math for Snacks in G2. You'd rather have Apex and his individual output. I think Apex is up there in the conversation, but you know, saying he's a fracking in-game leader, I think that's a bit far-fetched in a sense. I think it says more about the in-game leading role in modern day and age Counter-Strike, that it's very hard to frack consistently if you're also the main voice of the team.
Yeah, we did have a quote from Wikidia. Let's bring that one up. He has some thoughts on fragging in-game leaders, saying we potentially need a couple more of them in this new meta. Do you agree with that quote?
Nope.
I mean, he said that when Madro started playing pretty well, but I feel like if you're always depending on your in-game leader to put up a 1.00, that's too high. And that's kind of what you would expect for an average leader. I don't know why we're showing Snacks. He is clearly not an example of a fragging in-game leader. Brolin might be right there, but yeah, this is yeah, I mean, there's been guys in the past that have had like pop-off games, and I feel like that's, for me, it's still just about, can you get yours effectively enough to not be a hindrance to your team? And that's why I like Alexi B as a leader, because even though his rating is pretty low, I've never really watched Alexi B and been like, wow, he failed the eye test as an individual. Like, he was set up for kills, and it was just, he didn't get them. And that's why people drew a lot of ire to Hooksy, for example. He was sometimes in a position he should get a kill, and he doesn't get the kill. And then the Reddit would go crazy, Twitter would go crazy, everybody starts dogpiling on him. And that's why I think Chopper, Alexi B, Apex, they're players that just kick sand, even for that matter. They don't generally embarrass themselves when they're put in a situation where they have to get a kill.
I think a way to rephrase that conversation is to say, as an in-game leader, you don't necessarily have to be a fragger. I don't agree with Wikidia saying that has to be a new meta. I think Twist is a great example that it doesn't matter how much you would frag within Liquid, that was never going to work out to the level they wanted to. I think more so you just don't have to be a liability. It's kind of what you're describing right here. You just need to hold up to your own. I think there's certain in-game leaders, and I'm not going to mention any names because I can't stand all the fans anymore, but there's certain in-game leaders, to be completely honest, that is a liability for the teams. In terms of the output they have on the server, they are a liability. And I know the other teams don't want to say that we're targeting this guy, or we know heading into a game against this guy that may be a liability, that's something we can execute on. No one wants to say that because it doesn't sound nice, but trust me, that is exactly what the players and the coaches are thinking.
But when you're going B Inferno against G2 for 10 of your 12 rounds,
why did you have to do that?
You might be targeting Malps and Snacks in that game plan. You might be.
I did not say Snacks.
Oh my God.
It's just, oh my God. He's on escaping. He might be eliminated.
We're playing into it.
Still here. We had a nice lower third there. So there's fragging in-game leaders. There's more traditional in-game leaders. What would the definition of that be for you?
A traditional in-game, to me, a purist of the game, I'd say Apex, you know, the guy who's actually the in-game leader for the team, you know. CT side, T side, he's the main voice. He's involved in the preparation. He also strikes me as a guy that would overrule his coach sometimes. Obviously, they're working together with Extras, and he even told me that they have analysts, and it's not always they use them, and it's not always they take in the input. Karrigan said the same thing as well. Yes. Karrigan, a man that is in charge of his team, both morally, mentally, but also in terms of the T side, CT side. For me, an in-game leader is involved in the game. I personally, and this is my personal take on it, don't know about you, I don't like this trend that we see more and more in-game leaders placing themselves as a B anchor on Mirage out of the scope. I don't like having in-game leaders who cannot have an effect. Apex said it to me as well in Copenhagen. I may not be the best connector player on Mirage in the world. There may be other players who can have a higher output, but I can support the players around me even better. So maybe I'm worse in connector, but I can help my A player to function better with flashes, with utility, baiting, helping, etc., etc. So it's all some of the parts. That, to me, is an in-game leader, and that's the meta I want to see reintegrated into Counter-Strike. Being a fragger, that's cool and all. Winning games, much cooler.
Yeah, that's a fantastic idea from Apex, and I feel like he has implemented it perfectly. I think he also, does he rifle outside yard on Nuke too? For example, like, he takes control of space. That's something where Yeah, we've heard what G2 talk about, where other people are having to in-game lead, because Snax is usually on just some site anchoring it. They stuff him in a corner. And I've actually said on a recent like just desk recently, that I would actually want Snax to just become an outside yard rifler on Nuke, because if MOUZ is having a little bit of trouble there, if Snax is just playing the A anchor, just put Heavy God at ramp, put MOUZ at ramp, put Heavy God as the A anchor on Nuke, and put Snax as the outside rifler, because he's tricky, he can be more vocal, and I feel like that instills confidence in him and everybody around him, because you're gonna just, it's just, when people are in proximity of you and you're a vocal leader, they will get better. They will have plans, they'll have more ideas, they'll be able to play off of you better.
I don't know if this is too controversial, but I'm getting out of a limb right here. But let's be honest, my issue with that whole thing with the in-game leaders, as we're describing it, I don't want to use Snax as an example. Take Kixon. Kixon in Falcons, right? Kixon is playing the same positions on a lot of different maps as Snax, B anchoring on Mirage. My issue is that I can sometimes, pose the question, why are you on the team? CT side is completely led by Nico, 100% led by Nico. So then there's 50% left of the game. The gun rounds, the pistol rounds, they're planned pre-game.
I like this take.
How many buy rounds are you having on average on a T side in any game of Counter-Strike in MR12? We're not playing MR15 anymore, we're playing MR12. Let's say that on average, because certain games you're not playing a lot of T sides because you're not, either you're winning fast or you're losing fast. Let's just say 5 buy rounds, maybe 4 even. So in 4 of those rounds, he can be the in-game leader. He can be the guy making the difference with his mid-round calls. Now, in those 4 or 5 buy rounds, how many times is he calling an out-of-spawn tactic that anyone could call?
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of times. So you have now left, 2 or 3 rounds where you can be the sole in-game leader, where you as an in-game leader make the difference. To me, that's an issue, because I can then pose the question, why on earth are you on the team jumping on BF's Mirage when someone else could do it better?
Impact could do it better, make way. And just put Nico as the IJL, I mean, in all honesty, I mean, I've kind of like raised this question, or just this idea on like podcasts mostly, is just that the value of in-game leaders in CS2 when it's MR12, like you said, and many of them just relegate themselves to B apps or something like that. If you're gonna script half of your rounds anyways on the T side, and you likely have these guys bring half of a book every single time they sit down here, and they just flip through all the pages, they point at the strat, and they say, this is what we're gonna do. So you do need a mid-round voice, but we've seen from examples like MOUZ that Brolin's not shy about saying this. He's not always doing the mid-rounds for them. It's up to all of the individuals like Exertion, like Spinks, even Torzy, to just call what's going on their part of the map and then come up with a finisher. And if you've programmed the players and instilled those kinds of ideas into their heads already, okay, I'm lurking Palace, guys. I hear one guy rotating off. We could probably end A. That's why the in-game leader role is in some ways it's becoming a little less valuable. However, I think captains are still very important. I think Kerrigan is very important. Yes. I think Apex is very important. Alexi B, these are guys that can lead people. And that's why the big tournaments, that's why I want them in the middle of my team. I want Alexi B, I want Apex, I want guys that get fired up, because everybody can just build off of that. It's the moral part of it that is important. I know a lot of nerds out there are like, call strat does this, numbers this, number crunch that. It's like, dude, emotions are at play, and it's great to be around a guy that's fiery.
The best way to describe that from a player perspective, and I guess a lot of people could maybe anticipate what it would feel like whenever you're playing with someone you trust. Whenever I play with you and you make a call to me, I'm like, nah, I don't really trust you. I'm not gonna go through this smoke, dude. I'm gonna wait here.
I'm not making that call.
I'm not making that move for you. When I was playing with Glaive, everything he would say, even if I thought that was a bad idea, if I thought that, listen, Glaive, I don't think I should go through the smoke, I would do it anyway, because I believe and I trusted in him. So it's more about leading with conviction, and not necessarily about just calling the strats that we got. I also had times, I used to play in Team Liquid. We didn't have an in-game leader for 12 months. We didn't have any point during 12 months where we had the same in-game leader for 2 months, and that killed that team, that killed that environment, because whenever someone would call something, no one trusted in that call. So I don't care whether you call yourself an in-game leader, whether you call on the CT side, T side, as long as you trust the guy making the call, then you're halfway there.
Now, Pimp, you played with Glaive before. Playing with Glaive was cool, right?
That was kind of cool.
What was the best thing about Glaive back then?
Honestly, that he had the best sixth sense for the game that anyone have ever shown me. He was like Flusher on steroids, in a sense.
Wow.
Whenever he was making a call, whenever he was saying something, you just instantly believed in it. And one of the best things about Glaive, and one of the things that I remember him for the most, and I think some of the older Astralis players have, talked about that as well in certain interviews, is that he would sometimes dissect the game mid-round, and you would be sitting on a position, let's say Banana on Inferno, and he would make a mid-round call where you would think to yourself, without saying it out loud, obviously, oh yeah, that makes an awful lot of sense. Why we're not doing that, you know? But you will never come up with that idea yourself. You never come up with that solution yourself. So having a guy that would think on behalf of you in the middle of the game, and having a guy where his call I trusted more than my own thoughts. I've only tried that once with an in-game leader, and that was Cliff.
Any notable in-game leaders you've played with, Maui, over in the NA region?
Didn't you used to call a bit yourself?
I mean, I did, up to the ECL level.
And now you're here, yeah.
Yeah,
Look at
exactly.
you now.
I didn't really play with too many great in-game leaders at any point. I mean, I played with Valens, I played with Semphis at times, so hearing their veteran presence and just kind of ideas behind it, usually it just, I think the Semphis approach is the simpler the call, and the more it makes sense off the rip, the more likely it's just going to work. And I think Valens would want to play with just fakes a little bit more and things like that. And I feel like, in a weird way, Pimp, I think in terms of calling, fakes, I feel like, have kind of fallen out of meta a lot. I feel like in early CSGO and even Source and everything like that, people would be like, okay, 3 smokes here, and now you just go to the other bomb site. We saw Madger try to do that, sending 2 guys up cat. He takes the bomb B by himself, and it just falls completely flat. I don't know. I feel like that's probably one of the funniest developments, because the only teams that I see bring fakes to the table are Chinese teams now.
That's true. I mean, I can't really add anything else.
To them, yeah.
The level of Counter-Strike these days is just on another level.
Yeah.
You can't do the fakes anymore. The classic call, everyone has seen it, you know, I take bomb, I go B, everyone else rush A on Inferno, and then I'll win the round first, you know. We had that in pro games back in the days. We don't anymore.
Well, we're going to head things to a bit of an extended break whilst we fix the tech issues on stage. But when we are back, it's time to dive into our second semi-final, and this one is going to be a barn burner. Spirit versus Vitality, going down in just a few.
Oh no, I won't remember anything, man.
Oh, it's an old one? Has to be.
It's train, it's forest, it's MIBR. I know the time range when it was.
I don't remember this clip. 100% it's not 2014, it's not 2015, it's not 16 because Luminosity was still exist at that time. So it has to be around like 2017, 2018.
It should be 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, it's 2017-18.
Okay, let's say it's 2018, yeah? What major you had in 2018? Can you give me any guess?
I don't know why. I'll just say the E-League Atlanta 2017.
It's IM Katowice, yeah.
Face-It major?
Face-It major, perhaps? Okay, nice.
Yeah. Face-It, no, London! Oh my god, what am I saying? Wait, 2019 was ESL Katowice.
I like it.
That was the only one I knew from 2018.
Civics against Astralis, not against NIP, or Astralis, obviously.
100% they won this major.
Let's see what he does. I don't seem to remember this from the top of my head.
But it was in 2018 then. Has to be 19.
I think the guy has pretty good movement. There was Blast Paris.
I have no idea.
I don't know. Let's say it's 2018 Face-It London again.
I'm not sure, but this one. It's 2019 Star Ladder major in Berlin, maybe?
It's IM Katowice 2019.
Of course, man. I don't know.
Oh, there was major in Katowice? Yeah. Got the year at least.
Well, if it's Perfecto for Navi, there's not many options.
He's gonna kill 4 guys in long.
Oh, I remember that play.
I don't know. PGL Krakow 2017.
I think it just has to be 2021 PGL Stockholm major.
Stockholm, 2021.
This is PGL Stockholm 2021. Navi won this major.
So that's why they won the major. Only because of that play.
At least I know this. It's new generation, no?
Oh, I remember the play. Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
James overpass. Okay.
The clip, I actually do remember.
Missed the smoke and he's winning the clutch. Oh my god.
What I didn't say a Berlin major.
Yeah, this was I think fairly recent. Could it be 2022 IEM Rio major?
Rio major. I have my answer.
I'm telling you, everything what I remember, it's like 3 years ago. It's 2022 IEM Rio major. That was quick.
Night has fallen over Lisbon, but things only just getting started in the arena. That is because we have got a rematch for the ages in this semi-final. Spirit taking on the side of Vitality. And I say rematch because this was a best-of-5 grand final at IEM Katowice that we were all hyping up, that turned out to be one of the most one-sided best-of-5s I've ever seen in my life. We got to hear some words from Apex saying he doesn't anticipate it being as one-sided of an affair this time around in the best-of-3, though.
I think that's fair to say from Apex's point of view. However, I do think we're going to see the same amount of maps as we saw in that best-of-5 grand final. Vitality won 3-0. I would expect this game to go all 3 maps here as well today. I think Vitality, and as much as we've been praising them for saying they're the best team in the world, they're playing fantastic Counter-Strike, I don't get the sense that they're unbeatable right now. They should have lost to MOUZ in Copenhagen in the group stage leading into this tournament. I think MOUZ played better. I think MOUZ lacked a little bit of that clinical finish, but overall, it felt like MOUZ were the better team in that matchup despite losing the game. So that gave me the sense that yes, Vitality, they're playing Counter-Strike at a very high level, make no mistake. I think they're the best in the world, but they're beatable.
But the closing and the finishing is why it's hard to predict against Vitality.
Yes.
When they're consistently getting the better of teams at the end of series, at the end of maps, when everybody's making all the adjustments, that's why we praised Apex so much already. That's why we tout ZywOo and Rops as both some of the best closers in the game right now. So for Spirit, I feel like they have to rework the game plan entirely, though, because it can't just be a little bit of Zontix here. It can't be a little bit of Donk and here and there. We need everybody to come into play, and that's the problem. I feel like Spirit has been so one note, maybe two note, if you want to count Shiro and Donk.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I wanted to throw a question to you, Maui, that I posed to MBK during the group stage when we did get the one game that he covered Vitality on. It was talking about the utility usage for Vitality. I kind of posed the question to him privately in the green room saying, are they the best at using utility? He kind of raised it up a level saying they're the most efficient at using utility. And I feel like the first time that I was kind of really cognizantly noticing that was during that grand final versus Spirit in Kato.
I feel like that's an interesting point where I would need to dive into demos to really see what he means by that statement. I feel like every time they need to throw that extra smoke or flash, I'm not going to say it reminds me of like 2018 Astralis where it's changing the game or anything like that, but it's definitely, yes, it's efficient. They're not missing any nades. They're not, the flashes are usually assisting people. I mean, Apex himself, despite the fact that he runs in a lot pretty early, he's also always one of the best at flash assists too. And I feel like that's instilled in so many of the people's minds here. And I feel like it's also a huge boon when you're in a honeymoon. Everybody's flashing for each other. I've seen entire tournaments where Rops has 0 flash assists. An entire tournament. I don't think that's really the case on Vitality because he's just in this mindset where he wants to be the best teammate possible.
It was a best-of-5 last time around. Now we see it in a best-of-3. So it's time to find out what maps we're going to be playing. Any expectations, gentlemen? What do you think is going to come into play?
I'm very curious to see what Spirit is going to pick. It's no big surprise that Inferno is being removed right here, but their map pick is going to be interesting. No Ancient, we haven't seen Vitality play that in forever.
I feel like Dust 2 is generally what they've been doing versus some of the top teams. But Anubis, okay, this is a map that a lot of people are trying to punish Vitality on. It hasn't been working, though. And for Vitality, this is no surprise. Apex has been loving Nuke for the past 3 years as an in-game leader.
And now the handshake between the middle. No train coming in. I would suspect Dust 2. A map that Spirit loves to play, a map that Vitality loves to play, a map where both teams feel comfortable.
Okay.
There we go. Vitality. They're flexing the map pool a little bit right here.
Wow,
Removing Dust 2. I'd argue they're the best team in the world on the map. They rather want to play Mirage.
I kind of felt too there. I kind of felt that they would go for the Dust 2 decider in that both teams have shown that they want to pick it first off, but I feel like if you're Vitality, if you feel like you're the better team tactically, then why go to a Dust 2 where Chopper can just say, okay guys, take Cat, rush Cat. Like, it's not the most complex map, but instead, Mirage is one where the teamwork between so many of the individuals, the variety of defenses that Vitality have up their sleeves, they can really, really flex that.
It's a really fun pick coming out of Spirit on this side of things as well, because just yesterday, Na'Vi tried to punish pick it into them. We've heard time and time again Spirit say, you know, we don't like the map in terms of the geometry maybe of it, in terms of you know, the visuals, the aesthetic, but they're pretty damn good at playing it, right?
They're super good, you know. They won, I think it's 7 out of the last 8 games on the map, and the one loss they have in that period is against Eternal Fire, who many think are the best team in the world on the map. So yes, they're super efficient on it. We saw Shiro having a fantastic performance yesterday. Donk doing some ridiculous stuff on that CT side, and that's the name of the game. Spirit CT side on Anubis is very, very scary. So that Apex versus Spirit CT side, T side, that's gonna be interesting.
I'm so excited to be diving into this one. We do need to throw it down to the show floor to truly get it started.
The best thing comes to those who wait. And you guys have been waiting. Lisbon, are you ready?
It is packed, it is lovely. Want to do something?
Oh yeah, we're gonna do something special for this one.
So let's do this fast. We need your energy to the maximum. Everybody take your cell phones off.
Phones out, put your lights on.
And put the lights on, okay? James is gonna make a rhythm. And when he raises his right hand, you raise your phones, and then you hide it. When he raises his left hand, well, I'll do it. You raise your phones, and then you hide it. Everybody agrees? Everybody's ready?
You ready?
Hide the phones. Everybody hide it.
Everyone down.
Hide. Let's go. James, he's the rhythm master. Okay, this is the rhythm. Ready? Let's go. Go. Now everybody at the same time. You ready, James?
Oh yeah.
Let's go. Another one to both sides. Let's go, right side. Get ready. Do it again. Everybody.
Everybody.
And there you go, Lisbon, a round of applause. Are you ready for this? Last semifinals. Who's joining MOUZ? Give it up to Spirits versus Vitality!
I think if you're Vitality, you're always confident to make the playoffs. We have to defocus it from the first second.
Vitality untouchable, unbeatable.
I don't have some special mindset for them. They just want to play our game.
We know we can play really good CS. We just won 2 tournaments.
We just want to play our game, and we know that we can beat them.
You can't avoid Donk when he's happy to run at you no matter where you go. He's got a double kill.
Oh, that's dirty.
Oh, ace!
Playing in front of the front gives you goosebumps.
It really does feel like Spirit are coming out in full force.
We were comfortable against anything.
We have played a lot of games, so I'm very confident.
They love a challenge and they welcome it with open arms, seeking revenge after the last time these two teams faced back in Katowice. The game plan is set and adjustments have been made, but now it's about showing up and handling business on the stage. This is Team Spirit! for Vitality, and it is truly for victory so far in 2025. It just took one change for them to find their winning ways. The dominance is clear. The work ethic has been shown. They are 10 steps ahead of their opponents, but how long will it last? This is Vitality!
Vitality versus Spirit, ZywOo versus Donk. This truly is a showdown for the ages and a chance for Spirit to be claiming revenge, because it was Vitality that denied them back-to-back victories at IEM Katowice. But the question is today, Jacob, is it going to be Spirit to end the Hive's 14-series win streak?
That's a very good question for you. I'm not too sure about it, to be completely honest. I think Spirit started off the tournament a little bit slow. The loss versus MOUZ in the group stage didn't necessarily give me too much confidence that they're able to do that today. However, ever since they played good Counter-Strike, Donk is firing on all cylinders, and so is Shiro. The one thing that we always point out, Maui, is who's going to be that secondary star? Who can we rely on next to Donk? Well, Shiro so far has had a fantastic tournament. So if both of those are showing up, then Vitality is going to have a lot to deal with.
I'm just curious how the other puzzle pieces are going to fit in for Spirit, because going for this Anubis pick here to kick things off, not the usual Spirit pick. They've been vocal about their disdain for the map, but now I have to trust Holly. So Holly, you got to take the reins, you got to lead Spirit to the promised land here.
I mean, you talked about yesterday Donk being one of the best Evox players in the world. Anybody else that you're going to be fixating on when we do move to that defensive half?
Of course, it's got to be Zontix too, responsible for such a big portion of the map towards A. He gets a little bit freaky with it towards A main at times. He's going to be trying to be a disruptor, and that's something that feels oftentimes against Zontix's nature, but the way he locks down that site, peels off, and is able to find one here and there, sometimes even rotating towards mid. He's mobile. He's not just that stationary anchor.
That's what I love about this matchup. We touched upon it already. Donk playing Ebox, arguably the best player in the world at doing so. Guess who's playing Ebox quite often on the Vitality side? Apex, right? In the center of everything, trying to steer the ship, trying to be the supportive element. The man on the screen right here. Now, if we go to Mirage, third deciding map, guess who's playing Connector for the CT side of Spirit? Donk. Guess who's playing Connector for the CT side of Vitality? Apex, man on your screen. So it's two different teams that does things in two different ways. One is very team play oriented, both would be, but Apex is at the center of everything.
I feel like in this season, we've already asked so many questions, but the one thing that I think can be answered at the end of today, who the best player in the world is. If Donk and Spirit upset Vitality here, I feel like it's almost undoubtable that current form would lead you to believe Donk's the best. So all in all, this game has so much in terms of implications for these teams, for these individuals, in terms of the stories we tell about them later on in the year too.
Now here's a reason why I think Vitality is going to win this series and win this game. And it may sound a little bit simplistic, but in its essence, I don't believe Spirit can beat Vitality unless Donk is playing at his superstar level. But if ZywOo is having an ordinary game, I still believe Vitality can take down Spirit. And knowing that going into the game, if you're ZywOo, knowing that you can still win because you're looking to your right and you have Rupp sitting next to you, you're looking to your left and you have Flamesy and Messi playing the best brand of Counter-Strike they've ever played, it must be super, super nice. While on the Spirit side of things, if you're Donk and you're not playing well, you're not winning.
It truly is the clash of titans in the arena tonight. It's time for Team Spirit versus Vitality.
Lisbon, you sound good tonight. And yesterday you got robbed of a good match, okay? But right now we've got Spirit, who are normally a glass cannon, who are finding consistency, and against them Vitality, who appear to have a Titan's resolve.
Yeah, a resolve that nobody can seem to shake, let alone defeat. You know, this head-to-head, this is what could end up being very special this weekend. This matchup, right? This is a treat when it comes to Counter-Strike. This is what 2025 has to offer. Lisboa, MEO Arena, make some noise!
Holy fuck, it's good to be back.
Shall we? Team Spirit and Vitality, the finest Counter-Strike has to offer, and it's in your house tonight.
It's a bold pick, man. Anubis here for Spirit. The team, they don't like it, but they're so good at it. And that's how it begins. Not a blip of damage here on Vitality.
Great flash, doesn't matter. He recovers, and you've got Zontix there to support Shiro. Clean as can be. The conversation around Spirit, again, I've said it yesterday, I'll say it once more. It's about that Zontix, and we'll see what he can do if they get back to that A site, but hold your breath, because you are witnessing one of the best. It is ZywOo in a 1v4, and this room believes it's possible, but Donk's got other ideas. The two best teams, the two best players. That is what it's all about tonight.
In case you missed it, man, Zontix over on A main, just like yesterday, from this exact pillar, was immovable. Every round, played these angles to perfection. A perfect CT side on Anubis, one of his best in his career. He put that together on stage. It looks like he might do that again versus a step up in competition. We're talking about Vitality, who are 28-3 in their last series so far. 15-match win streak if they win this game here versus Spirit.
That's a horrifying record to be going up against if you're Spirit. The thing with Zontix is not only Mohan did he have that phenomenal play over on the A side, he's having his best event. That is the piece. That is the third prong to the Spirit hope. The trident that's meant to just dismantle this Vitality hype train. If it all comes together, they can do it. That I truly believe. Zontix 3K in the pistol is a sign of good things to come. Of course, you gotta convert it. You got to be able to hold Vitality back round after round. You got to be able to stop their momentum once they get it. Because this is truly a squad from across the board that can believe in itself and believe in one another. There are no doubts for Vitality so far this year. Zontix singular frag as Flamesy's going to clear him out.
He was allowed to do that because Shiro was here, Chopper right behind him in camera.
Little utility in front of the commitment. They're going to go trudging forward. Into the bomb site, they'll attempt. ZywOo to bring it back. He gets his one, as did Flamesy, but no follow-up from the others. There's the bricks play. Donk's gonna make the difference yet once more, and it's a Mezzy Desert Eagle to try to get this Vitality force buy over the line. Not gonna happen. Majority stand for Spirit. It is a golden opportunity as far as openings go.
It's possible MOUZ play Vitality 10 times in a row, and Vitality maybe slightly edge them out because the sheer level of skill, the team play and everything. But you look at Spirit on their very best day, they can beat Vitality. We know their ceiling is almost limitless. And yesterday they showed if they played Vitality, that they could have maybe got that result then. They're just looking to do it 2 days in a row to get to a Grand Finals, to make up for that Katowice Grand Finals where they got stumped. None of them, I think, believed that that really counted. In their heads, it was an off match. Donk has said this himself. Now it's time to prove it.
It's always easier said than done, but you know, tell yourself what you have to in order to step forth into this opportunity with a true belief. And if it was a shaky Team Spirit, then maybe I'd have still doubts, but the way that they absolutely shredded Navi yesterday.
The special thing about this head-to-head, especially with Zontix on A site showing us some great stuff lately, is that Rops is the kind of the only player that can maybe test him.
True.
1-for-1. And also, just by the way of which they approach A main, it will be Rops going in to try to fight him on some raw duels.
Take a specialist like Robs and you put him up against a great version of Zontix, an informed version on this A site right now. And we saw what the absence of Robs did to FaZe. We saw what it's bolstered Vitality with. Thing is, you get Zontix with Shiro, second highest rated player for Spirit, obviously behind Donk. It's not a defense anybody really wants to go up against, but here Vitality find themselves again with just their pistols. Shiro sensing a bit of an opening here, content to just stick that M4 barrel around the corner, frag grenade supported, and thus far it's been great tethering coming out from Team Spirit. This is looking like a bit of a brick wall over on the A site. Yes, it's in the face of just pistols, but usually Vitality good for at least shaking up their opponents. Apex takes the long road around from the B site. Want to make sure you die before time expires.
Oh, they're not even going to let him.
No, that's
they're
not
going to
even
look for his exit route.
And if he's not careful, he's going to die. And now after
they're
time.
They're waiting.
If he dies after time, this is awkward.
Oh, that's brutal.
That's horrendous.
They actually went to look for where he would go. Running back through the spawn. Oy, that is a rough way to start here for Vitality. Great for Team Spirit.
Ouch. $1,700 in the first gun round.
That was by design, right? The way that they hunted this. I mean, they went to save because even if he saved, he was saving just a deagle.
Right.
His economy would have been stunted. Barely any difference. Oh, there it is.
Help.
The raw duel.
Found a gun for Apex. Just a matter of getting it back. Shiro not going to keep that deep angle forward on main. So out of the gate here, round 4, Vitality find a little space to work within.
I don't think anyone else does that to Zontix right now.
Through the essence of that smoke, Flamesy charges inwards.
Part of the way that they've been able to hold A main and look so good is because of Zontix, but it's also because Chopper keeps eyes on mid throughout the round. Different times he comes back in and out. It's not a place that you can post up and stay, but it's somewhere you can come back to get info. He finds all the right times to do it, but this weakens the map tremendously.
It's a beautiful mix of Team Spirit players constantly kind of blending up the change-ups between middle and A site. Right now it's B that's the intended target. Magix leans back. While that incendiary burns them towards E-Box, Flamesy's got other ideas. Add a third layer to this assault and suddenly B feels like a foregone conclusion. But Magic's still just kind of keeping himself pressed in.
Waiting for Flamesy to come through.
He's gonna fall victim to this flank, you'd think. Arounds the corner, and sure enough, connects to the head of Magic. So nothing that Team Spirit can do about holding Vitality back off of this one. If you thought this was gonna be a blowout, here's your reminder. Vitality 5 strong in the post plant. There'll be a question as to what the costs end up being here. Doesn't look like it'll be the free canal exit. Vitality won't waste much time. 4th round, theirs to the board.
If that round doesn't show you we've got a high-level game coming up, I don't know what does. Vitality use every piece of utility. They get the flank in place. They kept 5 alive up until this moment. And that was excellent use of the map control. Perfectly punished. But look at this. Even to the end of the round, you never stop working. Some extra damage done.
Prime example of the nitty-gritty that this game is going to boil down to. Spirit may lose that bomb site for free, but they sure as hell add a price tag on the exit.
It all starts with Robs. You saw him on the screen just now. This duel. No one else does this to him. He's right in front of the flash. Even if it was aiming at him, wouldn't have mattered. Instant first bullet to the head.
The Hive is in the house.
Oh, sorry for swearing.
It's okay. Life comes at you fast. As will Vitality. You think it's all going to be methodical. Don't let your guard down. This one's got a quicker tempo. Flamesy just wants to be let off that leash. Flashbang will reveal Shiro's position. And an immediate volley of utility to come forward here. Blocking off Temple, which means blocking off Chopper. Which means it's going to boil down to the Zontix Shiro A-site hold. If there is a commitment to come through, which there is. Down through the camera smoke they'll go. Shiro clipping the wings of Apex. Flamesy, he's going to be heard, so that turns around the A main play, but Mezzi comes out through smoke, catches him off, 3rd player dead. It was an opening kill here for Spirit. They had high hopes for that hold, and then Vitality flood forth regardless of the early deaths. And they come out with 4 players strong.
That's terrifying. I missed it, but that camera smoke, was that a T or CT smoke? Because there was a gap that allowed Apex to get out a little bit more quickly.
I want to say
have to wait
T.
it out. And if it was a T smoke, it was also very aware of Shiro to get the first kill when he was playing up there from heaven. But Mezzi makes the move. Just as they're splitting, there's a 3rd angle, him coming through that smoke. Yeah. That would be a play that on its own wouldn't make much sense, probably wouldn't scare Spirit at all, but in this spot, because they're on the inside of the smoke, they have stuff to watch. They cannot be watching that smoke as well. As perfect move from Mr. Mezzi.
I think the timing of all of those plays within that round is just such a prime example of how in this moment, in this hot streak of 14 match wins, Team Vitality are clearly all on the same page.
This is a checkmate position, right? You spend any time staring at this with your gun out, you're wasting time.
And it doesn't take long to get Hallie on the mic. This is something we saw with Hallie versus Blade yesterday. Constant early pauses to try to get momentum rolling. Spirit obviously 3-0 start. They want to get their hands back on that.
Vitality have solutions.
There's a fire in his eyes.
Yeah, there is. I mean, he's excited to play the best team in the world. I mean, he's somebody that when he says something in that manner, you take it at face value. He is an infinite game player. He is in it to play the game. He's not in it to achieve any one goal. He just wants to keep winning for the sake of winning. He's addicted.
So it propelled him to world's #1. Doing it his way as well. He will be featured inside of this B bomb site. Yet again, doesn't feel to me like Vitality are wasting a lot of time to just get into the posturing moments of their attacks. I mean, everybody's ready to pounce this site already. You'll leave Rops to his own device elsewhere, but you are going to try to unearth Donk from that platform. You force him to use the smoke. Apex comes in with an entry. That's his first kill of the game. And once he's online, that's the thing with Vitality. The floor has been rising. Donk emerges through smoke. ZywOo clips him, then in there, and it's a double out of their in-game leader. The captain of Vitality has been playing great CS. All of Vitality have been great as of late, and that is why their win streak is undisputable.
Dude, they're finding new routes that people aren't trying, both on A and B. This is like Death Stranding, them building a brand new highway just to ride on it. They found 2 of these smoke pushes off the back of a kill to weaken the defense that's already weak because it's Anubis. Very hard to hold any one angle when you have to float between Donk and Magix behind default. It's another sort of checkmate play. Again, if you're watching that and Apex is inside of it, you're probably going to get shot in the side. So not much you can do about it. Vitality tie off that round. For a second, it felt like this game was going to go up 6-5, 6-1, something like that, in favor of Spirit.
Catching Chopper with his head on a silver platter, and that's how ZywOo ends up seeing him. Just a glimpse on the jail jump up.
Didn't want to let Apex get too many kills. But that was his no matter what. Shiro's ops a little lonely. You have Zontix at least with an M4.
In current form between these two teams, if we go down the list, Donk is ZywOo. You've got Shiro to counter out Rops. Flamesy and Zontix at this moment in this event, basically locking horns. To me, Mohan, the difference comes down to whether or not Magix can pick it up, because versus Na'Vi, he had that incredibly poor performance on Dust 2, where a P250 clip was all he basically had.
Yeah, he had 5 great kills.
So Magix Chopper versus Apex Flamesy. I think that is where the difference, or excuse me, Apex Mezzy, that is where the difference could boil down to this evening, in this instance of this head-to-head. There is no room.
When we say the ceiling is limitless, we talk about the major grand final.
Sure.
But then you see where it does exist, where their floor falls out. It definitely can be Magix. Sometimes you see how well he can play versus anybody. Well, sometimes he can be absent as well.
Flash to warn Shiro of what's coming. Remember, not a lot of guns, but still in the right position. Shiro under pressure with the utility down beneath him. Flamesy on an absolute tear here. He drops the 2 guns. Oh,
what a flick.
Nice flick over from the 5-7. There's one for the road. Give him something to think about. And we just talked about Magix and his pistol prowess. Beautiful P250 highlight versus Na'Vi, but doesn't look like he's going to get anything going this time around. Again, just try to rack up a price tag on the exits, perhaps. The Vitality. Again, I think this is a great moment where if you're letting them get close to the bomb sites, it's once that execute comes. Look at the conviction that they're throwing behind it. The utility's superb. The trade frags are great.
Yeah.
And you've also got these like multi-frag moments coming from across the board. This is a triple for Flamesy. You had Apex with a double when they were hitting over on that B site. There's also been a varied strategy to this attack. It is very difficult, in my mind, to put a pin in Vitality.
Agreed. I mean, you can't reduce them to any one thing right now. They have so many good things, and the fact is they can go off game plan to get creative as well. That's the scariest part, and that's why they have such an amazing winning record. A streak to kick off the year. And also a team making a debut. As impressive as MOUZ.CET have been, here is Vitality, undefeated on 2 maps.
It was a hiccup back at Bounty in their opening debut, and even that was just sort of the T side, and a lot of the conversation then with that one loss, their last loss, since they've just been picking up trophies ever since. They highlighted their shortcomings. They knew what they had to work on, and by God, they got right to work. Now we've got this off floating around in middle. Shiro ahead of the doorway. Will be flustered back by the utility in the presence of Flamesy. But again, it's just the posturing. A little positioning, damn well worth the struggle here. The investment in utility, not negligible.
I mean, this is a good setup here for Spirit. They maintain mid. They're not scared off of this. The entire time Chopper could have left, but he had Shiro behind him. A-Side's not getting prodded again. Again, they know they can leave Zontix alone very often.
Chopper can't get back though. That's
surely
the problem.
not.
Yeah, he could have sat in that corner unnoticed, but he just steps back into the crosshair of ZywOo, and the patience pays off.
ZywOo knew he was going to do that the entire time.
Starts to feel like this is creating a squeeze, so we'll see Magic try to work forward here. Meanwhile, another smoke goes down in front of Long. Apex playing with his grenades. There's good cover here from Donk, but they both burn.
No.
And it could be Apex to try to reclaim this. Down to 30 seconds. 3 players strong from Long. Trade's good.
Come on.
T's able to exit. Here's the off of Shiro. It's a 2v3 tonight because ZywOo connects into Temple. And then that final rotate in Zontix at half health against 2. We've been talking about his stellar A defense. No clutch offered up. Flamesy fired at the fingertips, hot off the press, and no signs of slowing down.
Nuts, man. It was actually excellent to go and check out what was going on here in E-Box. They found that first kill. Apex even got caught jumping. This is a 5v4 for Vitality to kick this off, but Spirit nearly brought it back. Nice! These guys are fearsome. Economic tatters for Spirit once again. Now it's Donk's rifle. That's lonely.
See ya, Chopper. Or at least 85% of Chopper. If that's not a gut-wrenching feeling, suddenly you feel figured out. He has to just limp back into that bomb site.
He's lucky the one bounce is a little weird.
Vitality just keep marching forward. 5 rounds straight. Again, a few rifles, or weapons rather, for the play. Single M4 on Donk, MP9's mixed otherwise.
Vitality are always respecting the map when they have a full buy. Every round's going A first, mid, and then B.
Ooh, ouch. Magix gets burned down to 20. Now, all that is here for the B site are these 2 players that were tagged up by all the nades. Easy pickings for Flamesy. This guy's just got Killer Instinct online tonight. Off to a 9-6 start.
I know this is a mixed buy, but this looks impossible.
Apex kind of distracted by that player jumping up by the shelf, turns away from the most lethal piece of Spirit here in round 9. With that second rifle now in their hands, they get a little closer, but they know that the time's against them. They don't have the kit, and honestly, with how much has been bottomed out economically, you walk away with these 2 guns. Team Spirit need to concede 6 rounds straight.
Can they at least miss some utility? I guess they missed that nade slightly. It's the worst thing they've done all game.
Yeah, that's what we're going to pick them apart for.
They only did 30 damage with that one grenade once.
Oh, Vitality, wash.
Every molly is pushing someone out of position. The op is getting shots through smoke. We haven't even started talking about ZywOo. He's having his best year start ever.
It is Flamesy taking over. You know, there was once upon a time, Flamesy, every time he stepped forward onto Anubis, I knew he was going to have a star-like performance. Going back to OG even. It felt like they, played this map for him. He's reminding us of his capabilities.
It's a lot of timeouts gone. I can't blame Ali though. This is a spot where like they've needed an idea. They've needed to figure out what was going to happen next out of Apex, out of Vitality, but it's been a comprehensive game plan for Vitality. All the X factors there. Mezzi's only 2 kills got them around. Rops' only kill got them around. Sheer impact. I mean that truly with all due respect. Like, the kills they've gotten have all led to better positions in each round and have mostly simply converted.
Dude, the fact is Boost is already in position, and Chopper, he's been trying to get into that corner. Remember when he crossed back without the smoke cover and died? Well, ZywOo was ahead of that smoke. He was boosted before the smoke popped. Talk about getting read like a book here. In the waning few gun rounds that have come forth from Spirit, it is ZywOo to win the op duel.
Through the fire.
And so man advantage established, Vitality trickle down into that bomb site. But they don't do it in the murmur. It is a smash of the defense. Donk hot on the heels of the wrap back round long and met by Flames, needs to wait. Man advantage for Vitality with the bomb ticker already going. Utility to try to announce the retake. Magic's also still working with the full belt.
Worth a shot.
There is a world where suddenly they pressure this post plant, but we'll see if Donk is able to pull on any kind of thread. Magic's maybe first. He's got Mezzi right here on a silver platter, looks away. That distraction offered by Donk creates the moment for Apex. Headshots his.
He rips the guillotine.
Sikisa. Who is this? A flashback to his past.
It's official. Anyone on this team can clutch. Woo. Pow. And Spirit in one of their better moments in these last few rounds. Leave Hallie Arthur fisted, standing behind them. A buy still comes through, but Spirit nearly put that together.
Wow!
What is happening, bro? Are we playing the same game?
I don't think Vitality are.
Did he just do that to Shiro?
Yes.
Shiro is not even holding wide. He was holding for that peak.
Bro, Flamesy's wall banging as Chopper just tries to get an inch closer to this bomb site that's already lost. There is no hope of a hold. You can drop ZywOo.
I don't know if they know the future or they're just creating it every situation.
Unreal.
But they know they're the ones holding the pen, writing the story at the moment. This isn't main character syndrome. This is main character.
And there is no player two. Wild scenes in Lisbon as what's supposed to be the two best teams lock horns, and it could not be more lopsided.
That was just a passing thought to clear that.
Dude, like a bug on the windshield. Exactly.
Yeah. That's earned. That's a great crosshair placement.
8 rounds straight.
Oof.
You let them have the pistol. They'll go ahead and convert.
Dude.
And then you rock their worlds for an entire T side. Spirit's hopes is they will switch sides after this round. The question is, are they non-existent? Anubis, the Spirit map pick, flabbergasted at the perfection that this T side has shown us. Donk awaits that, and Apex is able to strike the first one down. No lineup, no defense, no hope here for Spirit. A desperate one for the CTs as they will have to step forward into some sort of a retake attempt. You've got a flash for Zontix, you've got an incendiary, the tools are there, but the pressure remains high. Apex oversteps. Could be the first thread of an unraveling here in what feels like the free round. Fire on site, Mezzi ready to swing when needed, and they will fall back. They will let Spirit think they have a chance. That was what it was all about tonight. Let them walk forward on that stage with high hopes to crush them. This is not a gap. This is a gorge.
First thing I want you to know is me and Zayu are really bad at anything related to holding a pen.
We're gonna do our best.
The first thing, I think it will be easy for you.
C4?
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, yeah. Oh, you're such a bitch. Wait. So.
What the fuck? Karambit.
Yes, thank you. Let's go. Okay. Question mark?
No, it's like a...
I mean, there's only 3 days. Molotov.
Yeah, perfect. I'm thinking about mine. Wait.
Yeah, but let it face.
What the fuck? Kit? I don't know.
Me neither, I don't know.
Window? I don't know. Flash maybe? Flash? Ah, it looks like a flash, yeah.
Thank you. I think it's a smoke grenade. Hey, good job, mate.
Glock.
Yes, actually, yes. It was a Glock. What the? It's a map?
No.
It's a really long pistol then. Yes, please?
No.
No?
Yeah, it's really simple pistol. Like, it's really easy. You click on it.
Yeah, thank you.
One of the best pistols ever.
Deagle? That's a Deagle?
Yes, that's a Deagle.
Yeah, we are really bad at it. Hey, already. That's a bomb site. I'm so bad at drawing. This is
It's like a B-side.
No.
Ah, yeah, I get it. Inferno, yes.
Yes, Wait.
So this is...
Short.
So Mateo, when you enter the site, you have a box to your left. Yeah, okay, I get it.
See, you get it?
Yeah. I will do one that I think will be easy for you. Here. Entrance.
Okay.
Then B.
Why are you drawing this way? Like
boxes really far, because I cannot do here. You have like a huge box. Here, people hide behind it. Here is a bomb site. There is a block here and a box on top of the box. A window. Mate, which B site has a window? Think.
Oh, I know a lot of bomb sites with the window. Mirage?
No, B site.
Yes! There's a lot of window, Mirage.
Okay. There is a fucking door here that you can enter.
Those two?
Yes, B side, those two.
Short.
Side, come inside! Nice, boys! Let's start
Oh,
fuck! Noob.
A flick of the wrist and a wave to the crowd. Apex just smashing Spirit alongside him and his squad. It is not about Zywoo, it is not about Rops, who only has 1 kill. Tonight could be about Flamesy. 12 frags on that first half.
Those entries, man.
What a T-side from Vitality.
It really started off so well for Spirit to at least get a first or second rifle round. That's what it felt like they were gearing up for. Now they got to fight for this T-pistol.
Zywoo's Berettas, only the one. Mezzi right with him. Apex and Mezzi hold the line. Mezzi looking for a triple, denied it by Chopper. It's 2 kills in, 2 kills to go, and both remaining members double up. If I'm Rops, I let Flamesy try to take this in the form he's in. Nothing feels impossible, but Chopper has that bomb and more than a minute to work.
I feel like Chopper, it's going to be hard for him to get out of here safely, but he's found the way. But with them playing the middle of the map, I think Chopper's got to hope that there was some long flank that he's avoided, but that would be a little bit unnecessary on a round like this.
Every option's still open to him, so take your sweet time, my friend. Cautious of the chase.
So you could play 2 to 1 site and then lose a lot of time if it's the wrong one. You could play middle and then you're not in either site, but at least you're playing together. And here they're still kind of going off of reads and actually worried about a flank all the way through spawn. So Chopper has the best situation to get this bomb down clean.
It's uncontested. There's no denying this plan.
Hey, if this was Shiro, we'd be hyping this up a lot. Chopper has the space to make this happen.
All right, well then, shall we? Let's believe in him. He'll have a chance to reposition first. They're not wasting a moment here. Look at the confidence, vitality come into this retake with. They stomp their way.
He's planted on the other side.
Down past camera and beyond him. He gets the first onto Flamesy. Now it's just Rops. It's Rops' second kill. Or Chopper clutch. And he waits it out, wraps around, and gets wrapped.
Oh, no second chances.
Single bullet out of Robin, and that is vitality to double digits with a pistol in their back pocket. That is all Spirit had to work with in the first half. A pistol win and 3 rounds off of the conversion. The second half will not feature even the pistol.
Don't look at Rops. He's like Medusa sometimes, man.
I love the way
kill.
in that sitting on bomb site doesn't tap the bomb again.
Yeah.
He just went so silent. At that point, could have been climbing up, could have been behind Chopper.
The one thing was, with where the bomb was planted, if Chopper decided to peek from the other side, he would have had to jump onto the site to actually stop Rops from defusing. So there was a little edge to Rops there. The edge that Chopper gained was that he appeared to not be up in heaven to get the first kill. Tough situation to distill. Rops figures it out.
Luckily for Spirit, we've got that Chopper bomb plant. That's why this one's got more bells and whistles. We'll see if Spirit can just suddenly pounce into sight here. Ooh, Donk shaved down to 80 HP as the utility comes in.
As he got that info very safely. Won't be the Tech-9 storm they're looking for.
Can always redirect it. Minute 15 to the clock. Didn't lose much on that one. Wasn't even a heavy utility.
Oh no, lots of utility.
Lean back, reset, come at this again. Now, scout shot rings out. There should be a slightly larger alarm bell ringing for vitality. Chopper gonna dive down into the canal. And then wrapping back around to that bridge. Now, we've got pressure on the A site in the form of utility, but no bodies behind it.
Feels like because they have better utility here, they're leaving Apex alone. This is a position that can get sketchy for sure.
Definitely, especially with the
CT's
potential.
going through though. They're finding a time.
The potential for
Oh,
that
they smoke
pinch.
behind him. Oh, it's perfect.
Flamesy, he's
They
going to catch
smoke
the
behind
player
him.
turned, and as that player turns, Zontic's not able to do anything about it. Donk's AK, the only one to rattle a player from Vitality. There's more where the first one came from, and he can't handle that pressure. Magix is able to get down into E-Box. That is Tech-9 in hand with players inbound. These two Ts in the post plant will be split between the retake direction. ZywOo tagged up. Tech-9 only good for one. And ZywOo's able to clear out sight because the second player banked on Magix being able to hold both back.
Dude, that was an unreal clear out of ZywOo, man. He knows that someone's holding him from the site. Magic's on an off angle. Gets first bulleted. 11 rounds for Vitality. No sweat. Like a good boxer, they were following them throughout this fight, right? They let them have space when they wanted to, but they had another plan. Even when they went to heavy lean on A, at that moment, they had met them on B, they had met them in mid, and then decided to go for the long flank, just to seal it up. Even if it's the B site, as Apex was standing there by himself, he knew he would have help eventually.
Four spies from here to the end, and the end may not be far off. Insane that we tried to put Rops up on that high horse, talking about his dominance on this A bomb site, and he has been a non-factor in this map. And when Rops isn't needed, a real testament to the talent across the board of Vitality. Here is his chance to shine alongside ZywOo. Again, it is lesser weapons, just these Galils to try to puncture in, now down to the 3v5. Spirit are gasping for anything in these moments. Magix will be delivered a gift. Apex steps forth, and that could be an upgrade offered over. Sure enough, Magix onto the M4, not to mention a smoke grenade to come with it. That'll block off camera, which puts a bit of a question in the back of the minds of Vitality for only the moment. Shiro steps in, loses his head.
That was a great risk out of Flamesy. I mean, especially for how the map was going, but more pushes come through, and they're not expecting this. 30 seconds for there still to be a prong on the other side of the map. Magic's gonna go join Chopper, but Chopper has not gone through yet. They're still afraid of Rops here holding an angle. Low HP though.
Quarter health for 2 to take. It's all about the timing, and now that Mezzi's here, he's gonna be bolstered by it. Magix gets dinked. Chopper denies Rops anything else.
That clock dry.
It's another chance for Chopper to put a clutch on the board. Wasn't able to do it in the pistol, came damn close. Oh! And Mezzi's not even gonna let him make a move. That is the 12th for Vitality on the board. We're talking 9 map points.
Player quality, man, it's so high. Like individual moves, there's no macro going on in some of these spots, just really great decisions being made consistently throughout. You have to beat them on maximum difficulty, all 5 players, one at a time. If Flamesy finding this opportunity, you know, you can only peek the right side of default when you have main control. Main wasn't smoked, but because Spirit had shown them some info, 2 players pushing A main, player pushing mid, he thought that was free to try.
Ali's final chance.
I don't feel bad. I mean, I do feel bad for him.
You don't feel bad, huh?
No timeouts used for Vitality.
Easy day in the office for Xtaz.
Seriously. They should get 6 on the next map. No, actually, that's not a good idea. That wouldn't even be might not even be necessary.
Spirit thought they had the chops to take a swing at Vitality's Anubis. Not the first to try. Not the first to fail. Very bare bones util here for Spirit in the 16th. Oh, that's what you need to see out of Spirit. Donk trying to tap into that superstardom with Chopper. Ooh, this one's looking better.
Nice.
This one damn near flawless. Shiro barrel to the back of Rops. The first sign of life from Spirit since the 3rd round of this map.
Took the 3rd time out, but ended up being perfect. A morsel of success here for Team Spirit. Very late into the game. Early by the number of rounds, but they're gonna have to hear that match point sound every time they start. And it's great from Donk, and we can get stuff like that out of him. Now it's just about how many of those do they have?
It's just one of those moments where it's like, you no longer have anything to lose. It's 12 on Vitality's side, do or die. And in those do or die situations, Donk steps it up. Spirit will be wondering why they can't all be that easy.
Yeah. Quite a spot for him to get to this early.
Right?
Oh, this is wild. He's going to see this.
Boy. Oh! Almost gives that monitor a little love tap.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch.
But hey.
You know, at least he didn't do it in front of a packed out arena.
He just wanted to let him know he could have killed him.
The 5-7 giveth, the 5-7 taketh.
That was so Rops, though. Yeah. One tap, then turn around.
Yeah, I know, like, how confident he is. Look good to me. Clearly not enough. Mezzi, though, ooh, I was going to say,
reaction.
Could have been set up in one of those moments where they're so fixated in on Apex that they
Wait, the bomb is here by itself.
Curious. It's got the cover. He's going to dive it. Oh, it's not planted.
Oh, my God. If
It's not planted. Flamesy into the 1v4. First kill comes free. Donk denies him. Nay, nay. Not like that. God forbid, not like that. 7 to go to overtime.
It's all about mental at this point. And in a sense, pressure's off here for Spirit. You know, they might even be writing themselves off. He actually probably thinks he's being toyed with.
Well, well, well.
They have that Counter-Strike player hunch, you know, trying to shoot him in the back of the head. Worse pistols than before.
Won't deter Rops from getting another 5-7, though.
He'll be pissed about that because he also got out of A main. You don't play that card too many times.
Sure.
And he walked out early.
And that would have been a free M4. Could have ran back into that bomb site. Ouch. 81 damage off the frag. No, I think you're dead on. Getting into that position, so valuable, but you can't do it too often. And you burn it. At a leave a man miserable. Spirit also sizing up both sides of the map. Again, no steps can be skipped in this bleak of a situation. USP headshot for Chopper to deal with. Apex cleans up on that one. And Magix just wants out. Shiro here to deny any chase, but the bomb has actually came in off those kills. Look at the CT scrambling the wrong way. Uh-oh. Apex doubles back. Suddenly there's more than what he left. Plenty of presence here inside of the B side out of Spirit, and that will indeed net them their 6th, only halfway to Vitality's 12.
Maybe Robs only has 4 kills because he hasn't been spraying.
I don't know if that's it. Just feel like with Flamesy on this tear, there was not enough to go around.
Yeah, that is more what it feels like. Look at the round of the score at the top. I don't think he's thinking about his kills so far.
You know, that but and a 5-7 with.
Yeah, so Spirit will have to show us now why this map is T-sided and why you can put one foot in front of the other. They know what they could do here.
As unbelievable as it feels in the moment, it does have the makings of a magical comeback, because that would be both CT sides with a pistol and 3-0 start. That's what's needed here. Spirit have to replicate Vitality's offensive success. And the talk of the town is that Vitality seem untouchable. Spirit looking like they were informed to do it. And if you're gonna walk the walk, you gotta talk the talk. You gotta be the next closest thing to Vitality. All the other teams, barring MOUZ, put Spirit up on this special pedestal to take a swing at the world's #1 tonight. So far, a swing and a miss.
Vitality did great on pick plays in that first half, where they had ZywOo waiting mid-rounds, the boost on middle. Some of those openings were just those raw Flamesy duels towards A main. But one pick play in the other direction, that could be night-night for Spirit.
Chopper gets close, but makes sound on the approach.
Spotted.
Oh, that's what they needed.
Spotted from 2 angles, essentially.
One misstep, one missed shot. A missed chance to keep it rolling. And this one comes crumbling down around you. Donk will not double dip. It's damage on Magix to deal with. He will handle Apex. ZywOo steps forth.
That's it.
Closes. A 3K for the road. A flawless Anubis. And Vitality makes sure that Spirit feel the sting going into this next map. Easy run to the grand finals, it seems.
Vitality arrive with Venom, and they are truly looking vicious. They go supersonic on Spirit's map pick, no less, with a monstrous T-side, and Flamesy truly igniting in this arena tonight.
That was a gigantic showing coming out of Vitality. Again, Spirit picking the map into Vitality. You must think to yourself, they have a clear game plan, they have a clear idea what they wanted to do. They win the pistol, they go up 3-0, and then Vitality just completely take over the game. One of the most clinical, one of the most well-polished T-sides I've seen any team play at this level on Anubis.
Just so many great aspects to the Vitality game here, and I feel like for Spirit, if you're gonna pick Anubis, you gotta realize that yes, that CT side is difficult, but you would have thought that they would have found some method to control the madness that is Vitality. There were no answers there. There was that 3-0 start, and then really it was just Vitality in the driver's seat the entire way.
Just looking at the scoreboard, right, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually won the game in a sense. I know Vitality obviously dominating from start to finish, but the kill distribution right here, there were so many times where Spirit were forcing into saving, where they were forcing out of the bomb side, where Shiro weren't even participating in the rounds. It was just one clinical side take after another. I want to give an awful lot of credit to Apex for the calling, the pacing, the system. They went A, they went B, they went A, they went A again, they went B. They were all over the map throughout the entirety of that first half.
It was just an absolute clinic put on by the side of Vitality. Let's look at one round in isolation from that T side. We got round number 6, and just prior to this, Spirit had actually called a timeout themselves. How did Vitality answer back to that?
I just wanted to show this round 6 to give people a sense at home for what it is we're praising Vitality for. We could have picked any round to be found that T side. Again, a very clinical side execute. No smoke right here. ZywOo gets a lot of information. Apex finds the first duel, and then they swarm the side, and they do it with style. The trade potential is always there. Again, Donk gets 1 kill, instantly traded by ZywOo. Apex is already pushed in behind the enemy lines, finds a nice kill, great opening right here. And look at the time, Maui. It was only 25 seconds into the round. So Spirit are playing a game of chicken where they don't want to use a smoke towards the main entrance. They're trying to save utility, trying to save nades. What does Apex do? Well, okay, we'll just come in and take over your house.
I've heard people try to define the Apex style before, and I've heard the term chaotic floated out there because he has had rounds that have just boiled down to the last 10 seconds on a site hit. That one with 1 minute and 15 seconds left as they're trying to approach. It's so hard to read. It's so difficult to game plan against. I feel like Holly was just the entire time looking for answers, desperately trying to find something. Do we push mid? Do we make an A main aggression? What do we do? Do we hold nades? Do we try to use them early? It doesn't matter. There's so many different ways that Apex approaches these rounds that you're always left scrambling.
Yeah, and Apex not only stylish in terms of cooling, but in the server as well. Should we talk about that clutch in round number 10?
I think it summarizes the entire game. Everything he was doing in this game worked out for them. Again, a nice little sequence right here. Saivu getting boosted, finding the opening. Shiro left to himself. There's only so much he can do, trying to stay alive. Another trade frag coming in for Saivu that, by the way, switches over to the AK as fast as you've ever seen before. Then I want to give credit to Donk and Magic for actually finding their way back into the round. Donk taking an awful lot of attention. Magic's coming in from the side, getting a multi-kill. Now, if you told me that Apex would win a 1v2 versus Magix and Donk, I would say hell nah. Now, if you told me he would do a spray transfer like this where he, let's be honest, gets a little bit lucky, I would say hell nah. But it summarizes the game. It didn't matter what he was doing. It worked out.
Is he moving? I think he's moving. He's moving when he takes that shot. That's just ridiculous, yeah. I mean, it's a blistering speed in terms of the flick, but the fact that he's moving too, it's like everything was blessing Vitality in this one.
Absolutely crazy scenes, not least when we look at Flamesy and his impact individually as well. Connor was kind of framing it really nicely. The head-to-heads go very handedly between Spirit and Vitality. Flamesy really showing up in map number 1.
If you erase my memory of both of these teams before today, I would have said Flamesy, clearly the best player in the server with Saivu and Donk. Yeah, his entry pathing was just phenomenal. The way he's getting into these bomb sites, the way he's just carving them up every time, creating so much space. And also, I want to say, maybe it won't show up in the highlight reel as we're just going to see his perspective, but the way that he plays off of teammates too, with their timings, when they're pushing a smoke, he's sure to swing around at the same time as them. It's like everybody on Vitality has such great macro awareness to what their teammate is doing and how to support it as well as possible. Flamesy, no exception.
No, I just look at that highlight reel right there as well. I was paying attention. The first 7 highlights, he didn't get a single kill without a flash assist or without an assist from one of his teammates.
Oh, wow.
You saw Apex throwing flashes for him. It's the pathing, it's the entry fragging. Everything Flamesy was doing was at a high level. And then in the second half, you saw it as well on the kill feed distribution. He just took up straight duels where he was single-handed winning it. So when we praised Exertion for being involved in all aspects of entry fragging, we can do the same here for Flamesy.
Well, after absolutely speed-running Spirit's map pick of Anubis, I'm curious to see how Exas is feeling after that one.
Is it fair to say that Anubis is not really a weak spot anymore?
I mean, we were really happy to play Spirit on Anubis, just to see if we are good or not. So, yes, it's good for us.
The confidence must be very high right now, and even here on the map pick of theirs, they weren't able to really challenge you. Does it feel like just game after game you guys are in flow state? Is this going to be the same thing going into map 2?
No, because they are good on New Camp. Okay, we beat them in Katowice, but it was always close against MOUZ, so we had a good idea how to play against them, and I hope it works on Nuke as well.
Have you had to change up anything specifically from what you've seen from him so far on other teams facing him on Nuke?
Maybe, we will see.
Respect to Exas, keeping his cards close to his chest, but fair play for being cautious of Spirit. You never know what they're going to be bringing out. In this one, though, in this Anubis, clearly whatever Spirit had maybe seen as a weakness for Vitality just wasn't a play. Wasn't a play tonight.
No, and that's why I wanted to give even more credit to Apex and the rest of Vitality. I think Spirit have shown throughout this tournament that their CT side on Anubis may be the strongest weapon they have to offer on the map, and it was completely dismantled. Donk had a couple of moments, a couple of occasions where he was trying to make the difference, but overall on the CT side, he didn't have that same impact he normally has, where he gets a double kill and then almost diffuses the attack coming into his bomb side. It was just so clinical from Vitality and from Apex from start to finish.
And that's why certain teams have taken a bite out of Spirit before. I'm thinking like MOUZ, how they've been able to defeat them. Just great spacing, trading, putting Donk in a blender where he's not sure where the next fight is coming from because everybody's just swarming him. But Vitality does that, and they have shooters too. It's ridiculous how mortal they make Donk look when we know how transcendent of a player he is. He still did actually pass in terms of being able to find some impact, but there's only so much he can do when he is really the superstar of the team, whereas Vitality, any single player can pop off on any given round.
Yeah, how much can you really read into numbers like that, right? I know it's nice to have those kind of head-to-heads, but I feel like the impact of the intangibles for ZywOo was just having so much more impact in the server today.
ZywOo was part of a well-oiled machine, you know. He played his part in that role. He had a couple of moments, a couple of rounds where his trade fracking were winning them the rounds, giving them the advantage. Donk had a couple of moments where he was keeping Spirit, I wouldn't say alive, but where he gave them a chance of winning the round, but the teammates around him didn't capitalize. So in terms of the raw impact, it's not Donk's fault that no one around him is not picking up on the work that he's doing, you know, picking up on the space he's creating, whereas every time ZywOo did it, he was capitalizing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to take away anything from how great ZywOo played within that Vitality system, but at the same time, I feel like if you put Donk, this almost sounds salty, I don't even care. If you put Donk in that system for Flames, he would do as well as Flames, if not better. It's not like comparing the win-loss here is unfair to Donk when ZywOo had such a great wealth of teammates around him.
So to wrap up, is there a bit of a sour taste of Team Spirit left in your mouth right now?
I think so. I think this is exactly what they were fearing. I mean, coming into the game, we knew Vitality were the favorites. We knew they're playing Counter-Strike at a higher level than anyone else right now. If you're Spirit, you would have hoped that you, on your own map pick at the very least, could have pushed them, maybe even steal away a map. But the fact that you were never even close getting into the game, apart from winning the pistol converting, that's about the worst possible start you could have imagined for Spirit.
Unfortunately, they just couldn't enact their CT side game plan whatsoever. So unfortunately, this is kind of an L in the Holly column where I put so much emphasis on him, how he's going to try to disrupt the flow of the T side of Apex. And this is a win for Apex, win for Xtaz.
Absolutely steamrolling Spirit on their own map pick of Anubis. And Nuke is going to be laying in wait. That is the choice of Vitality going down after this break. Vitality with their heads held high, and for good reason, after absolutely dissecting Spirit on their own map choice of Anubis. Now we move on to Nuke, where we're going to be seeing Vitality starting on the T side of things, if I'm not so mistaken, Jacob.
Yeah, it's game over. I love that posture from both Messi and Robs right there. I feel like they're walking with a purpose, want to get back on stage, want to finish this game. In all essence, in all honesty, I haven't seen anything from Vitality so far this tournament that doesn't give me utter confidence in them heading into Nuke now, feeling super confident to end this game 2-0. I think every member right now is shining. Every single element of this Vitality is looking good. So I don't even know what to give you. I think Vitality's got to take this 1-2-0.
I love the two camps of Vitality that we get, or kind of three if you're excluding Cyber just at the back of things. The fact that, you know, the players walking in together, and then Apex with Xtaz, with the assistant coach as well. We talked about this. We talk about how Apex is orchestrating the pieces around him, not only in the server, but all the research, all the insight that goes on outside the server as well.
Of course. I mean, he has such a great grasp of how to call on this map, and I feel like every single time he's going up against any single team, he slightly tweaks it. He's not going to rethink his entire formula for outside control on Nuke or anything like that, but he's going to tweak whether he's going to be going ramp a little bit more, going to A a little bit more, the tendencies in the mid-round. Apex has been in the minds of so many different defenses on this map for the last several years that, no offense to these players, but he made Kyojin and Masuda look incredibly serviceable on Nuke. Like, he's done God's work on this, and so Spirit, who already have been clearly trounced on their own map pick, they're in for a world of hurt.
Now, I'll give everyone at home a silver lining to how this game could become close. There is a very unfair matchup happening in Yard. You have Donk, who is centered around that area of the map on the T side and on the CT side, and you have Apex, who both on the CT side and T side will play Yard. Now, if they go head-to-head, if that becomes the duel within the game, then obviously Donk is going to win that far more often than Apex will. However, what I've seen from Apex is that he's very good at, and becoming very good at staying alive. Like, a year ago, I would always critique Apex for taking duels he wasn't supposed to take on Nuke. He would sometimes let his team down. Nowadays, he's smart, he's staying alive, he's playing with the smokes, and he's calling for backup. Whenever he feels pressured, whenever he feels that maybe I need a bit of help to shut down Donk or shut down Shiro, well, guess what? I'm just going to call Saivu, and I'm going to, you know, make sure he helps me out in this essence. So I think the Yard control, yes, you can argue Donk will kill Apex more often than not, but Apex is not going to give up that fight, and if he is, then Saivu will be there to help.
I mean, despite you saying the silver linings there, I guess in a way,
I tried.
for the side of Spirit, you really did try there. Already saying you feel like it is GG, good night for Team Spirit. Are you agreeing in the same vein, or do we see 3 maps in this semi-final?
I need to see Donk improve on this map because it feels like it's the target pick against Spirit for teams like MOUZ, teams like Vitality as well. Yeah, they like to pick Nuke as their first pick regardless of opponent, but they put even more hurt on Donk because it's one of the few maps where he's left to his own devices towards outside Yard, and when he's just facing off against a line of smokes and has to guess where people are behind those, he can't always guess right. He needs some help there. I feel like, if anything, Holly should be coming up with a game plan where you send more people to assist Donk, or at least have some different looks. Send him secret a little bit more. Take some fights into lobby a little bit more, because if it's just Donk versus the world, unfortunately, I've seen the world win too many times at this point.
I'll give you another silver lining, a small silver lining, and I think the man on the screen right here, Sontex, could be the key to open up this matchup. If there's one thing he's good at on the T side, it's actually his lurk game out the door. I think he could have a lot of impact. I know Chopper likes to call inside explodes as well. We've seen Donk rush out of hot, get double entries, etc., but it often comes down to this man and his lurks out of the door. If he can find success, if he can take down Messi, if he can take down Apex, if he can take down whoever is rotating down that vent, that could be a way of opening up the map. So focus on you, my man. You gotta step up.
Whilst I appreciate your rare optimism, Pimp, I don't know whether I'm sold on that prospect, just seeing how dissected they got on the first map.
Come on.
It doesn't seem likely, Freya, but if Donk really is going to be everything that we all say that he can be, he needs to prove it here. He needs to even the scoreline with Vitality, whether that's just putting up a monster performance himself in a loss, or even carrying his team to a win, because Zaiwu is going to win the world #1 by formality if Vitality are just going to take every single trophy and hand him a MVP.
Well, one more map separates Vitality potentially from making it to the grand finals, and Spirit from elimination. It's going down on Nuke.
We just witnessed Spirit get more kills than Vitality and lose 13-6 on Anubis. This crowd has been blessed with fast days, it feels like. Maybe that all ends now, though, on Nuke. Surely there's going to be something for Spirit.
If there's anything for Spirit, you'd think it comes by way of Donk. Maui Snake wants to see him step it up. I want to hear this arena step step it up as well! This is a rare treat. This game, this head-to-head, it was supposed to be the delivery
this was
of
destined
Counter-Strike
greatness.
on its finest platter. And instead, Spirit gave you that.
More kills than the other team, and you know, it's not losing by 1 round. 13-6. It's such a rare sight. I mean, I can't remember when I've ever seen that.
I'm no mathematician, dude, but I don't know how that works.
Well, I can tell you, it's the right kills that Vitality got. And well, I think that was brought up halfway through the game. The 1 kill Rops got led to a round. Every entry Flamesy got led to a round. Mezzy smoke push led to a round. Apex's 1v2 led to a round. It was only impact.
Just round-winning plays across the board for Vitality.
There was no fat, no cartilage, no bone, nothing. Just meat.
Give me the marrow.
Little marrow.
Zontix.
It was like Yoel Romero. Just meat.
Hanging around in the back sights. Got Shiro to help him out. We didn't get to see that Beretta kill. Sounded good. 1 bullet out of the Berettas. And it finds Apex's head, who was running rampant back on that opening map. ZywOo obviously pressing his face against the glass. Now all of a sudden, you're in the cage with the beast. ZywOo tries to get a little more pressure going. Zontix hasn't moved a muscle this entire time. No surprise that he catches them off, but he doesn't capitalize until the gun is now empty. Oh, and ZywOo's gonna clear him out. Beretta's back for Magic's 2 versus 2. He's able to even it, and then out of the corner, here comes Rops.
They're everywhere.
And Magic's Ascent spiraling back into sight on his own. If he can deny the plant long enough, maybe.
Got by.
They're gonna get that cover though. ZywOo's hands busy. Magic's tries to charge him down, and Rops is gonna cover. Oh, they rip it out of Spirit's hands. They take it from Zontix.
They do. Not the easiest shot. Crouched, planting the bomb. Yes, he had the perfect position, needed to get the kill. But I will say, not the easiest shot to get the headshot. And then if it's going to be body shots, that's obviously going to take a little longer with USD. Sure. But then Rops in the 2v2 watching the flank as well.
Yeah, just sat there. You know, things are spiraling out of control all across that bomb site. And Rops.
You're still watching flanks at the perfect time. That was hype.
ZywOo content with that one.
The way they play that 2v1 post fight as well, both getting in the same line of sight behind the bomb. Able for the double P is pretty much impossible for Magic to pull that off. Once he let it go. Let him cross. Rops won that last map with 30 ADR. Just not needed, man. Just not needed. Even had some impact in there. Just too many good teammates.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, Donk not on top of everybody all the time. Still played all right, but not enough. Flamesy just jumping around haphazardly, meets the MP9 of Shiro and Magic's. Here comes Apex to clean up sight, will do so with ease.
That's
and the cover up into heaven bodes well for Vitality, but they turn their backs. MP9 up next. Oh, he finishes it! Zontix with the double kill, single clip, spray down from the heavens.
Love
Spirit
that.
forced by right back.
It's the SMG show right here, man. That was great to see from Apex running and shooting. One of the advantages of the MAC-10, you're incentivized to keep it going, and scaling at that pace helps them get a second player reloading. But just the same from Zontix, quick up into heaven. Medium to long range on that MP9.
30 bullet spray, never let off that left click.
Yeah.
Great distraction as well from Chopper to over towards vent side.
Touch of revenge.
Vitality hit a hiccup early. And the rumblings of a Vitality chant out there in the crowd for the first time. Oh, ZywOo heard your calls.
Not ready for this.
Chopper's got a great chance to blindside him, keeps that one clean. Good. Don't give him a chance to turn on you. Apex with the deagle, but Shiro leans back on this comfortable angle using the A4, all 30 bullets down. Now Rops is able to seize the chance, jumps on him, grabs the gun, and leaves Apex to go down to the B side alone, but that reload would have been heard. Magic's auto shotty, enough, but a second Desert Eagle kill comes out from Apex.
One clutch from him over on Anubis. Looking for a second 1v2.
Battle of the IGLs as well.
We've got the split the difference play here for Chopper, staying by the vent, close to it.
Apex takes his first sight line into the site. Nothing home for the time being.
It's interesting because they both have so much utility.
Sure.
It's going to be less useful for Apex to get out. We'll see where he puts the smoke down, though.
First and foremost, bomb. No hesitation, no fake. Onto the ankle, and he catches it. Keep it simple.
He just played it for the fight.
Clutch to clutch.
No util out, man. Had the right read to exactly where Chopper was going to be. And I call that the split the difference because when you're there by the vent, you stop the squeaky option, you can get involved in the A play, you can draw vent if it's lower. It's just the best place to be if you don't have a commitment, you don't know where they're going to go. And by that same token, that's why Apex Hard clears it. And I think with his plant, he allowed himself to be able to get to opposite vent, which is another catch-all position.
Right.
He can hold for the squeaky walkout if it's really slow. He can hold the cross. He can hold anybody coming in mini at the same time.
And it's wild to see all of Vitality from top to bottom in the flow. Rob's off to a better start this time. You know, we've seen a few clutch attempts from both the in-game leaders. Thing is, Apex wins his, Chopper hasn't. Oh, that's Zontix from CT spawn, the only M4 out here on the field. We're gonna go back and forth, it seems.
Let's go.
5v3 recovery is, wow.
Revenge and a half.
Not even looking close here. Hell of a moment for Zontix to step it up with the triple kill. Magix with a sitter on Mezzi as he strikes him down off of top hut. Rops tries to inch his way closer to this A site. Magix goes right back to where it worked. And that's confirmation. Force buy to force buy. Nuke goes back and forth.
You love to be able, seeing Spirit do that is excellent. Obviously, a lot of this just has to do with Zontix. I don't know how he got vision on the first two kills, if the cross smokes came up at the same time as they were turning a corner on Mini. But I didn't see that it was smoke shots, specifically in the kill feed, so we'll see.
He was over towards CT, just sees him jumping through.
Okay.
He's far enough out.
It's great cover.
The third one, intuition.
All risk for Rops right here, but they're in no position to chase.
I don't want to jinx it, but we could have the makings of a tight second map. No runaway train of Vitality out of the gate.
If we're lucky, that'd be nice to see.
So far, the Eternal Fire MOUZ fight, the closest game this arena's seen in the third iteration of Blast in Lisbon. Scout for ZywOo, pistols across. And that saved Galil out of Robs. Nature of the first 4 rounds, though, better stay on your toes. See if ZywOo gives us something to talk about as the approach outer moves forward. Ooh, cheeky.
Yeah, before they even try to blow it up, I mean, there's no one watching this at all, man.
Sneaky,
What a moment.
Sneaky. Apex hears the stomping of a player outside that door. Shiro's gonna back up, and I mean, his deagle's being clean. It's not gonna get away from him. Great moment here for Apex to seize the opportunity. Jumps onto the AK-47. Backline compromised, almost able to double down. Now, all that damage could still be damn well worth it. We'll see how this one unfolds. ZywOo's still scouring outer, waiting for his contact. Doc slips down. They're worried. If Apex was able to get all the way up into CT, then could they have gotten lower? That's the question. Spirit haven't answered yet. Mac 10 is gonna deal a good amount of damage, trying to set up Zontix on the rifle. Vitality just waits.
Yeah, they show some trepidation here. We've got ZywOo getting in to a new spot. Oh, he's in patrol. Can't really commit.
Jumping on Magix again. Already so low, and the scout shots just won't connect.
Nice.
Rock solid stuff from Magix. Triple kill from him. And Spirit break the trend of the back and forth.
This play is crazy. That looks like such a hard shot because the glass absorbs 50% of your first shot, I think, with a deagle. Runs that risk, but also knows that Shiro's watching it with an op. And that would definitely catch him off guard. To be honest, it looked like a play where he could take that to heaven, slow it down as long as he wanted to, and then go from there, but damn near kills Zontix as well.
12 health makes the difference on that one.
So 2 rounds now that Zontix is saved.
It's him and Magix to the top of the charts early on.
Can't let Chopper top frag every map.
You know, we've seen recently Donk kind of get isolated by MOUZ particularly. Somebody finding a way to just get the better of him. You just outnumber him. You mute him on the CT side of this map, and then wins can come with it. He's sitting at the bottom of the board, and luckily for him, his teammates doing the early lifting. The desk was calling for him to go superhero mode to try and keep them in this semifinals. Sheer numbers thrown at Shiro. Eventually push him over the line, and Apex not going to find anything else beyond that. There he is. One for the road out of Donk. Spirit up 4-2.
One thing Brolin said was with Donk, don't give him space. And he said other teams just give him a little bit too much space, and that makes the peaks even harder to deal with when he keeps swinging on you. Wallace here in the crowd. And maybe that can be said as well for Vitality. Spirit are kind of the underdog of the situation. We had Zipex on the desk, and the thing about Zipex is back in his heyday, 2018, 2019. If you got into a 1v1, you lost before it started because you hit tab EC at Zipex. That's sort of where Vitality are at right now. You expect to lose most positions. You think you're going to.
It's quiet behind those smokes. And that silence allows them to get over to the stairs absolutely unchecked, even up to 1:15. No glance even, despite Spirit having both Donk and Shiro out there. So suddenly Chopper doesn't know what's on the other side of this. Could have an inkling, but how many remains the question. And they start to kick it up a notch. They come running at him, but then they pause. Vitality just kind of stall out for a moment.
It's a very awkward moment for Chopper because he hears them running. They know someone could be down here, so that info was given on purpose.
They drop that flash out through the double doors. Donk also trying to add himself alongside the in-game leader, but again...
I think Spirit, they want to believe it, but at the same time, they don't want to overcommit.
It's numbers unconfirmed. Down to 40 seconds.
If Donk stays here, he can't really help out.
Especially not with utility in front of him, so Chopper will have to deliver.
Oh, now he's just trapped.
Flamesy gives him the tease. Oh, nice. But he stands the test. And now that single door maintained. Magix kills Robs elsewhere. You've got footing in the bomb site here for Vitality. ZywOo locked in over towards control. What part of this bomb site gets pressured in the retake? That's now what Vitality have to figure out.
Oh, great move from Apex, man.
And all the while, you still have Chopper over towards single, just looking to be the thorn in the side of the post plant. ZywOo given a gift, and then Apex cleans out his counterpart. Man advantage, stolen back by Shiro. And as that op gets ever closer to the site, he's got to figure out exactly where they're at. One's above, one's below. Shiro doesn't know, time ticking fast. He's got to try to get in here, and Magix is already on the save. It's a 1v2, then he's not. Oh, not going to be able to win. No kit, no time. Just a price tag, but a round that Vitality buy nonetheless.
Too many players are playing well, man. I hate giving more compliments here to Vitality, but look at what Apex does. From the bomb plant to flanking decon. Getting out to control side could have been enough. In this spot, they knew that Chopper was in here. But this is a problem for Spirit, because again, there was a bit of a fake. It was way more subtle. But the fact is, Apex ran across lower after they took Secret. Spirit hear this and they go, well, they're giving us all this information, so is this going to be a default leads back upstairs? Do we actually want to commit down right now? Because that seems a little bit too obvious, but there's a full commitment coming. So in that sense, it almost serves as a double fake inside of Spirit's mind. And that leaves Donk in purgatory. He doesn't know whether to get into it dark, get down in to help Chopper, for Chopper to open door, get in the site. No one's playing clock, no one's playing dark, no one's playing a scary position on B. They're both playing the perimeter. So this works out beautifully for Vitality. I think they had Spirit doubting themselves.
Sort of frozen in the headlights. Because Vitality really played with the tempo that round as well. I love that. A start and stop and start again, and then all of a sudden commitment. Oh, dangerous game here for Rops. He flashes out, and Magic's able to find the head. Donk also kills Apex. And Team Spirit able to hang on to the sudden aggression that hits them in the A site. Not to mention Shiro out and around from the ramp flank already. So Spirit were more than happy to fight fire with fire in round 8.
I thought they were going to get so unlucky here. I mean, they got a little lucky with the opposite vent. They ate that full flash from Rops coming out of the smoke.
Also looked like Magic's bullet was a little zany.
Oh.
Flies off to the left, connects the head while he's blind. He'll take it. There is Mezzi's first kill of Nuke.
No kidding.
Does the first come with 3 more?
Flank is coming in slowly here for Chopper. Technically, ramp is open, so they have to be worried about it. Mezzi has not made any noise just yet. It's too early for, I think, Chopper to play into this, but
you can take a sweet time, and Mezzi, like you said, still cautious about the ramp. Has to go ahead and double check it.
they just do not want to blow this. That's all they're thinking about.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, Mezzi's losing too much time to get back downstairs, and already he's thinking about saving, but nah, his exit is blocked off.
Yeah, writes this one off, and
okay.
Chopper, little labored, but he'll get there. That's an op for Shiro. AK's saved, and Team Spirit up to a solid 5-3 half.
Yeah, we watch back these trades. Robs, he gets a straight bullet after Magic gets blind.
Yeah, that's
Magic
crazy.
knows that's a small doorway, someone's running through.
That inaccuracy is actually a gift for him, but we'll call it even after the Apex clutch. 1-1. Tech9's and a scout here for Vitality, gonna try to come forward with a force buy. They've got to get something going here in the 9th. If you're gonna make investments like these, a little jump spot for Donk puts him on high alert. There is presence behind this smoke. He damn well knows it. Shiro on the railing tries to take the perch. Apex got away with this last time.
Oh, with the scout.
Okay. And because of that kill, doesn't know about Apex, which means Donk. Oh! He could have gotten caught off, but able to keep his head on a swivel.
Zontix now. Zontix versus ramp. He knows if they go secret, there's a chance that this is going to be a ramp pop. He doesn't know when to push. Robs and him, so patient, but he's going to have his guard pulled because it's his teammate to die first.
Chopper coming downstairs, finds great timing, peels the flamesy entry off the front of that pack.
But he kind of just leaves, right?
Donk takes up the ramp, and because of Rob's delayed timing, that's just going to allow for Zontix to really lock in down here on the B site. So
that's excellent now.
It was a presumably phenomenal scout shot to kick this one off, but the repositioning of Team Spirit has been good so far. Ooh, but there's a little life left in this one. Vitality able to plant. Donk is hot on the trot, frag at the feet of Zywoo. He'll tag Donk, won't even be able to get the Tech9 shot off. It is Spirit to 6.
Yeah, that ended up being great rotations once they got Donk over to Turnpike. They had Zontix allowed to leave safely. He delayed just long enough to create a timing, didn't overcommit to the trophy push, and Chopper got that peek in to get a kill from Vent. That was really clean. Very sharp, very small gaps that Vitality are able to find, but everything was pretty much sealed.
Woo!
After a moment like this, man, it could get scary.
Good heads-up awareness from Donk, starting to find his groove here on the second map of the series.
Sick replay, nice transition.
Dropping Vitality like flies.
Here's the lead that I thought they were going to get on Anubis, and they had to fight even harder for it, man. First 4 rounds going back and forth. Looks like we've got a game.
The inevitable Spirit T-side awaits. 3 rounds left out to play, and the half-buy comes out of Vitality. Apex saw what Zywoo could do with that scout, says, give it to me. I'll go one better. Can he?
Oh. Okay. Now
those go through?
It does damage. I think it should.
Do those go through?
I know. And
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Just double checking. Because those fell pretty damn on him.
Yeah.
That scout entry, not quite as impressive as ZywOo's, but you'll still connect with the Desert Eagle because it's ZywOo. Player up top on the shelf.
Wow.
Donk slams the nade on him, and that is Spirit leading by 4.
Wow. Respect to Spirit, man. This half has really gotten away for Vitality now. Hard-fought battle. Spirit put themselves in a great spot. Again, we see some great rotations. A lot of these rounds, it's half buys that they have to survive, and Vitality make them close. But it's key moments, like we saw in Anubis. Again, when it came to kills, they were pretty much even. When it came to impact and which rounds they won, Vitality were outscoring them almost every single time. It's not too late to recover the half here for Vitality, but I want a third map, so.
Yeah. Look at these shots, dude.
Wow, he's just, this is ballet.
Oh, that helps. It's like enough of that.
But how did he know every which way he was walking?
Well, you know, Apex. Suspicious. Quick reminder that our new sponsor, Underdog, will give up to $1,000 upon first entry with code BLAST.
Underdog got you, dog.
Now, guns, finally. Vitality been waiting for this. 2 rounds of Tech 9s, having to bank on a scout entry. Can they grab a couple for the road? You can see Hallie trying to keep this ahead of Vitality. Not that it feels like Spirit are on thin ice or anything, but one sudden change up from Vitality could cost you these last 2 critical rounds of the half. Chopper gonna let Donk know someone's up above him. Flamesy, what's the move here? Jump around with flashes? Yeah, he tries to get positioning, but behind Unbreakable sits Donk. He'll wait for another chance to strike, tethering perfectly off of Zontix and giving nothing over to Vitality. He beckons them in. Come get it! And Apex will step up to exactly that. Now, you know Zontix is back here, sitting on half health. Chopper emerges out from the smoke, and Vitality, despite their best efforts, still not able to truly puncture through until Rops finds himself 1v3 at 35 seconds with Bomb.
He's a little bit far out there to do something, I think, that's too tricky. Like getting lower would be unlikely. Spirit in this spot, they're split up 1-1. I think it'll be harder for Shiro to move than anything else. Rests on Magix. He's probably nervous.
Smooth reposition first. Magix just turns to watch heaven. He just put his crosshair on this approach, and he's going to give Rops a chance to come down into the site. Does he commit at 8 seconds? Yes, sir.
Impact grenades.
Now right behind him. It's going to have to be clean here from Rops. Missed chance yet again. And up along this wall, the 2 CTs could slide.
Ooh.
Magix lets him step forth and keeps it clean with 2 alive in 8th. For the defense.
I love that, man. They had to do that probably without communicating. Magix staying far back, holding one side of the site.
Hell yeah.
Shiro making lots of noise, knowing that that's going to elicit a peek out of Rops. Rops goes for the full commit, as he should. But why this round is won right here is because the smokes are gone, and Donk is still at Unbreakable. And they still have that big garage. We've got Zontix, I think it was, playing a Liege in that position, didn't move. This is a spot that Vitality worked very hard to try to excavate. They really at least wanted to push CTs out of the vision, and nobody left. That's a spot and a moment that only Donk can play. So that explains why he's there. That's a good reason for him to be there, in fact. Why would you clear it if it's not safe for anybody else except Donk?
I think there's also extra credit due to Magix throughout this CT side. Has been ready for all of the attacks whenever they happen to come his way.
Whoa.
Vitality not able to put the clutch together on this A site, but they'll try again to get through, and this time he goes down with nothing. Heaven player emerging in the form of Donk. Here comes Chopper again, critical play! Not the first time he keeps them on their toes. Chopper drops a nade, it's martyrdom! And it's 9 rounds on a CT side that put Vitality in a sketchy spot. Maybe this semi's not so easy. their backs against the wall after a dismantling on Anubis. It looked like the world's #1 was untouchable, but Chopper put his hands on him in the calls and the setups and on an individual level, topping the charts as he steps forward. I got a question. Mayo Arena, do we need map 3? It's a head-to-head that damn well deserves it. And I'd say it's a crowd as well that's been waiting for a close matchup. Spirit trying to give us that entertainment value tonight. Apex lets Beretta shred Magic's head on the approach to ramp. Missed shots by Ross.
Okay.
And that opens up a door for options. Dink out of Chopper, cleans up on Flamesy.
Okay, now the kills are adding up here
Yes,
for Spirit.
sir.
They're resulting in more rounds. Vitality getting washed away here. So they actually find setup over towards ramp, right? You had Spirit coming through a smoke. That could have been a position where Rob shuts down too. We don't even talk about this from the Spirit perspective. Game is totally different if Vitality pick up this pistol.
Sure.
The comeback, if it happened, could be almost predictable based on their recent games. Now they're going to have to work overtime.
Pistol round's lost, but we'll see if ZywOo gets some kills for the road. Ooh!
Oh, yeah, he'll have 2 and...
No way!
Yo, that's a knock for Shiro if he wants it. Hey!
And the bomb drops the other 2. Thank you for the payday.
Not bad.
Sell that scalp.
Surely he doesn't buy it, though.
Do it. No.
If this was a... Because, you know, he's going up against the CT side. They planted, and that would be crazy.
You'd have to be an ass to give an op over to ZywOo CT side nuke when it feels like the comeback's impossible.
He's just too good with money to make that move.
No, he's actually such a good teammate. He buys an AK and then drops it over for the Galil. He'll set Donk up to be the star of the show here.
Wow, I guess that makes him Sanji and James at the same time.
That's a hell of a mix. Wild scenes as well. You know, the tone that was set here and online after that first map was like, we're just watching this team take it to a whole new level. Some of the best Anubis play a world-class team has ever put forward. That is what the desk said.
Do they know? They know what they're doing, though, actually.
Taking outer or this?
Yeah, because look at Apex's position. He went here as soon as they saw the smokes outside.
Okay. I wouldn't put it past Vitality to have a read.
This is the most perverted angle I've ever seen in my life.
Just Apex things. Magic says, perverted, you say?
Jimmy would have got him, too.
Spirit will keep those guns out just in case Vitality have any other tricks up their sleeves. 3 players floating around on that upper floor. Ooh. Make it 4. Rops is pushed forward, and it looks like they're going to knock on this A bomb site. This is a curious situation. Sure, you've got the Heaven players set up, but if the bomb got dropped, things could get weird. Here, all of a sudden, Mezzi turns around. We're talking about a guy who had 1 kill coming into this. Oh, Ross gets caught off, though. This sudden drop-in from Zontix catches him off guard. And what felt like Vitality could have thrown a wrench in the works, they get slapped upside the head for Spirit's 11th.
It was a little bit scary from the perspective of Vitality knew what they're doing from the beginning, as you can see from Apex, but super carefully approached out of Magic's. He's also in front of the stairs, not going up them. Apex clearly wanted to line up the headshot to get the full payoff from the info he got.
God, what a bleak picture this paints for Vitality without that second pistol. 3 measly T rounds. Non-consecutive. All they had to work with. The massive demand. If this is indeed what it looks like, Spirit's 12.
MOUZ.CET's calling it. You never know what's going to happen in a game like this.
What an awesome turnaround, though, from Spirit map to map. Surely you had to know that mental resilience was going to be one of the elements of this matchup tonight.
It's almost as if Apex is onto them again in the same sense. They're going for a wrap. He sees Magix. No kill again, though.
Magic's elusive while his teammates clean up. And there is still a couple CTs walking around trying to be cheeky. Donk not going to fall to their games.
Excellent.
It is flawless from
Wow.
Spirit. And for all we know, we're on the brink of sending a message back the other way. Vitality come off of Anubis feeling like gods. Welcome back to reality.
Vitality on their 14-match win streak. Their last loss.
Last bounty.
The Mongols at Pro League, 16-14.
Donk's already found it, Mohan. Screw scrubbing the net. Looking like Vitality gets swept under the rug on Nuke. Looking like. Robs leans away from the run out.
It's only been MIBR so far that have given them a single-digit loss. This is by far their worst loss this year. This one map from Spirit.
Just a great sign for the series.
And it's gonna be crazy to add up the kills once again, once these two maps are done.
Donk's approach not made any easier with that damage. The other 3 Spirit members right here for Rops. See if he's able to hang on. Shadow advantage, cues him up, and it is clean with ZywOo right by him. Donk is still alive.
Well, they missed their alarm, but they still got the flight.
Donk wants blood, but nobody here to give him any sort of duel. So he's forced to walk this one away. Go ahead, buddy. Save that AK-47, bring it to the next. The 9-round Vitality CT side comeback. Does anybody believe? It's a hell of a run to make when you've got Flamesy and Mezzy, Rops struggling as they are. The gun round looks good. They shut him down on ramp. One portion of the map, at the very least, closed for now.
Genuinely, for Spirit's confidence in the series, they want to end this without it getting too close even. It's really even the idea of a full comeback. Of course, Vitality are thinking about that. They have the self-belief right now, but Spirit have the opportunity to absolutely crush them. Indignation is on the table here for Team Spirit. Because they could stop this before it gets to 15 series in a row for Vitality. With a grand final at the same time. And another chance to play against MOUZ.
Yeah, get some revenge for a team that seems to have their number.
I wonder if MOUZ is out there cheering for Team Spirit right now.
Surely. It's wild how these 3 teams have their head-to-head so skewed. The enemy of my enemy. Mezzy. Fun spot. We'll see if it nets him much. Donk comes at him. First casualty of round 17. Hot-handed trade out of Magix. He's been great.
Yeah, he has. It's been a two-way game for him, man.
Oh, and he gets ZywOo, who even hit him with the first headshot. That is Magix's 16th frag on Nuke, and that is a 4 versus 3 established here for Spirit. A chance to shut this down before it has any chance of getting close, before Vitality can bring any level of confidence back up. You deny them self-belief.
This is for Chopper to do the rest, essentially. They've got a lot of round to play with.
All roads point to Mirage.
Upstairs, I don't know if that's necessarily the solution.
It's a weird one, though, because Apex is hanging out on the ladder, so at some point he's going to have to jump off it and make for an awkward moment. We boil this down to 20 seconds.
They're playing the Rops in hell as well.
Mm-hmm.
3 players who can peek. Oh, heaven, excuse me. 3
Climbed
players
up.
who peek instantly.
Still, no contact at 10. Finally, somebody shows skin. Sliding up along the wall, denied. Yeah, they weren't sure if or when they were going to get the jump on him, but this 3 versus 4 comes forth.
Man. They starved them in this round, and Spirit ended up playing it down to the wire. They wanted one more kill to make that happen. That is not a great sign for Spirit. Sometimes it feels like they have a bit of imposter syndrome in moments like this. They're up 12-5. They just got those 2 kills. They're going for a play where either split can work, lower, upper, whatever. They have man advantage. They have map control. But they still just chose to move very slowly into their death.
What did they need for that to work?
Just to move. I think they just needed to move more quickly. Move more quickly to the front entrance. Then you can take your time inside. You don't have to run to the back of the site because there's 10 seconds left when you had 45 seconds to get there.
Maybe caught off by the ghost town. 3 players in that bomb site. Nobody showed him presence. That's Zontic's down to half. Dangerous game here, but obviously better hardware offered to Vitality in this one. Just misses exposing them. Now, what level of a threat do we have right now for lower? Because you've got a lot of bodies on this secret steps.
Yeah, but we've got no one at ramp.
We've only got Robs leaning into the control stairs. He's shown us good multi-kill potential, but now fire falls down on him. He'll send a frag up. Oh, yeah.
This is kind of brutal for Spirit. I mean, they don't have a lot of guns, but I think it's quite clear to Vitality that they have 5-man this.
That is a well-seasoned pack of
Spirit look at the rotation.
players.
There's 3 down here.
ZywOo should be able to keep his attention towards single. We'll see how this jointed attack ends up coming out for Spirit. Oh, he loses support. Top player dead first. Mezzi's the 3rd, though. Oh, Dog, of course, with the headshots every damn time. And it's a fast plant with it. Can he somehow catch another? Absolutely! Turns it back around to Flames. Single door exits, his for the taking. Shadows lets him know. Who smashes them and their hope of running back Nuke. Vitality, see mortal.
The Spirit Clinic fully in session and Vitality crash back to earth. We finally get a 3-map affair, and this semi-final will be settled on Mirage. It was such a commanding CT side to come out of Spirit, and Donk taking matters into his own hands in that final round to close it out.
If you didn't know any better, it almost feels like the 2 teams had switched around from map 1 to map 2. Again, Spirit dominating fashion from start to finish. Every single member, every single player chimed in. You cannot point towards one guy who didn't have a big moment or who didn't have a very impactful showing in this map. Whereas for Vitality, I mean, I said coming into the game that they were beatable, but I didn't expect them to be beaten like this.
Oh my goodness. No chance did I expect Vitality to be dismantled in this fashion. We ask so often who's going to be the 3rd guy to step up for Spirit behind Donk, behind Shiro. Well, why not everybody? Every single person on Spirit had their multi-frag moment, had a point where they had to lock down whatever they were holding, and they did just that. Vitality looked like they were red. This was a rare time where I saw an Apex T side where he was behind the ball, where the other team was the one that was shooting the shots, making everything miserable for them because they were shooting them through smoke, they were reading them with rotations. This was finally a good Spirit game plan where they just knew everything that was going to happen.
I think you're totally spot on. I felt like Chopper and Co were just reading them like a book at every step of the way, particularly during that first half. Let's dive into round number 8 and see what the story was here in terms of that CT side from Spirit.
A great showcase of something that we're going to talk about from Spirit. You know, a great start to the game, them being in control. I feel for Donk to be in this position is great. Now for us to see the round is even better. Magic's here finding a lot of damage in towards the smoke, and then you see Donk and Magic shutting down whatever is coming into them. Now, what I wanted to show here was Vitality trying to change up the pace a little bit. Early on, they want to execute in towards the inner bomb side. Only 15-20 seconds played, but you see Spirit, they're ready to deal with it, they're coping with it, and all over right here. Magic's maybe a little bit lucky getting that kill as he's falling back, but the fact of the matter is that even though Apex were trying to change up the pace a little bit, it felt like Spirit were ready for it.
And Magic's, that single shot that he hits right there, that's the life of being an anchor in 2025. You get an inkling of a feeling that a guy is pathing through a smoke in a certain certain way, and you have to nail them right on the corner of it. And I'm going to tell you, the Magics we saw today gave ROPS nightmare flashbacks to the Shanghai Major Grand Finals. This was a possessed Magics. I don't know what happens 1 out of every 5 maps, but Magics just ascends to another level.
That shot on towards Apex in CT spawn when he was holding the angle with a scout.
Disgusting.
With a Galil from that distance as well, that doesn't make any sense. You're spot on, you know, Magix has a crazy aim. We don't give him enough credit for it. It's not often enough he's showing it consistently, but once in a while, he's unplayable.
A little known fact I feel like about Magix is that for, I think it was 2023, 22, 21, he was one of the 5 or 6 highest rated pistol players every single year. Like, his first bullet is absurd. It's just that now he has to drop dualies to Donk. He has to buy grenades. He never has armor anymore. They've relegated him to basically being a support pistol player. and that's the crazy part, because honestly, he is so sick with that first bullet.
I think you were totally right in the analogy at the beginning of the segment, though. The fact that the supporting cast, literally everybody was showing up, not least Chopper, when we dive into round number 12.
Chopper also, I mean, he's just getting the better of him, understanding what's going on with so many of these rounds that Vitality are putting together. And Apex, you know, he was trying his damnedest to get a lot of space outside here. But again, this starts with a great Magix hold where he's able to get the first contact. Oh, my bad. That's actually not what happens here. My bad, Pim.
No, it's the retake coming in from Donk, and it's the pressure coming up from Chopper right here. Flying up the vents, getting a double kill. You have Apex going down, you have ROPS coming down, Donk going in, another re-aggression, Chopper nading it down. It's just playing with a purpose right here. Almost just walking into the bomb side, feeling that he can make the difference. And that was kind of the story of the first half as well. We saw it in round 8. Apex trying to change up the pace a little bit. We then see it in round 12 as well. They're actually getting into the bomb site. They're winning the initial trades, but then I guess the re-pressure coming in from Chopper, and the fact of the matter is that he was successful with it as well. At that point in the game, the highest working player on the entire server, if you combine both the first map and the second map. We spoke about fucking in-game leaders. Chopper is keeping Spirit alive right now. He's giving them a chance of heading into Mirage and still a chance of making the grand final.
And a great mental bounce back from Spirit as well. I wouldn't blame them for absolutely crumbling, just capitulating after that dire showing on Anubis. But nope, we are going to a third.
Holly showing that really the coaching chops are there. They knew that this pick was coming out, even though the gamble pick of Anubis didn't work out. I've been saying for a while, you pick Anubis, you think you're the underdog. You think that you can make some semblance of a CT side, so when you switch to the T side, you can take control. Well, this is one where they actually had a great game plan, start to finish there on Nuke. I was saying to Pimp in the green room the whole time, just wait, one more gun round. Let's see how Vitality try to bounce back. They tried everything. They tried so many different types of A hits, slower outside plays, lurks through the smoke, and Chopper just caught so many of them.
I think Connor framed it incredibly well. Vitality looks mortal after that map, and I think it all comes as a shock to everybody, right? It's been rare. Obviously, they haven't dropped a series in such a long time, but even within that, it's been rare that they drop a map, and this one was one of their biggest defeats to date.
I think it's the fashion they do it in, you know, that worries me a little bit. Again, as we spoke about in the group stage, I think they should have lost to MOUZ. I think both of the maps where they ended up winning 2-0 versus MOUZ, could have lost both, should have lost both. It's not like Vitality are unbeatable, but losing in this fashion where they can't get into the game, where they don't crawl their way back into it, that is out of character almost. And I think the T side as well from Apex, I don't blame him. I think he called some decent rounds. I think he had more opportunities. I think there were certain rounds where if you look back at the demo and if you're Apex and you're evaluating your own calls and evaluating what you were doing, you feel like, yeah, I made the right call. I put us in a 3v3. I put us in a 4v3. We probably should have converted, but some of those individuals didn't show up. And let's be honest, ZywOo as well. We ask a lot for him. He didn't have a lot of impact in this game. Flamesy on Anubis, arguably the best player, was nowhere to be found. Messi sitting at 1 kill, 15 rounds into the game. ROPS, I know scoreboard-wise, he caught up to it, but he had no impact whatsoever the first 15 rounds as well. So you can blame a lot of these different players.
And the thing is that on the flip side, you have the star pop off from Donk to seal the deal at the very end of this game. I wanted to see some kind of fight back into it to show the world that you are contesting with ZywOo for the world #1, and with a Hero AK, one of the few rifles that they have in this one, and a late round situation, Donk just ascends here. Like, some people want to say, this guy's not a complete player, that he's got to develop his game in so many ways. What about just single-handedly carrying Spirit through this round, playing off of his teammate also to finish it all off. Like, this is everything you want from a rifler, and he does it so quickly that people think it's just explosive firepower or something like that. But he's linking up with teammates, making sure to play off of them, and getting so deeply into that bomb site off of just gun work, and I'd say even say this, footwork.
I think it deserves to be watched one more time, just to set the scene right here. Unlosable. You know, look at the HP, look at the one single AK, look at the setup. You have 3 players down here. I'm not sure what's going on between Saivu and Robs, why Robs dies before Saivu takes the first point of contact. And then we gotta give credit to Dunk for hitting these instant headshots. Yeah, but your vitality, again, if I'm Apex, I put my team in a position, I read the round correctly. We have a setup that makes the round basically unlosable, yet we find a way to lose it. I think that's what worries me. I think that's what's worrying Apex as well. One thing is losing a map to Dunk. That happens, you know. He's gonna pop off. He's gonna have one of those games where he's gonna dictate it. But when you're losing rounds where you're making the right call, you're setting up your teams in the right positions, you have a good grasp of what's going on, and yet you still can't convert, that's an issue, especially if you can't fix it from Mirage.
Yeah, and totally apt for Apex to be worried coming into this one, as we do find ourselves on the doorstep of a third and final decider. Despite Vitality going supersonic in map 1, Spirit bounced back valiantly. We will be finding out who meets MOUZ in the grand final on Mirage. What was the final map in the Katowice Grand Final will also be settling the score tonight here in Lisbon. It was the closest round of the 3 maps played back in Poland, but Vitality just about edged it out 13-11. Do you read the same story happening here tonight, Jacob?
It's a good question. I mean, after watching Nuke, after watching Anubis, I feel like we are left a bit in the dark. It's hard to anticipate this game. It's hard to imagine it being so one-sided once more. I think we deserve, I think the viewers at home, I think the crowd in here deserves a close affair between the two teams. But I honestly don't know. I still have Vitality as my favorites heading into this map. I think consistently speaking on Mirage, they have looked somewhat better than Spirit. I also think there's a reason why they picked it. They could have gone for Dust 2, which would have been a little bit more of a comfort pick in that regard. So I expect Vitality to put up a much better fight, and I also do expect Spirit to put up a fight. So competitive game, yes. Vitality winning, yes.
I remember that map was really the only reason to tune in for the Katowice Grand Finals, unfortunately. It was a late comeback from the side of Spirit, I think spurred by a clutch by Shiro, and I think that Spirit are going to start a little hotter today. I think they're going to be a little bit faster into this one, because the last time around, that was off of getting blown out map 1, map 2. Well, this time, they already bit back. They showed that Vitality can bleed. They showed that they can fight into this game, and so it's not going to be the same weight on their shoulders, the dark cloud over their head coming into this one. They know that they can win a map versus Vitality, but I'm scared because Vitality's defense, it is so dynamic. There is so much movement, there's so much activity. It's so hard to get a beat if you're Chopper.
I'll play the devil's advocate in that regard, and I'll point towards two things that we'll learn from Nuke. Robs didn't have a great game at all. He was not impactful in the vast majority of that game, even though he had a couple of rounds later on that gave him a bit of confidence. He's playing together with Messi on that B-bomb side as well. Messi, who had a no-show whatsoever on Nuke as well. And I know the teams don't like to say this, but if I'm Spirit, if I'm Heli right now, I want to test that B-bomb side, especially when you know Spirit's B executes are very, very strong. You have a Messi who's struggling, you have a Robs who hasn't had a great game so far. Why don't you start over by applying pressure towards that B-bomb side, do some of your B executes, late hitting B-bomb side, and see if that's still the case on Mirage.
Do you think that's going to be a key win condition then for Spirit to be making this one competitive and maybe taking it over the line?
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I think their sight hits and how explosive they can be is a big win condition for their T sides in general. It's just that Vitality, as soon as they sense the other team knows that there's a weakness on the map, they just flip the script. They put ZywOo at B with an op. Like, they're not going to let the same round beat them twice. The other teams will let the same game plan run course on them throughout 10 rounds in a row. But Apex, that's why we rate him as a captain. He changes things up. He's right in the middle of the action. He sees what the weak spot is on the map, and he makes sure that he shores it up immediately.
But to go back to your prior point, Jacob, you said Vitality arguably more consistent on this ground. What makes them a more well-rounded team when it comes to
Well, I think what he just said right there, the fact that they don't get beaten by the same round tries, the fact that they can be more versatile, the fact that ZywOo doesn't mind roaming around. He's going to be in A apps, he's going to be in B apps, he's going to be in towards middle. The fact that Apex plays Connector as a rotational player that is supporting the elements around him. He's supporting ZywOo towards middle. He's supporting the A player. I think they're more well-rounded as a team, where Spirit, they rely a lot on Donk.
Just because we obviously hyped up the two titans of individuals in this game, ZywOo versus Donk, what's been the temperature check so far in two very one-sided maps?
I mean, in the first map, if ZywOo's entire team played well, in the second one, you could say the same about Donk and Spirit, but the thing is that in the losses, it was Donk who actually still was able to shine through it all on Anubis. Or on the other hand, ZywOo didn't have too much to say on Nuke.
One more map to decide who joins MOUZ in the coveted Grand Final. It's all going down on Mirage.
All right, Lisbon, map 3, we got it here at Playoffs.
Finally, a close affair, and one that suddenly has this uptick in Spirit performance that could lead you to believe. Anubis, a foregone conclusion, and an excellent bout of team play across the board. Vitality dismantled them as a team, but Spirit survived that test. And now we decide who steps to Grand Finals on Mirage. This is where highlights are made.
And if you want to talk about confidence, because there are some very interesting numbers coming into this map 3. No matter who wins, something special happens. Vitality looking for 15 series in a row. Spirit looking for Grand Finals and a victory over Vitality.
Shiro, first taste of a hold inside A. Ramp players out into the smoke. It's awkward. Shiro's gonna slay him. Bullets running dry. 4 kills from the Berettas. What more could you ask for Spirit?
Okay, now let's talk about kills for a second. Donk comes into this third map with a 1.55 rating. The highest rated player on Vitality is ZywOo at 1.14. He's got 100 ADR.
Star power.
Star power. The two worst players on the server are both Mezzi and Rops. neither comes from Spirit. So as clinical as map 1 was, Vitality actually barely kept up in the frags department, got totally outshone on Nuke. And the last time they played on Mirage, it went all 24. Dare I say Spirit might be the favorite.
How dare you say it? Time will tell. And still a bit of time for Shiro to hang out. Comes out perfectly. But Rops will get the better of him. That's going to pull the M4 back towards middle off Cat, which means Magix has to bank on the market help, which will arrive in time. Donk just shaves 2 players off the hit. No follow through from the bomb plant. No extra cash here for Vitality. And that runaway from Rops top middle will give him a little time to try to finagle a kill out of this one. Minute to the clock. 27 health to do it. Again, the rounds put together by Vitality back on Anubis were awesome. That is just the epitome of team play and a good game plan, and nobody could take that from them. The Counter-Strike boils down to headshots. We all damn well know it. And that was the turning tide back on Nuke. That is where suddenly Donk steps up.
In my final number before we get into this, the one thing that maybe is interesting is that even though Vitality are 4-1 on Mirage, they have 1 of their 3 losses to Eternal Fire, that's on Mirage, and 4 of their 5 maps that they played have gone 24 rounds. This is the one map that they are winning on that they are not dominant on ever. All games are close. I don't think that they're that excited to be here.
Well, Donk will make sure this round doesn't get too exciting. I think you're dead on. You know, we're talking about a Vitality that shows promise across the board, that has shown us potential in all 5 players. A Vitality on a 14-match win streak, a Vitality with 2 untouchable maps, technically train as well as an asterisk, lesser games played. But Mirage could be the soft white underbelly of Team Vitality that Spirit exploit for grand finals. That's where we stand as we come into this, and with a pistol round win off of a quadruple Beretta kill, the cleanest of conversions have come with it. No scramble Team Spirit running scared in these follow-ups. 3-0 clean.
Yeah, another good start. It's funny because Vitality are winning this map like every other map, but they don't have that many reps compared to their other maps because they never pick it. They always leave it for a third, and they rarely have to play that third map. Spirit have had to work a little bit harder lately, and besides their one loss to MOUZ at this event, have looked ice cold.
Utility to try to set something up. Donk sitting inside that smoke. Catwalk players inching closer. Donk is looking for his fight. He's got plenty of players to choose from. Him and Zontix able to both get in on that action. Flamesy and Mezzy dispatched of. And in the first gun round of Mirage, we get a 4 versus 3 for Spirit and a chance to disengage without an immediate follow-up from Vitality. There's no clear road forward to a bomb site.
Last player up here with vision, Zontix, but 2 still in B.
Nice timing. Zywoo's got the better of the timing. All of a sudden, Magix could be caught damn well off guard by this one, sitting in the bomb site with his stinky MP9. Finds him.
He'll see it. And now he's waiting. He's bringing his team over.
Ooh, actually lost Apex. That's one thing, but you've at least still got Rops in sight, so the bomb was able to get up. But Zontix keeps nipping at their heels, and he hits a follow-up. Zontix, no way he is on for an ace. 4 kills as he manhandles mid, and Rops is able to get flustered back to sight. He will hit him, and you've got Robin keeping it cool. A little more damage in. Shiro wants his clutch, but denied. Vitality's first by way of their newest piece.
Rops 1-on-3. Whew, perfect use of that ammo. What a crazy situation in the end, and Zontix looked like he was going to be the hero.
And that's a Rops that comes off of Anubis with only 4 kills and 11 deaths.
And did he even finish that reload? He did a half reload just to get the jump out of the window. I didn't even look at his ammo right there, but it looks like barely had any to work with. Got the jump he was looking for, finished off the frag.
Ouch. As great as that clutch could have been, Zontix was hammering home Vitality in the 4th round. So now into a 4v5 out of the gate. Sure, Rops has got something to be proud of, but a wallbang kill on Mezzi. I mean, his day has just gone from bad to worse. Rops pulls ahead, but Mezzi is still down there, spinning his tires in the mud within this series.
Fact is, they won that with 1 alive, right? It's still a good start to the round. It's still great map control in middle out of Spirit.
Ooh, good flash. It's gonna keep Zontix blind as a bat, but still, just enough. A sliver of vision for him. A 2nd kill to his name. And Magix is gonna keep that head tucked. Tries to strike the player off. Still brings another one with him, but we've got this resurgence. And we're into the 2v2. Just like that, yet again, Vitality finds success in sight. Chopper doesn't pounce, Shiro will. He peels Rops off the play. Now ZywOo's turn to clutch. He's been waiting for a star to stand by. Rops just showed him what he can do. And you saw the pop-off from ZywOo. Oh, what that round meant. Ooh. And the shot rings out, he confirms them both!
Low on ammo.
They call him Lilu because he chooses what he does. Flash to the back market, Shiro closing the gap. Oh, and he back into the cover, but the wallbang, of course, not twice. Denied. Because Shiro is Spirit's clutch.
That's excellent, man. I mean, he got him to use so much ammo that he considered pulling out the Glock to make that happen. Came down to a couple of bullets. The flashes were excellent on Zontix, but look at the pathing out of Flamesy. He pops up from the side, could have seen Zontix a little bit sooner, but specifically did that so he could jump out of the window, pull out his gun. Wow! Set himself up for the perfect shot, like Shiro just did.
Man, ZywOo offers a little respect there for Shiro. Killer instinct with the bench wallbang. Fun round here. 2 AK-47s in the mix for Vitality, maybe sensing something early. You know the money's low. Check out the cash, double MP9. Barely any funds in the back pocket for Spirit.
Two situations that end in a 1v1 will do this. Very stressful moment here for both teams. How can they generate a window timing? There's no lurk in this play. No one to draw attention, no punish peek from Palace. Romps will get his fight, but now he just gets spotted. There's still this stack up here towards the A site.
30 seconds. They've boiled it down to this. You've got Zontix pinned against the wall. Pistols could be lethal in this one. Just like that, Mezzi connects to the head. Donk will clear out Robs, but you've got Shiro whiffing shots on backside, which opens up a door to plant.
There's the op getting picked up too for Mezzi.
Just in time, 15 seconds to spare. Mezzi on the op now turns this around. Having a horrible series and suddenly 3 kills into round 6. Talk about waiting for a chance to shine. And is there anything left here for Spirit to try? Because we're looking at no kits and MP9s.
They're so broke. I think, look, they can get better guns, and I don't know if they have a chance to even pull this off. Like, think about the op in this position. How do they dislodge it?
They don't.
They have a good chance to punish exits. They just have to read where they're going to exit.
And so he pulls it out of the hat. Mr. Merryman keeping Vitality with high hopes. As they close out through the apartments, ZywOo will go down, but that's damn well worth it. 2 AK-47s, and it's not even the rifles that thrive. It's a Deeg in this man's hands.
The catwalk. And after they boost into window, it looked like on the map, all right, they might try to go for some kind of A-split, but that's the fake in itself. That was a Navi fan. Nothing to smile about in my life. Ronnie and Launders right there.
Yes, sir. Great time.
That's a shining moment for Apex.
For Apex?
Yeah, I mean, the call to do that, they're low guns. They lose that round, it's a save. It's going to be a 6-1 start for Spirit.
Nobody's home.
And he finds the gap.
Donks got that hero AK with MP9s and a scout around him. But if the timing's good here for Vitality, this could be another moment where Apex looks great. Call the pounce. You get into this A site, there's nobody home, but they've given just enough time for that scout to rotate over. Zero presence out in middle. You can see Team Spirit looking for that contact. Vitality don't know what kind of certainty Spirit will have that this commitment is indeed inbound. It'll be MOUZ.CET on the forefront, but they have given Spirit a chance to put players in position. MP9's out in the open, not ideal on bench. There's that peek out from the scout, and it connects. MOUZ.CET softened up, Donks dropped into the site and bested by Apex. So Vitality give them a moment to collect their forces, but the kills just haven't come out for Spirit yet. A lot of damage, that can be said. But it's a bomb plant in the middle of all that hectic pressure, all that util, all that smoke spam. It's still 5v4 with bomb ticking. Ooh, no free exit here for Zontix. And it looks like they will just walk away, lick their wounds, and keep that double MP9 scout for the next one. Spirit's money's gone, as was the momentum. We are staring a tied game in the face unless Spirit pull out some X Factor in the next one.
Spirit were good about getting to the A site and sticking there, and a hard read that Vitality were going to commit on their attack. That was right, but they were still playing retake positions. They were behind the smoke on jungle. They were playing one shot on missiles, jumping back to CT. So with the right amount of utility, the utility that Vitality had, they could definitely just keep a lot of space here. So much came down to Donk's one swing. If he gets a kill, then they can start pushing smokes, if maybe. But still, there's no one default, there's no one actually in triple, no one under balcony. I'm scared to read that. Okay. I wish I didn't see that.
Still enough tools out on the field for Spirit to keep me nervous for Vitality's sake. One misstep. Bob. This Desert Eagle's got your name on it. But again, Vitality just kind of sinking back into this A commitment, content to leave middle completely open, and Spirit trying to get a read over top of Vitality doesn't seem likely in this one. They don't waste nearly as much time as they did in the round prior. We're not going to get that Shiro rotate to the ticket in time. He tries to put the scout out in jungle, knowing that that timing has changed up and that surely somebody has sunk their teeth deep into the post-plant positioning. Could be a flash to send him through that if they really want to ensure nobody's near. There it goes. Flamesy moving forward, sees no resistance. And so cue up the attempt at the exit frags.
They didn't believe Spirit would bet on black 2 rounds in a row. They go for the Na'Vi approach, 4 up the ramp. Keeping it dead simple. That works out well for Vitality. They'll be able to tie this game up. Oh, Don got another one. Parting gift.
Again, economic warfare in the 8th. All that Spirit really offer us. 4 rounds each.
Map 3 starting to take shape. Good answers back from Vitality. Didn't let this one run away.
It's the back-to-back blowouts that leads us here.
And it's actually, okay, the buy. Magic's for a second had an MP9, but he would have been 2 on this round, so he somehow finds the money for the M4. And Spirit come out with a solid buy. Now here's the full-on default. Mid-control in from both sides. Last time that this went down, though, Spirit really came out ahead on trades. The molly isn't here on top box. Oh, there we go.
Ooh, awkward here. Flamesy still finds Sanctuary and a chance to kill.
What a tap.
Okay, chance at a second one as well. Ladder player trying to duel, but Flamesy wants blood. 1 in 5 up until that moment.
Man, that was beautiful.
Look
Rops.
at the timing, dude. Rops has already crawled up behind you.
Solid
He is
snake.
in your walls. Shiro's gonna stay fixated forward, hoping that somebody kind of oversteps in the A commitment, but it's back turn for Rops.
Oh, you could make this horrible.
Donk gets a kill elsewhere.
You
He's
could
gonna
ruin
turn,
his
dude.
day.
You think after that 5-7 flub back on Anubis, Rops would pull the damn trigger. You've given Donk a little more time to try to be the hero here in the 9th. It's a dink into Rops on the ticket, but it's a lot of spacing for Vitality to still press their luck out from ramp and eventually the Palace player too. Chopper with it all to do, 2 players low, emerges by surprise, now 3 health bars low. And Chopper tries to take it again to the top of the steps to get eyes on sight, but will not find a thread to pull on. And he won't find refuge at the bottom of mid. Vitality lead Mirage.
I love that. Oh, wow, that backpack. I love that they come at it from the perspective of mid control. I mean, they put Flamesy in a terrible spot because he doesn't have a smoke for himself, and they mollied this so late. I don't think he thought it was going to come. Apex had already scaled to the top of underpass. He needed to be at top boxes in order to support that push, and he found a place of Sanctuary just on the edge of the molly, took that peek on his terms, and hit an amazing shot. Lands are back on Spirit's middle control. 3 rounds straight for Vitality. A lead with that, and now another variation.
Easy. Mohan, we're starting to get back to Anubis territory. 3-0 start for Spirit, Vitality respond. It's just wild that all of this hinges on that Mezzy hero moment, and maybe I speak too soon because the MP9 strikes down Apex. That's your 1 mid player dead. Flamesy's still towards the top of it. And Rops waits out Magix. That's the solo piece inside of A-Site utility to section off any kind of Shiro rotate. Knowing damn well that Flamesy still floats out top mid. Shiro will hope that Zontix can hold him back, and maybe this AK-47 can... Ooh, it will. Not can, it will. With ZywOo down, bomb plant still comes out. Tough shot here for a 5-7. Flamesy damn well knows it. And Shiro hopes he can collect yet another head. Doesn't look likely. Pressured and a deep CT control to catch him off. Dude, I love when Rops feels like he's got space. He is on top of you from behind. And in this case, in front of your escape. 6-4 Vitality.
The 2 biggest question marks on the team are having moments here on Mirage. That's Rops and Mezzy, of course. Spirit, again, running through those timeouts quick when they feel like they need them. That's Hallie's style. I mean, spacing them out too much does you nothing. Just shows that you need to give as much credence to the beginning of the game as the end. Maybe we'll get that banger finish that this crowd deserves.
It's been hot and cold for Flamesy throughout the series. Nuke was not nearly as impressive as his Anubis run.
Guys, we're playing so good now. So
Yes, keep it going, boys.
Let's win like this.
Full speed ahead. ZywOo lets him know it. They've got Mirage on the rails. Just don't let Spirit shake you off. Nice timing here for Apex. That bench jump could catch Shiro damn well off guard. First, he's gonna get the kill into window though. In the end, that saves Shiro, which maybe cues him up. He tries to go into the chase, but it's a quick departure from Apex to join his bomb carrier top middle.
Wow.
Rops goes out again.
Oh, it's just so many different moves. I mean, they have no idea Rops is here. I think Spirit feel like they're ahead because they got Donk to top middle. Donk is going to hear them running towards the A ramp, but they just walk right into Rops.
Dude, his timing throughout this decider map has been killer.
Everything about this round was sublime so far for Vitality.
Round-winning moments put forth by Rops, including a clutch to kick it off early. But a freebie comes back. What goes around comes around, and he gets unsuspectingly dropped by the Opper. Also, more backs turned. Donk. Oh man, he doesn't get it right away. That gives him a chance. Apex recovers with a single kill. ZywOo into the 1v2, will not miss.
And he gets away.
And Magix tries to kill him from behind, lets ZywOo know exactly where he is. 35-second clutch.
And because he peeked back, he now has full space out on this A site. Magix, he's gonna come and try to look for this. It's too late.
How many instances of timing?
The fact that ZywOo peeked back after that molly and the damage going into the A ramp. That's what it came down to.
The game is a step ahead of you. So many what ifs, could have been, should be's. But there is only one is. ZywOo. Crushing round to lose there for Spirit. The fact they even had any kind of an answer once Chopper gets caught off by that. Here we go, back top mid, Flamesy dead first. Missed op shot even, trying to make the most of it in the final hour of the CT side, bomb down, and a helping hand backed by Connector will certainly help. 2 kills from ZywOo, recovers after those whiff shots. It is ZywOo who left that space mid for Spirit to thrive. And it is ZywOo who will look to make up for it. Magic scours the field, rough map for him. He awaits their heads. Thomas connects.
Oh, perfect.
Keeps it real simple. Magic's always good for a round like that. Spirit, 5 rounds as they'll take to the attack with elimination on the line. 7-5 lead Vitality in a map that would destine them to yet another grand finals. The most winning team of 2025 on the brink of stepping forth to a chance to continue that streak. 14 matches in a row is what faced Spirit tonight. Back and forth in the first 2 maps, and even though they trail by 2, they lead in opening kills. There is no denying that Spirit had opportunities, which means there's no denying that they can still create more. A pistol in the second half could be worth its weight in gold. But awaiting on this B site is Flamesy and Rops, and Spirit will not waste our time. They instantly go headstrong into the first. Rops, we saw the clutch, and now he finds a little space. Second kill connects, and it's just enough for Apex to get out onto the fight towards Cat, then drop back. Mezzy's gotta go big. Can he do it again? He's got them both inside of the site. He's got them both corralled. Do they double swing? Do they think they're simply better? They plant that bomb and force his hands. Ooh, but up in this close corner, that'll catch him off. But now you're stuck in with Mezzy.
Oh, tough spot.
Lost track of the second, they'll swing. Given the smallest chance to try to make it happen yet again, but Spirit closed that gap.
Last time they played, it was a Vitality second pistol. And it was actually a small comeback from Spirit, but that was with the CT side second half. Now there's some data between the two. Lots of close rounds in that game. Energy is returning back to the room. Let's see if Spirit can tie this thing up.
Man, we had that back and forth force war in the first half. More of that, please. Lead us into the deciding rounds of this semifinal. Apex hears the roar of the approach. Fine by him. Dropping Donk is one thing, but the problem is nobody else from Vitality's here to make the most of his little moment. Save it for the next one. Spirit stabilize.
Yeah, they really do have the game plan to be able to close out this map. Vitality, the ingenuity started to get up towards the end of the half. The creativity was getting to the levels that they were on Anubis, especially that moment you were talking to me on the halftime about Rops getting out of A site, Zaiwu making that move in the clutch. Like, there were some really high level moments towards the end of the half for Vitality that weren't there in the beginning. And that just made it too difficult for Spirit. But it wasn't to say that Spirit weren't playing well in many moments.
Looking beautiful, Lisbon.
Oh, yeah. What a shot. For all the glory, right there, we decide who gets the grand finals tomorrow.
Now
this half.
Waiting in the wings for either opposition and Spirit that they've got a great head-to-head over top, or the polar opposite. Again, what Vitality kept from the last round, they'll try to shuffle up positions, throwing 2 MP9s into the ladder room through the window boost. Anticipating cat presence from Spirit, clearly. The way that bomb sits outside of the ramp, I think the offense has other ideas. For all of Apex's strong individual moments that we've been seeing throughout this rise of Vitality, this map has not been his.
Oh, will a mistake be made right here? We've got Chopper right in. I think he should be able to see this first. I don't know. This is kind of wild. The Rops will get out of there.
Chopper checks it. He tries to turn back. Rops reposition there is key.
Yeah, he's going back towards the B site, right? He has to get back into the window.
Ramp player emerges. Apex loses his support from Ticket. This Desert Eagle better be huge. And right now, Donk just continues to create space elsewhere. They've gone unnoticed. Desert Eagle drops bomb at 40 seconds, but everybody else has died. Unfortunately for Apex, unable to bank on his teammates in that one. Spirit lead.
Yes, they do, man. That was great. I mean, everything about the round was solid. It was a little tricky with that Chopper Rops interaction in the ladder room and window. But ultimately, when Rops gives up this space, even though he gets the kill, I think this is the moment that Spirit decides to get out towards the A site fast. Rops walks into his death right after that. Spirit have all the map control they're looking for, and we got a real round.
Now we got a real buy. ZywOo was the bane of Spirit last time they locked horns on Mirage, and in that matchup, Donk was nearly non-existent.
Tim brought up that Spirit have a strong B hit. The B players have been playing a lot weaker.
I mean, if Spirit have a good B hit, coming into this third map, you're talking about the 2 B defenders for Vitality being their lowest rated players in the series. If there was ever a time where it will be demanded that they step up, it is in this final half of the semis.
Robs has brought it back, but MOUZ.CET, he's only got one really good round this game.
Eyes glued to the monitor here for MOUZ.CET. Awaiting the step out through that smoke, soon to replace it by Flames. And that'll cool them off for a bit longer, but at a minute on the clock, ZywOo peeks in and smashes Chopper, unable to collect a second, but that's fine, because Robs also dies out for Spirit's favor, and it is a single kill between the two on B.
Site control, we have Flamesy coming in on the flank.
Low health as well for the attack.
Everybody, in fact. How much can Spirit expand is the question. Shiro will even get into the marketplace.
Oh, Donk hears that! Easily to time it when Apex stomps his way up, but the element of surprise catches off Zontix. Fire on Donk's feet, flustered, but still able to dodge the threat. He carves his path back to Bomb, and Shiro knocks out ZywOo.
They readied up all these options and knocked him down like bowling pins. That was beautiful out of Spirit. That move from Donk, he could have swung out wide. That's what Flamesy wanted. And with him going underneath, Flamesy would have had to expose himself more to the window, but he didn't know where his second teammate was, so that wasn't a safe peek. In Donk's mind, it was his only option, but he did it so quickly, he got out of dodge. Really great awareness. If he runs by the market window, Shiro has to dip into market, get the kill. It's still gonna end up in a 1v1 with Spirit having market control, bomb planted, time on their side. Not the easiest situation for Vitality. So the real round goes towards Spirit. B-site hit is excellent. That's even with ZywOo catching them off guard. They did a great job of just following through on the cat hit and in B-apps at the same time.
Ooh, great flash. MP9s to make the most of the attack. No way. Quadruple MP9 and Scout buy. A critical juncture back in the first half when we had that clutch come out from MOUZ.CET. Similar scenes. Spirit come out of the tack pause, blown to smithereens, over on ramp. Donk blasted by Flamesy. The only piece back for Spirit has been Chopper up in window.
Yeah.
But what will that do? It draws attention from the A play. Oh, I thought maybe Shiro would try his luck at something, but this is going to be disjointed for what's left of Spirit.
They're still searching here, and it is a 4v2, so it should be no problem, except they haven't traded Chopper now. Bomb is gone unseen for a long time.
No helmets on MOUZ.CET and Apex, no armor on ZywOo. That MAC-10 for Chopper suddenly looks all the more lethal.
MOUZ.CET's floating. 50 seconds gets crossed, and Spirit are deciding to group up now.
Last piece of util here in hand for Apex.
Make the jump spots solid, because they're going to take this opportunity.
He beckons MOUZ.CET over, which means we're going to get the better gun in sight soon enough. But they have allowed for Spirit to join forces side by side, and look at the way they get ever closer. No time to throw that smoke. Apex just drops the body instead. Chopper, time to give up, but can't offer anything further than that. It is MP9s into the ramp to leave Spirit stunned.
Yeah, it's a tactic when they had low guns to push into that A ramp. They had the right setup to do so. The flash here, two players very close early on. Extremely effective, even jumping over the ramp layer to hold. Hallie's pissed about it.
Not the round you can stomach a loss in. Not the game you want to lose on rounds like those.
I kind of like it, though. Makes the game more interesting. Both teams get a bye here.
Sure, sign me up. Suddenly less pressure out middle. And tucked right in. Spam comes out, Chopper gets low. Robs hasn't been able to catch wind of anything out middle, so they're just gonna have to allow them to take over connector. Oh, that is clean.
That's a message.
There's another one up in the palace. Oh, he's no way! Flamesy trying to help out inside will be the other two. It's a triple kill from Dan.
Le Capitan.
Vitality tie off that. You could sense it, couldn't you? Spirit getting all the closer. First one clean as can be. He blasts Donk's head off.
Yeah, and this is huge. I don't know if Robs actually spots something inside of connector, but can't take the shot. Either way, he knows that something is amiss. And especially when you can see the Palace player, you know something has to do. There's an A split that's brewing. So, okay, the MP9 round's one thing, but now you got Spirit really low.
Okay.
He knew Mezzi was gonna jump up.
X Factor thing is nothing with it. Nothing with it. And I don't just mean no teammates with him. I mean nothing for the others to even work with. That is a sudden uptick in the likeliness of this round getting weird. Flamesy drops a pistol, but Donk has gone ahead and found a second one.
They set him up. Pawn's in front of a queen right now. They just need to use one to get information. Donk's the best player on the server right now. Continues to get scary. ZywOo in damage control. He'll be playing missiles. But it's a guessing game for the CT side. They have a full push B, however. Rocks, look at him.
ZywOo leans back. Can't catch Chopper, but will jump spot him on the attempt to get ever closer. It's all about Donk's AK. It has always been about Donk's AK. And it sits there, leering towards the jungle. Nobody else has been able to piece anything together because nobody else has a gun. And so now Donk has to finish off what he started. Single-handedly. From start to finish, Rops lurks behind. Does he find it on the timing? Donk is going forward, and that's where the offer will drop him. A sigh of relief for Apex, because they all know that Donk can and does do it alone.
Yeah, they did a great job of trying to set him up. They used him on a fast play early. They weaponized him by throwing all these players out in front for different peaks. It was an excellent attempt out of Spirit, but they can't do what Vitality did to them on a low buy. Vitality go back into the lead. And we reach the late stages of this game. Crunch time on this tac pause.
What an opening kill. You just know Mezzi's stomach sinks. And good on ZywOo for just having, I think, the right amount of risk assessment in when he had to expose himself to the potential of a Donk swing.
Yeah, he got involved. He got involved when he could have just played back and not seen anything at all.
Nice, nice, Nico. Yeah, fucking bitch, let's fucking go. Let's go, boys!
They feel it now. Back in the lead, provisionally. That one round buffer could go up in smoke on a moment's notice. Donk had you on the edge of your seat when none of his teammates had guns. Spirit well equipped in the 20th.
I love the spot, but obviously it's a little late. This guy even walks fast.
Timing is missed. ZywOo actually pushes forward.
See what a window smoke does. Look at the T attack right now. There's no Rops on Cat peeking into connector this time around.
This is awkward for ZywOo, no?
Yeah, but it's his best spot.
Okay.
He's here on default. He has great lines versus ramp.
Okay.
Yeah, huge. On the second kill. 90 damage for that.
Nice wall bang, though. Zontix turns it upside down because ZywOo was about to do it all. Flamesy his helping hands. 4 versus 2 here for Vitality in the final 30 seconds of this round. Just got to push it over the edge. Flamesy, AK up in his face. Shiro, no quotes this time. Excuse me for doubting ZywOo. In a critical position as Vitality take 11th off of that.
Yeah, it's scary for him if, there's no one in CT to help. He's got an off as well. But in terms of the angles, it's the best spot to be in fight connector, that's for sure. And as long as Apex is there at the top of connector on the other side of the smoke, he can start to roam around a little bit. So he frees up the pressure himself, right? He releases the valve, then he starts to move around. And Spirit had a savior this game, it was Donk. We are getting that game from ZywOo too. Oh,
Not
no.
now. Not at this point.
A missed window smoke. Vision goes to top mid. CT's looking around. It won't affect the map a ton. Not sure if they even bothered to molly top boxes just in case. It's round to defend against 12, but it is one where Spirit are saving. The half buy is in. Great spots to be in for a Hulse pop. They can sense it.
Another well-timed flash by the look of it. Catching him off guard. Tech9's shredded. At least the first one was. And ZywOo again, just willingness to show face and assist in the difficult endeavors of holding back this A-hit. Bomb is planted. And you have offered Donk an M4 in this post plant. The #1 and #2 of this planet. And this time Donk stepped it up to play. Shiro tries to set him up, but it is low health bars for what's left here of Spirit, and ZywOo will simply not go down without a fight. He will finally die. Donk collects it, and from behind Tetris, he awaits the repeats. Rox is the helping hand, and Vitality are the best. That's why they sit on 12.
All right, they get to 12. It's versus the half buy. Spirit, we're still hoping to keep this round as a possibility, but they saved for this moment. They're going for the long con to try to take this into overtime. Looks like Spirit, we're about to bring this game back into control. And you got to give a lot of credit to ZywOo because I think there are moments late into the game over the years where he'll put up decent numbers, but he's not playing the committed spots. But you see that round on default, you see this past round versus the Ecos, he's taking the peaks, now he's taking more risks. Not leaning back on the fact that he's surrounded by all this star level talent.
Again, it's going to be Donk to try to carve a path through bottom mid. Again, it's going to be Apex to try to get timing on the spray downs. There's been no moment of comfort for Spirit on their approaches. Either flashes up into the ramp, this pressure out from a window. Vitality have been damn sure to make sure nothing is comfortable.
Okay.
But maybe they overstep in this one. Offering up fights. Offering up a 5v3. Rox, though, back turn to him. Shiro, instant answer. And unlike all the rounds prior, ZywOo is not here to press his luck off of the ticket booth. Spirit welcomed the aggression. Spirit secured double digits off of Vitality's choice to fight.
Only so much that he could do in this spot, especially you with just 3 teammates, right? He could at least peek off of one of their frags if they got one, but the 2 attempted trades both failed. Last one, no impact.
Magic's looking for a couple for the road. Money's not perfect. Vitality have continued to show this willingness to set up opening moves.
All of their Mirage games are close. Besides one versus Eternal Fire that ended 13-7, every other game has gone 13-11 in favor of Vitality. This might be another.
This is that flash that goes through. 2 fights on both sides of bottom connector. 2 players for Team Spirit ready to receive. Both tagged up, but they win their fights. Oh, what could have been.
Golden opportunity for Hallie.
And the final time out of regulation, he is gifted a chance to speak to Team Spirit.
Saw the frustration after they got those 2 deaths to the MP9 pushes. There have been a couple of great moments for Vitality where they've jumped on that. I don't know if this final idea is a default or a B lean. But the bomb in top mid, they're gonna really milk this one.
Out of the gate, there was this B-centric focus out of Spirit. We've seen them kind of lean away from that.
They're trying to dress up their previous play. It looks like, I mean, recreating success with what they just saw. We saw Apex get to the window to go for that boost. 2 rounds in this half recently.
Doesn't it just feel like ZywOo's in the perfect position? Because how many rounds have you watched him play over towards Ticket, and finally now, when Spirit have a belief that they can push this out of regulation, he changes up his spot.
Hey, this answer from Vitality, man, they're looking for this. They know that they pushed Donk back.
Plenty of presence all around him, and yet nobody shows him skin.
They didn't get that fight they were looking for ZywOo. He's the one who was set up on Cat, this time not in Ticket.
Oh, Apex crosses over, catches the top mid play, but then Donk's right there to answer. Donk and ZywOo could be a duel that could boil down critically here in the 23rd. He could get caught climbing up window. Yes!
That's it, they couldn't find him.
ZywOo finds the better of the timing. And that means nobody Ticket. So Zontix comes out of Palace thinking he's got a chance to make a run onto A, and he will find Flamesy.
But now he's
got
spotted.
a player above Rops. Mezzy off of the catwalk tries to hold this back. And that op of ZywOo on the prowl, hunting in through jungle.
Yeah.
Bomb planter, a shell of himself, tries to tuck his head. Shiro down to 40 health. Not gonna be offering you any kind of clutch. Boils down to Magic's now over on the ramp, and he's allowed for them to cross over. It falls on his shoulders. A challenge for the world's best. In the final 2 rounds of regulation, they tap that bomb a 3rd time, and they don't seem to know where he's at. No! Oh, he stops it! Bomb ticking, but the trade frag's good, and it's ZywOo to seal the deal. 15 matches in a row! Non-stop runs to grand finals! And the early season of 2025 has one name stamped across it. No bad, all good, all too easy for Vitality.
A trophy in Katowice, a crown in Stockholm, and now a shot at gold once more here in Lisbon. Their series streak stays alive now with 15 on the trot. So Team Spirit, they tested Vitality, but they do not lose their heads here tonight.
What a game. What a way to finish the game as well. Very tense, back and forth. We saw different periods within Mirage. First Spirit off to a good start. Vitality answering back, then Spirit finding their way back into it. At a point, I thought they were going to win. Up 9-7, they were looking poised, and then you saw the ZywOo show. Once more showing why he's to be considered as maybe the best player in the world as of right now. The impact with the AWT Maui on the CT side, absolutely stellar.
It's no doubt that we just witnessed the 2 best players in the world facing head-to-head. The team behind ZywOo, though, helped tremendously. ZywOo himself, though, consistently in the right spot. So many times he's getting the better of Donk, getting the better of all of the oncoming riflers from the Spirit side. Man, just so difficult for Spirit to find anything at the end of that.
Once again, Vitality running through to the grand final. So let's get a few winning words courtesy of Robs and Banks.
A long day, Robs just said, but they still managed to do it. And they made another grand final. Make some noise for Vitality and Robs! Now, Robs, it's been quite a journey in this Vitality jersey. Was this the hardest game you've had yet?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they pushed us to deep in the Mirage, and
we had a strong Anubis. They bounced back on Nuke, and then a fight back and forth on Mirage. It was a great one, and yeah, definitely one of the toughest matches in Vitality.
Now, people keep trying to maybe pick on your Anubis, right, and say that it's not so strong. Do you think now they might stop doing it?
Yeah, that's the joke we have in the team. I mean, like, obviously we got bullied in the start on Anubis, and I think we made some changes, worked on the map, because it was a big problem for us, and you know, I mean, the results are there for now, so we'll see how teams react.
Now, when it comes to your Nuke, right, we go into your map pick, and it didn't start good on the T side, but it just wasn't a good performance from the whole Vitality side. Not something that we're used to seeing here. What did it feel like from your side? Where was the problems?
Well, first of all, Spirit played good. They hit some shots, I think all of them. And I think we just lacked some energy towards the middle of the game. I think we won the pistol. They want to force back, and then like it kind of crumbled towards there. And I think a bit of lack of energy is that's all.
Talking about lack of energy, you've done quite a few events, right? You're now going multiple grand finals as well. Is that energy still good?
Yeah, I mean, we're here to win, and even if, you know, we've been on the road for some time now since we won the previous tournament, and then coming here, and it's been a long one as well. So obviously, we know this is like the last few matches of this small road we have, and after this we go home and get some rest, and we just push everything we have now.
That's what we know you guys can do. But I want to touch on your mentality in some of the game as well, because I saw there were moments where there were some near misses or kills you nearly had. You didn't hit the monitor, which was a good thing, but I mean, was it hard to try and mentally switch back even for you into that Mirage? Because you came back looking like the Rops we know and love.
It wasn't hard, no. I mean, like, I had a couple of oopsies and Anubis, and I mean, part of it is like there was some anti-strat, which worked really well, but I didn't hit the shot, so you know, that's on me. But yeah, bounce back, and I think we'll see another game tomorrow in the grand final.
And that grand final, oh, you've played these guys a lot. It keeps coming your way. It's a lot though, because last time they were even able to try and challenge you. They had the chance to potentially win both maps in that series. How confident do you feel going against them again and just trying to change things up in order to lift this trophy?
We feel confident. Obviously, the last match we played here in the same tournament, it was quite close, and I think we didn't feel as good as we did in the previous times. So we will definitely try to step up, even if we won. So you know, we don't want to give them any space, and I mean, that's how it is. We're here to win.
You're here to win, and that's all you've been doing so far. Lastly, these fans have been cheering for you guys all night long. Anything you want to say to them?
Thank you for the support. I mean, another arena. I love playing on the stage. It means everything to players. Thank you.
We love seeing you play on the stage. We love seeing you do your thing. Guys, one last time. Come on, it's Vitality and Rops in the grand final tomorrow.
There's a reason why Rops is quite confident moving into that grand final tomorrow. That is going to be teed up versus MOUZ, a team that they've played 3 times in the past 20 days alone. That's a total of 7 maps, with Vitality taking every single damn one of them.
Yes, that sounds a little bit damning if you're MOUZ, but I will argue MOUZ is getting closer and closer and closer. James even referred to it in the group stage at this very tournament. I would argue MOUZ were as good as Vitality, could have won both maps. So if they can keep up at that level, and if they can inch just a little bit closer time by time, I think tomorrow in another best of 5, that's going to be a different story.
I feel like the more times that MOUZ get a piece of Vitality, the more and more comfortable they get with the matchup. And that's so important when it feels like you're against an indomitable Vitality, one that nobody's able to touch right now. It's just that you need to get the reps. It's just getting your feet wet in this kind of environment repeatedly, and then MOUZ can game plan further and further, because personnel-wise, yeah, there's ZywOo on the other side, but a lot of the players on MOUZ can really stand up for what Vitality has to offer too.
We just got to see ZywOo smiling with a bunch of fans, and I'm sure he was smiling inside the server on that 3rd and final decider as well, because he really came alive on that Mirage, right?
He was all over the place. We spoke about it coming into Mirage. Very assertive, you know, good at moving around on the map. He was finding himself a lot in CT spawn, a lot on the A bomb side, and for some reason, Spirit kept on testing it, and ZywOo was just, he was hitting the shots he was supposed to hit. I loved how he was in CT spawn, getting a couple of kills, 5 seconds later, you find him in jungle. He was constantly on the move, so you could see on Donk, you could see on Zero. They never really knew where he was at, just knowing that he was somewhere, and he was definitely putting a dent into Spirit.
It's just one of those things where the Vitality system enables so many different looks. The fact that he's able to move around so frequently, and really on a gun round, I feel like ZywOo was maybe out of position once, maybe twice out of the action for that entire half. He's always finding a way to get into the fray. It's one of his best attributes by far, the fact that it seems like he's prescient in terms of the fights that he's going to find in a round. They are so good, Vitality, at funneling them right to ZywOo so he can just get those easy shots. But even when he has the hard ones in this one, like that way he danced around default on that A defense, getting 2, like he still has some moments where he shows the prowess mechanically.
Does that result on Nuke today, though? Does that bleed any kind of warning signs in your head moving into that grand final tomorrow?
I mean, a little bit, considering that it is MOUZ.CET's best map. I'd expect them to pick it into Vitality, to be completely honest, regardless of what Vitality had done today. So it's definitely going to be played in that series without a doubt. Now, is it a worrying sign in terms of Vitality? Can they bounce back tomorrow? I think so. I think it was more so a one-off. I think the T side we saw from Vitality today was a one-off, you know, in a sense, and as I argued as well, I don't think the calling from Apex was necessarily bad. I think some of the individual decision-making, some of the individual output that we consistently know Vitality to be put out, that was a bit off for Nuke. So if I'm Vitality, I'm not worried. If I'm MOUZ, I'd still pick it.
If I'm MOUZ, I'm just looking at it as a blueprint. How is the CT side so good for Spirit there? How are they deflecting so many of those attacks that Apex is calling against Spirit? I think that's all really MOUZ is going to take from it. I don't think that they're really going to shy away from the map anyways. They even if it would have been a lopsided victory for Vitality, it's still just their comfort.
On the flip side, with Vitality progressing onwards to the grand finals, that does mean Spirit end out here in Lisbon in the semis. So let's get a few closing thoughts, courtesy of Chopper.
Spirit fights so hard against Vitality, and it was certainly better than what we saw in Katowice. I'm luckily joined by Chopper here to discuss this one because, okay, Anubis, you pick it against them. I know you guys played very well in Anubis yesterday as well. Is this Spirit picking it because of confidence, or was it more you see some things that Vitality are not good at? Because we see other teams maybe pick Anubis because it's like a weak spot for Vitality.
I think it's both. It's a weak spot for them. We know how they play, and also it's a good map for us. It was a really good city side. It's not said about score, but we stay 3B, 4A, 3A. We know how and what they do, but today we can't kill. Some rounds they play really good. It's I think now it's top 1 team in the world, and we know how to play against, but in micro situation we can't do. And it's happened. It's no problem. We fix it and go forward.
I love that mentality and that attitude. You will fix it and go forward. Rops also told me that on Anubis you guys had some good anti-strat for him. Was there some things you were focusing on Rops with?
Not sure about it's only Rops. Okay. I think it's we do it against all of their team.
Nice.
Yes, but sometimes it works, sometimes not. Yeah.
Now Nuke though. Oh wow, that was where we saw you guys impress the whole way through, right? And this is where you had them shaking. It was a quick turnaround. Did you expect Nuke to go that well?
Yes, because we play a lot of nukes from New Year. We play, I don't know, every time if we don't pick Dust 2, we pick Nuke. We have a lot of practice, and also we play against MOUZ. I think it's one of the best teams on Nuke, and we try to. We have a lot of experience from games against FaZe, MOUZ, and also last time in Katowice we play against Vitality. We know how they play, and today it was really good because they try to do something like they do something special, something new, but it's not working because we be ready.
You were ready, and it really showed in the server. I got to ask you about this Mirage though as well, because it starts off 3-0 for you and also 4-0 for you. You think with that scoreline at the beginning, you guys would have the map right. You probably think that yourself. What did this come down to in order to not be able to close it out here on Mirage?
I think Mirage in the beginning was good for us also. We know how they play, and we counter them, I guess. And but 1-2 clutch situation, ropes, somewhere Zaiwu, and I think we try to outthink it ourselves. We try to do some new things, like stacked 3B, and they do Apex over Colas, I think. They do good, really good. They do default on mid, show something, and do execute. Yes, and we play not against Vitality, and we play with ourselves. It's stacks. It's sometimes we we can't stack good.
Lastly from me, just what are your overall thoughts on the performance that Spirit was able to show here at this tournament? And do you feel like you're still close and going forward in the right way to be back to lifting a trophy soon?
Of course, I guess we can do it. Our baddest results, it's a semi-final. And we lost only to 2 teams in this year. And of course, we can win every one team in the world. We need to be more, more confident, more belief in ourselves. Because when we lost some rounds, we try to think what we do. We have mistakes, but it's don't need to think about it. We just go forward and play. And I think it's a good experience for us. Also, we have some problems at the beginning of this trip. We play really good in EPL. We have really good sharp, and when with Magic's going sick, very hard. We don't play prax. Our sharp is going bad. Yes, and after we go in here, we try to back to go good shape. Sometimes it's good, sometimes not. But also it's good tournament for us. We won 1 map. We was really close on second, 9-8. Anti-force. If we win 10-8, maybe something good. But when you play against top teams, when 1 round can change game easy. And this game, it's like happened.
Well, thank you very much for all of that insight, Chopper. Spirit, they know what needs to be done. They've always got a good game plan. So let's see what happens throughout the rest of the year.
Just as a quick note on this as well, I know it's obviously a tough situation for Chopper and the entirety of Team Spirit, but shout out to Chopper for giving us those words. It's not often we actually get to hear straight from him, and it sounded like he had quite a good grasp on what was successful, obviously on that nuke, but also what slipped through their fingers on that first map of Anubis and Mirage as well.
Very candid answer from Chopper. I also agree with him. You know, they only lost to 2 teams so far during the season, so asking, you know, can they still win trophies? I think the question is yes, they can. They're getting better. I feel like Spirit at this tournament were showing more good moments than bad moments. Are they at the level when they were winning the Shanghai Major? No, but there's still a couple of months until the big goal, which is the Major. So I haven't lost faith in Spirit at all. I'm not looking at a roster where I think we need to change players or anything else. We just need a couple of extra percentage, and then they can definitely win tournaments.
It'd be really odd if they actually decide to change anything in the middle of the season. I feel like you have to assess how the Major looks for them in Austin before you really jump the gun. I don't think you should just win a Major and then just immediately jump into Kyosuke land or something like that. It's not really the best idea. It would probably upset team chemistry, but it does feel like their system comes up behind someone like Vitality's, who can enable so many of the players to thrive. It really, and yes, they give a lot of support to Donk, and Donk is a huge win condition, probably the best singular win condition in all of Tier 1 Counter-Strike right now, but Vitality, they have Zaiwu, obviously a big one, but then they also have Rops who can pop off. They have Flames who popped off on Anubis. They have so many ways to get everybody involved, but it feels like so many of the players on Spirit are playing second fiddle, third fiddle, even just like a bench player like Magic's is just being relegated to God knows what every single round, and he's trying to support Donk to do whatever he can. And so I feel like they just need a way to make everybody pop off a little bit more, because Magic's has the ability to do it. You see it in some rounds, it's just so infrequent.
Well, either way, we can take a look at how the playoff bracket has shaped up after we do conclude semi-final Saturday. Of course, 2 incredible semi-finals going down. Vitality versus Spirit, our first 3-map affair. But earlier on today, that was Eternal Fire facing off against MOUZ. 2 very competitive maps at that, but MOUZ taking the edge this time around.
Yeah, once again, getting a W, 2-0 fashion, but as you said, for very competitive maps, Eternal Fire did a good job. They were finding their way back into Nuke after MOUZ taking an early lead, then Dust 2 as well. One may even argue that Eternal Fire at a certain point will look like the favorites to win that map. So very competitive series. Glad to see MOUZ playing well, and it also bounced well for the grand final tomorrow.
great performances in that one from people like MOUZ.CET, Wycadia continuing what he was able to demonstrate in the group stage. I feel like if there's one guy that's going to look back at that one and wish he really did his part, unfortunately, Xantares. I feel like on the server today was consistently outdueled by people like even Brolin. Exertion had his number, consistently walking to the scope of Torzy. He's going to look back at that one and just really wince at what could have been if he just gave 10% more.
But for MOUZ, that does tee them up once again versus Vitality in a grand final. Another best of 5 this time around. It's just been insane, the amount of head-to-heads we've seen between both these two squads. And once again, coming straight from EPL into this event, team them up in another grand final.
It's crazy for MOUZ, you know. I know Vitality, we labeled them as the best team in the world right now, and for good reason, I think they are, but for MOUZ, again, we'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll talk about it for the next couple of months. The fact that you have Brolan as a new in-game leader, you have Xyp9x as a standing coach, you have Spinx being integrated into the lineup, yet they found a way to go into 3 finals in a row. For MOUZ to be in this final in itself is a victory. I just pray and I hope that they keep on playing as well as they did during the group stage versus Vitality, as well as they've done during the playoff, because then I will almost guarantee you that it won't be a 3-0 tomorrow.
This feels kind of like watching Liquid Astralis back in the day, where it's just like these teams just seem destined for these grand finals.
Don't say it.
Like MOUZ are just so darn good. They're exceedingly good. I mean, to win Cluj in the fashion they did, but then now they keep facing this final boss in Vitality. And I don't want to crown Vitality too early just yet, but this is one of the toughest teams to be in the history of CS2 easily.
Hold your horses there, Mo, because we do have to wait until tomorrow to see exactly how it's going to be going down in that best of 5 grand final. Thank you, gentlemen, so much for joining me once again. Thank you, everybody, for watching along at the home. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow for a best of 5 grand final.